A few moments later.
Everybody has their own way of playing the game. But my way of playing the game is winning the game. They want to go and be victims? Good. Let's make them earn it. Arrested for wrongthink. Your purple-haired goth girl had become everybody's kink. Fraudulent healthcare, nobody to give the time. The repercussions leading to ice to clean the crime. Cornering a man, a weapon within his hand, creating chaos and turmoil.
Now to breaking news out of New York City. The judge presiding over the case of Nicolas Maduro said he will not approve the defense's motion to dismiss this case. The ousted Venezuelan leader and his wife were back in federal court last hour for the first time since their arraignment. Their lawyers were arguing that this indictment should be completely thrown out because the U.S. government is blocking the Maduro's ability to pay for counsel.
Now, meanwhile, crowds of pro and anti-Maduro protesters have been stationed outside the courtroom there in Lower Manhattan since this morning. Maduro and his wife were transported there under some intense security at around 4 a.m. NBC News correspondent Missy Maris joins us now. Missy, you're giving us the big picture. We've got reporters who are there, in Lower Manhattan now. Give us the context here. The judge ended the hearing saying that he'd set a date to make a decision about funding for Maduro's defense. Explain to us what happened there.
Right. So this hearing was a request by the defense to throw out the entire indictment because of violations of what they say were Maduro and his wife's Fifth Amendment right to due process, Sixth Amendment right to counsel, and fair trial. So what the court did, which was, I think, expected for most of us who are watching this from the legal perspective, is say that this is not enough to actually throw out the indictment. The question is whether or not Venezuelan funds from the country, can be used to pay for Maduro and his wife's defense. The defense wanted it to go a step further, not just get that money to pay for the defense, but also say that because the government was actually impeding that money from coming to the Maduros for the purpose of defending them in this case, it should be thrown out in its entirety because of constitutional violations. So the court said, no, the indictment stands, but we are going to have another hearing about this very complex issue of whether or not Venezuela should be able to foot the bill for the defense of Maduro and his wife.
Misty, so this motion is dismissed by the judge. For now, this means a trial is to come. Do we have a sense of when? And will the Maduros be held in custody until then?
They will be held in custody until then. They're held like anyone else who is held without bail in a proceeding in the SDNY at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. Now, there had been a trial schedule set, but that is in flux right now because there's going to be multiple other substantive challenges to this indictment. We obviously have a very complicated case, this being the first challenge to the indictment, which has now resulted in another procedural question about whether or not the funds will be allowed to pay for private counsel or whether Maduro and his wife will have to have assigned counsel, which would be from the assigned counsel panel. As you know, if you can't afford representation, an attorney will be assigned to defend you. So that's going to be the next question for this hearing. And I can't emphasize enough the complexity here because the reason that these funds are not being released from Venezuela is because there are sanctions by the United States government. There has to be approvals and licenses through the Department of Treasury to even do business in any capacity with Maduro and his wife. So this is the next question before the court, whether or not they'll be able to retain the attorneys that they have hired or whether or not they will have to switch attorneys and be assigned defense counsel through the government.
There's a lot of questions facing the court, and there's a lot of feelings facing the people who have been standing outside that courthouse. Misty, I want to bring in Sam Brock here. Sam, you just came outside that courthouse. Describe to us what happened inside and what the feeling and just the spectacle is outside right now.
To answer your first question, there are hundreds, Morgan and Vicky, of news networks, literally hundreds, lining the block where I'm standing and now set up over my shoulder in front of the courthouse, should we be hearing from the prosecutors or any of the defense attorneys in this case. So the interest is still incredibly high. As far as what happened inside of the court, the best way I could characterize this is sort of like a legal stalemate. Judge Hellerstein said he did not want to dismiss this case. It almost felt for a few moments like that's the direction that he was moving in because the motion before him is dismissal, as Missy was just outlining, on the basis that Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores can't access the sovereign wealth fund of Venezuela, what the U.S. government has termed a slush fund, so to speak, for his defense. And the judge was empathetic to the idea. He used the word paramount, that the most important issue in all of this is that Maduro and his wife have the rights to counsel, the Sixth Amendment, which the government then argued is flexible. Like all the case study on this, they were saying, is from domestic cases. This involves a government that is not only obviously not the United States government, but is under sanctions. So the judge said, what's my remedy? What can I do? And even asked the prosecutors in this case, do I have the ability to issue an order to the wing of the Treasury Department, the Foreign Assets Control section, to change the license so that they can, Maduro and his wife, access this foreign money? And basically the prosecutor was like, you don't. So what is the remedy? The remedy potentially is dismissal. Well, I'm not dismissing the case.
Yeah.
So that's why I use the term legal stalemate. I will also raise one other thing. It's like, what was the issue here in terms of accessing the money? Is it because of sanctions, as Missy was just describing? The judge points out, look, some of these sanctions have been lifted. Oil revenues are now flowing in for Venezuela, and the United States has a business relationship with Venezuela. And the human rights component of all of this, not to mention just the narco-terrorism charges, the judge said, well, look, we have a good relationship with the Venezuelan government right now. Delcy Rodriguez is in charge. I don't know that everyone in Venezuela would feel that way in terms of how that's characterized. Certainly, since you still have the same actors that were suppressing speech and taking government resources or potentially drug cocaine-fueled resources and depriving people from basic funds so that you could corrupt political and military institutions. If the argument the judge is sort of suggesting is that that's been resolved and now we have business as usual with Venezuela, what's the issue with sanctions? That would be kind of a shocking acknowledgement. He also mentioned the Strait of Hormuz and the oil crisis going on and the fact that the United States needs Venezuelan oil. I don't think he was trying to opine on the geopolitics of all this, but it was sort of incredible to hear these things mentioned within the framework of whether or not Nicolas Maduro should be able to access Venezuelan money. The other thing is this idea of tainted versus untainted funds, and that how do you prove that the money that he would be using for his defense came from drug revenues versus anything else? And Barry Pollock, who is representing Maduro, said, look, they've made $18 billion in revenues since this case started in Venezuela. You're not going to say that's tainted money. So these are sort of the back and forth that are going on over whether or not they should be allowed to access the Venezuelan funding. And then the other huge issue hanging in all of this is how much money does Nicolas Maduro and his wife, how much do they actually have access to of their personal funds? The judge wanted to know. It feels like that's really important. And the government said, we got to institute a fact-finding mission on this. We basically don't really know.
They didn't have a dollar amount,
he personally has. Yes.
Sam, multiple factors
They did not provide a dollar
at play.
amount.
Yeah, multiple factors at play. We were just watching some live pictures of the Maduros leaving the courthouse. I do want to ask you about the scene outside. You mentioned hundreds of media organizations, but also are people showing up to watch this case? Are people demonstrating on behalf of the Maduros or against them?
Sure, both. I would say, so you have people that are saying American imperialism, free Nicolas Maduro, free Celia Flores. Are they saying that because they think they're innocent and not bad actors on the world stage, or are they saying that because they object to U.S. policy and the decision to carry out an operation that was borderline unprecedented to remove Maduro and his wife from the presidential palace in Caracas under the cover of night, which somehow resulted in no American fatalities and extricated this dictator from a country that is now in some sort of a relationship with the United States? I don't know how to characterize it, but you have those folks, and then you have those that think that Maduro should be facing justice for what's happened in Venezuela for the last quarter century or so. So two competing interests outside the courthouse.
And I think that's important to note. I mean, what you've just given context to, that it's not just what we're seeing legally play out in the courtroom, but the ripple effects culturally as we're facing this unprecedented moment in American history and our posture towards Latin America. And given just the sheer number of Latin Americans, people of Latin American descent who are coming here to watching to see what will happen to the countries that we come from as we watch this type of event play out in an American courtroom. It's truly historic and astonishing.
Sam Brock inside the courthouse. Misty Maris, as always, we appreciate your reporting and all of the insight that you provided. Thank you.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Yeah, that's right, Terrell. Well, those chaotic moments playing out once again here in downtown Chicago. There was hundreds of teens that had gathered right outside of our State Street studios, and we're also learning that 8 arrests were made. And those teens could be seen running near State and Randolph. At least one person was taken away in a stretcher. Other teens were taken away in handcuffs as Chicago police officers attempted to disperse the crowds. Dr. Sandy Norman, a community organizer, was there and shared what she saw.
I was there while children were being handcuffed. Some of the youth where the police could not, cause them to calm down. And so there were children that were taken to, I believe it was the 1st District. I had children last night that didn't even have bus fare to get home, where I have to put them in my car and take it. We parents, I'm, a parent. Where are the parents at?
We also spoke to Alderman Brian Hopkins, who chairs the city's Public Safety Committee. He was also here last night. He said at the height of last night, there was an estimated 300 teens in downtown. He said a curfew was enforced at 10 at night, and shortly afterwards, crowds started to break up.
When they started making curfew apprehensions, the teens began to leave, and the event started to wind down. So once again, it's definitive proof that curfews can work to prevent these kinds of activities from happening. There were no reports last night of shots fired. That's the best news in all of this. No one lost their life.
And Hopkins has supported curfews to prevent large teen gatherings. Last November, after the tree lighting ceremony, multiple teens were injured, and 14-year-old Armani Floyd was shot and killed following a large teen gathering in downtown. Now, we also reached out to Mayor Johnson's office regarding this large gathering that we saw last night. We are still waiting to hear back.
All right, we've got some breaking news relative to that hearing in New York. You're seeing the protesters here behind me. They would like the release of former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. That did not happen inside a New York courtroom. So let's go to CBS News correspondent Lilia Luciano. She is outside that courthouse. So you were there. You saw the players. What did you see?
Well, first of all, Reed, let's be very objective about what happened, what we saw. We saw Maduro noticeably thinner, looked pretty healthy, if you ask me. Also, his wife, who her defense team said she was dealing with some cardiac issues, they looked pretty healthy to me personally. They walked in wearing khaki overcoats, and he had that orange jumpsuit underneath. Importantly, he did not speak this time. Last time, Maduro claimed that he's an innocent man, that he's a decent man, that he's a prisoner of war. This time, neither Maduro nor Cilia Flores, his wife, said anything at all during the hearing. Except when they greeted their defense attorneys, he said saludos, thanked them. Throughout the hearing, though, very important contradictions came up. The main thing that was discussed is who will pay the bill, who will carry the bill for Maduro and Cilia's defense. And what Maduro and Cilia say is, we don't have any personal funds. Of course, there are many questions about that, and the prosecutors challenged that notion, but that's something that might come up in the future. So what they want is for the people of Venezuela. Venezuelan taxpayers are supposed to carry the bill. The biggest issue is that the government of Venezuela is still sanctioned under the United States. So the defense is trying to say, look, the government of Venezuela is willing to pay. The prosecutors are saying, well, those funds are tainted. Those funds are illegal. That country is sanctioned. But the most interesting moment to me was the contradictions that came up, because the judge himself asked, well, aren't we in business with that government? At one point, it was brought up that since the removal of Maduro, since Delcy Rodriguez, the interim president, was brought to power, Venezuela has made more than $18 billion in oil. So there's a question, why not use those funds if they're not, quote unquote, tainted? This is a complicated case that's going to take a long time. And the biggest question here is it going to be U.S. taxpayers, a public defender's office that's going to carry this extensive and expensive defense? Or is it going to be the Venezuelan taxpayers who, and this is important, the only reason why the Venezuelan government would carry that bill and the Venezuelan taxpayers would pay that bill is because Maduro refused to step down when he lost the election in 2024. The U.S. considers him an illegitimate president. The person who succeeded him, the U.S. considered, up until recently, an illegitimate vice president. So now, even though 70% of Venezuelans voted him out of power, now they have to pay, depending on what happens in the coming weeks and months and what the court decides. They are faced with the possibility of having to pay for his defense for a case where he is charged with trafficking, with drug trafficking, with narcotic terrorism, and with corruption. So it's just a really interesting thing that came up to me as I'm looking at him and hearing from so many Venezuelans, having been on the ground and hearing from the Venezuelans who have been fighting and protesting and facing backlash from those figures, that they would have to carry that bill. But the alternative at this point might be that the U.S. carries that bill. What was decided? Nothing at this point. The judge reserved the possibility of making that ruling in the near future. The other thing that was discussed was what will happen to the evidence, and whether the people who are charged with the same crimes as Maduro, who are still part of his case, who are considered fugitives, but also are still in power in Venezuela, whether or not they get to see the evidence that they themselves are facing, that will also be decided by the judge after the prosecutors and the defense agree on exactly the wording of that order. But this is important because there's a real concern that because the regime figures in Venezuela are still in power, because people like Diosdado Cabello, the interior minister of Venezuela, is a co-defendant in this case, is still considered a fugitive by the United States, but is still in power and overseeing the entire security apparatus of Venezuela, the people who are witnesses, who gave testimony, who are part of the evidence against Maduro, could face backlash, persecution, as has happened in the past.
What a complex set of facts there. Lilia Luciano, good to check in with you. Thank you so much for stepping out of court and updating our viewers.
Thanks, Reed.
Have a good day.
Somebody linked this to me. It's called the disgusting esports hotel situation. I have no idea why somebody linked this to me. I really don't. I mean, honestly, it seems pretty random, but for some reason they thought I would have a use for this.
Morning, welcome back. You person with a useless degree, did you lock in today?
Did
Maybe
I
that was a
lock
bit
in?
too personal. My bad. I know, guys, it's rough out here. Forced to choose a career path at 18 years old, and then forced to work said career until you're a hunched over 70-year-old.
That's right.
With 100-year-old back pain.
Oof.
Anyone remember choosing this route during their character selection screen before being born?
See, I didn't like this. Yeah, I remember thinking the same thing whenever I was a kid. I was like, well, what if I just want to sit around and play video games all day and jack off? What if I don't want to have a job at all and I just want to sit and live off the government? What if I want that?
It is what it is. Even though we want to lay down and rot our days away, there are times, though, when you need to chug an entire pot of coffee, sit your ass down, and panic focus because you left all your responsibilities till the very last minute. Sound familiar? I got surprisingly good at that skill during my university days. Being able to churn out a 2,000-word essay the day before it's due, while feeling like I'm about to be shipped off to the Hunger Games if I don't get it done. Am I proud of?
One time I had a group project that nobody had any progress on. I did the entire group project. I stayed up all night, and it was a morning class, and I drove to class, and I went to present the project, and I solo presented the project. Halfway through the presentation, the teacher realized that it was just me that knew everything, and he told me I had to stop talking, and then the other 3 people in the group had to explain the project. It was one of so bad, bro. Like, it was so bad. Yeah, they got cooked. It was somehow, and like I remember they talked for like 30 seconds, right, 20 seconds, and then I started talking, and he's like, "Oh no.
How I permanently altered my sleep schedule forever?
What grade you get?
Did I shorten my lifespan a bit? Perhaps. Was it undiagnosed ADHD?
It's the highest grade in the class.
Well, yes. This is how you get better at doing
Nobody got an A.
Doing it over and over again,
I was
going
so
through
mad.
some kind of anime training arc until you've mastered whatever skill you choose to invest your time into. Like gaming. There's this stereotype of hardcore gamers being real insufferable with really big egos and really greasy. And not the pack
I wonder
with me
why.
to go to Greece kind.
Get ready with me to go to Greece.
While some of this is true, I think there's always a way to strike a good balance. Like when you drink hot tea at the Chinese restaurant to cancel out all the greasy dim sum calories you just ate. Let's just say, if I was training my Sims character to be the next Faker, right when it wakes up, I'd make it start gaming for a minimum of 2 hours, then force it to get up and stretch, go outside, touch some grass, talk to a person, come back, and start the training process
I don't know about that
all
part.
over again.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Be rich. No sleep though. Sleep is for the weak.
Yes.
Don't make me put you in the pool and delete the ladder. So go ahead, have your gaming marathons without feeling too
I've
guilty.
never played The Sims.
What's the worst that can happen? Oh, the worst happened. Nothing more unsettling than the inevitable passing of time, making us question if
That's not the worst.
We do
It's definitely
truly
not.
matters at all. That is crazy. Can't
Sims
believe
is
how
a girl
fast time
game?
passes.
I know.
You blink, half your day is gone.
It is.
And yet, you still have so much to do. Whenever I'm trying to be productive, I make a huge to-do list and pretend I'm speedrunning a game of Tetris. A
That's
grocery
exactly what I did the other day. Like last time I took a day off, I don't want to say everything I did, but like I was on the phone making calls. I did like multiple monthly and yearly quests all in one day. I did everything.
run over here, exercise over there. Sure, I can squeeze in a few more hobbies, right?
I didn't get done till
my whole screen is
8
bricked
p.m.
up, and I got no more room for my health checkups. With all this stuff going on, finding
With
care
Israel?
shouldn't
Yeah.
be the trickiest piece to fit into the jigsaw puzzle known as life. ZocDoc is a free app and website that helps you find and book
Check off all the
high-quality
hassles?
in-network doctors so you can find someone you love. With more than
I cleaned
150,000
off all like my old
healthcare
mail
providers
and like everything.
nationwide, ZocDoc makes it easy to find a doctor who fits exactly what you're looking for. Whether
ZocDoc?
that's an in-person visit or a video appointment from
ZocDoc?
home, build the care
What?
team that's right for you. Search by specialty or symptom across 200 plus specialties, from dermatology, dentistry, to primary care and eye care. Knowing what your doctor is actually like matters too. It's not just about credentials anymore. That's why ZocDoc has verified patient reviews, so you can see what others are saying before you book.
Why don't
Whether
you
you
check your
prefer a
provider?
doctor
I
who
don't
gets
know how it
straight to
works.
business or someone a little more personable, you're able to
Yeah.
choose what works for you. Once you find the right match, book instantly using real-time availability. No waiting, no phone tag, just the care you need when you need it. Plus,
I
appointments
do feel
happen
like this is useful. Like, I hate having to make phone calls. Like, I'm like, honestly, I hate to say this, but I'm like one of those people that like I hate being on the phone. I hate people calling me. I hate people like I hate having to do something on the phone. I hate that shit.
fast, within 24 to
Drives me
72
crazy.
hours, and sometimes even on the same day. So stop
I
putting
just
off
don't like
those
it.
doctor's appointments and go to
It's not like I can't do it.
ZocDoc.com/evasion to find and instantly book
I
a
hate it.
doctor you love today. That's
how it is.
ZocDoc.com/evasion,
Same, I hate people. I know.
ZocDoc.com/evasion. Thanks,
It's the worst.
ZocDoc, for sponsoring this message.
Yeah.
So there's this hotel in
words a millennial?
Chongqing,
Yeah.
a city in China, that specializes in long stays for esports players for when they really need to lock in, offering
So there's a hotel in China that's only for esports players to just live there. What do they? I wonder if they give you like employees the hazmat suits. If that's like the default.
private rooms equipped with high-end gaming PCs, fast internet, and dedicated gaming chairs.
Don't use the blacklight in those rooms.
There's actually quite a handful of these types of hotels in China, from the more expensive luxury rooms with nice furniture and beautiful LED lights, to the bare bones of esports hotels. They'll still meet all your
Wait, what do you mean the bare bones? This is beautiful. This is nicer than my house. What's he talking this shit for?
basic needs.
What do
Sleep
you mean?
3 feet away from your PC.
That's great.
Bathroom, eat, game, and hopefully shower. Hey, if I was training a Sims esports team, I'd stick them in here. These rooms are like male living space adjacent. Not quite raw mattress on the floor next to TV on the floor with no furniture. These are like a couple steps.
That's the way this room used to be, by the way. It used to be one sofa mattress on the floor, a TV on the floor, and the Super Nintendo. And the year was 2010.
Up from that, because at least hotels have
That's
cleaning
it.
staff
That's
who
always in
tidy
this
up
room.
and wipe down your living space. The only catch, you do have to let them inside. A man was staying in one of these esports hotels where he spent his entire time being a hardcore gamer. Click-clacking is days away until he becomes Faker
he died.
Imida levels of good.
Oh,
He was the
what a
poster
retard.
child of locking in. The times when he would actually leave his room were so rare, the staff didn't even know what he looked like. Usually, hotels will have a policy where rooms have to be cleaned after a certain amount of days to maintain hygiene standards. But maybe since this is an esports hotel, they know not to disturb gamers during the middle of training. Is this perhaps Schrodinger's gamer? If I worked here, I would constantly be thinking, is there even anyone in this room? The last time I was in there, 2 years ago. Thankfully, this elusive guest did actually exist, and it wasn't until he checked out after his 2-year-long gaming session when the staff realized
he checked into a hotel for 2 years. Nobody even knew what he looked like. That's legendary. I'm gonna be honest, like that's incredible. Wow.
something was off. Why does it smell like an entire Asian restaurant was left out in the sun?
It's not that bad. I mean, like, it's really not. You clean that up in, like, maybe a couple hours. That's nothing. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I mean, I get. Yeah.
I have so many questions.
What?
How was he even able to play games when the?
Well, he probably. I mean, maybe that's why he left. That's what it could be. Is that like after 2 years he ran out of room? He probably ran out of room, so then he was trying to go somewhere else. Yeah, he ran out of space. Exactly.
Garbage pillow fort he made over there is over 6 feet tall, blocking both monitors. I'm so nervous, you guys. From the looks of it, the garbage pile extends all the way around the corner, where I'm assuming his bed and blanket made out of plastic bags would be. You know what, though? The floor to the entrance is surprisingly tidy-ish. At least he cleaned a little before checking out by pushing all the garbage further into the room. This here is someone's beautifully staged picture of their clean home, and right outside the area they cropped out is, damn,
the actual
you
home.
live like this? And last question, I promise. You can stay in a hotel room for that long without anyone checking up on you? Guess the sweet life.
Yeah, that's one thing is like, I figure like they would want to go in there just to make sure you're not, I don't know, like performing human sacrifices? Like, I don't know. It's just me.
Of Zack and Cody is scientifically accurate. Cleaning crews then spent 3 whole days clearing trash and disinfecting the room. Staff claim the guest still owes more than 10 days in unpaid fees, totaling roughly $400 USD. Hotel management said the matter has not been reported to the police, and they currently do not plan to pursue further action. That's...
They probably never want to see him again. They're just thinking, thank God he's gone. Thank God. All right, that's fine. Yep, okay, got it. Let's move on. Let's go.
Actually crazy.
Yep, all right,
I really
we're
hope
out.
they gave the staff who had to deal with this paid time off and a vacation and a bonus.
Cut
I
your
don't
losses.
even think an industrial strength power washer would be able to get this room back to its original condition. Yes, you can pick up the trash and Lysol the hell out of the walls and the ceiling, but the
Lysol? What the fuck is that?
bathroom.
Is that for...
With all these stacks of used toilet paper, you'd think he was in the middle.
Why is there nothing? Why is there no? Why can I not see anything on the used toilet? I guess he must have been playing Brown Dust too.
Of doing a budget mummy cosplay from a butt, I would rather take my chances in a Resident Evil bathroom than step foot in here. I guess we don't know the full story. Maybe the toilet stopped working at some point.
Yeah,
I mean, his diet consisted of copious amounts of pop and takeout food, or maybe he had no time to flush because his 200th game of the day was about to queue up. All I gotta say is, Airbnb, when you charge me a cleaning fee for not moving a chair back to its original position, just know it could be worse. It could be worse.
They have cleaning fees for that? I rented an Airbnb, but like I had an assistant do it for me, so like I don't even know how much it was. They have cleaning fees for Airbnb? So I cleaned that shit up for nothing. Fuck.
Is this just a case of locking in too hard, or is there something else going on here? You might be familiar with the term bed rotting, where you spend the entire day doom scrolling, only leaving your bed to go eat, use the washroom, or to go lay down somewhere else. The opposite of a rising ground.
I actually have done that. I've gotten up and then I've gotten out of bed and I've gone upstairs and I went on the computer for like 5 minutes. I was like, oh man, bro, I'm gassed out. I'm tired. I gotta go gonna lay down on a fucking bed.
Mindset, where you turn your brain off.
That was me today, is that right?
Autopilot mode. There are varying degrees of rot, however. Level 1 is your casual lazy vlog, where you come with me to try the viral bed rotting, where you set up your tripod, film yourself aesthetically watching movies while being comfy and cozy.
She loves bed rotting.
In bed.
Yeah. Why is it that women can be all cute about this, but the time that a guy does it, he's a loser? Like, women do it and it's cute and endearing, and then men do it and they're like, oh, you know what? This is so disgusting. This guy isn't doing anything with his life. He needs to move on. Like, what the fuck, man? Is there women? We just expect them to be useless? Is that it?
For an unproductive day, looking this put together, spending your time editing a vlog to post on TikTok while supposedly in hibernation mode is too high energy. That's like at least a couple hours of using your brain and working. Level 2 is when you're so mentally drained from working all week, you have no energy to do anything else. Instead of hitting the gym, meeting up with
Weekends
friends,
are for sleeping the entire day until the afternoon.
and finishing up that huge list of errands, we just default to bed and phone.
Too dirty? Wait, what is this? Too dirty for the bed, too tired for a shower, so on the floor it is? What the fuck?
Phone. I have bed, I have phone,
What the
I have
fuck?
purse. And we laugh
Damn!
at our silly little memes.
Having a roommate's so embarrassing because why did you just watch me rot in bed since 5 p.m.? What do you mean?
Level 3 is when things start getting scary. Almost bordering on man stays in esports hotel for 2 years levels of scary.
When bed rotting, girls see what real bed rotting is. See, that's the thing, right? Is like everybody thinks it's cute, where it's like, you know, some like fucking, you know, some like upper middle class white girl that's been pampered her whole life. Her idea of bed rotting is that she orders DoorDash and she lays in bed all day and watches Love Island. And meanwhile, you compare this to The Last Boss, Japanese VTubers, and their stream setups are like out of Chernobyl. They take a photo of this and I start getting tagged in it. That's bad. Stolen Valor, brother? This.
Everyone bed rots for different reasons, and it actually does calm you down in small doses. But doing it too much is when you start going down the slippery slope of depression and social isolation. Think of bed rotting as a dopamine cheat code. Our brains are dopamine junkies, and low-effort activities like scrolling and liking funny videos give us instant hits with minimal effort. However, these dopamine prices short-circuit the process, making staying in bed more appealing than other activities that require effort. Over time, your brain begins to crave only this kind of easy, low-level stimulation.
That's right.
The result, a shorter attention span, reduced motivation, and a vicious cycle of chasing instant gratification.
That's me.
Hate to admit, but I guess our boomer parents were right. We're eating too much dopamine because we can't put down this damn phone. So the trick to counteract your brain needing so much stimulation to feel anything at a baseline level is to be bored more often. Like those
I think that there are people that like, I mean, for me, like, you know, I stream every single day, right? And so like, and then after I stream, I do other things too on top of that. And in the process of doing all these things, very obviously, like, I'm busy. And so to me, if I have a bed rotting day, this is like, I'm like recovering, right? I mean, this is like a fucking, you know, I'm like in a rest area. This is like, I'm gaining rested experience or something. So, but I think there are some instances. My Arab father unironically raw dogs flights. No music, no games, no show, nothing, just alone. Raw dogging a flight? You mean sitting on an airplane? Like, you mean sitting on... What? What do you mean raw dogging up? You mean sitting...
People who raw dog 2-hour flights.
And
where
she's
they
laughing
get on the
at...
plane,
Look, he's just...
Their seat
just
with
raw dogged an 8-hour flight.
no phone, no music, no movies,
just
not even an overpriced magazine from the airport. It's basically like giving yourself a digital detox so you can come back to life more focused without needing a YouTube essay podcast.
Raw dog a whole flight staring at November 19th on a calendar app? God damn.
TV show playing in the back just so you can fold some laundry
Bro, she never
and play
gonna forget
Fortnite at
that.
the same time. I got into playing trading card games recently, specifically Riftbound and Magic. Gotta say, these nerds are onto something. I've been doom scrolling a lot less and seeing my friends more often in person. Oh, and also meeting new people while playing is pretty cool.
Gathering.
How y'all doing?
Okay, but maybe life is too hard and you can never seem to get ahead. No matter how many rise and grind influencer crash courses you listen to, and all you want to do is lay down on the ground and 1,000-yard stare until it's time for bed. In China, there's a trend called bailan, which translates to let it rot. Since there's so many societal pressures to...
there are a lot of instances that we can tell China is becoming more westernized and more capitalist. Number one, their kids don't want to be doctors and engineers. They want to be influencers like us. Number two, there's like a new vocabulary for them doing fucking nothing. And number three, they're getting fat. You're welcome.
Do well in school, have a family, acquire lots of wealth, climb the corporate ladder by working 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. every day. Young people are saying, nah, that's crazy. I'm gonna go cosplay as a rat instead, which is an actual term that's been trending in China.
Basically, in this trend, the reason why it's called the Lao Shu Ren, the rat people trend, is because rats turn to be most active during the night. And what you see in this lifestyle is that people are mostly active during the night and they spend their days sleeping the hours away, scrolling on their phones.
Well, I was doing that. That's not... That's a... I think that was a word. Like, that's what I always did.
Instead of trying to achieve this seemingly impossible high standard of living without going through a mental breakdown,
what's wrong with
the
that?
rat people are waking up at noon, eating takeout, having a nap, going on their hamster wheel of running through their social media feeds, while using the least amount of energy and money as possible for the day.
去拍照，已经2点了，我对自己还是有点避数。收拾完出去，天黑了，没必要。
This is a way for the younger generation to reject the stressful lifestyle of being as productive as possible for the better good of society. Why would we want to do all that when the odds are stacked against us?
That's
and all
right.
we get in return after working for 50 years is stress-related hair loss and no retirement plan.
Exactly. Yeah. 就是很枯燥，很乏味，就是平常也是能混就混，乏味就是。
It's tedious when you do the same things every day. If my boss tells me to do something, I will ask if I can do it tomorrow, or I will ask, can somebody else do it, or can I not do it?
In Japan, there are people known as...
If my boss asks me to do something, I will ask him if I can not do it. Crazy, bro. Like, whoa.
Who have more of a bedrotting adjacent type of lifestyle. The reason these young recluses never leave their homes isn't because they're part of a social movement who's rejecting a specific way of life. They've become so scared to go out into the real world, they would rather stay indoors where it's safe, and they can pursue their hobbies and interests in peace, often relying on support from their parents or the government. This can happen because of trauma, the overwhelming pressure society puts on you to keep up with your peers, or hikikomoris have gotten so used to social isolation, it's normal for them now, which can sometimes lead to what we know as extreme trash hoarding.
This has got to be bullshit. Like, there's no way. Like, I'm sorry, there's no way this is real. No. Like, what is... There's no way. How do you get out? The trash houses are a rising phenomenon. So it's straight, bro, it's top to bottom DoorDash. Oh my god.
Yeah, so watching the viral Netflix for 6 hours without changing my pajamas all day is child's play compared to this. These rooms are the final bosses of bed rotting. I made a video a while ago about Asian trash home influencers who got famous for their eccentric lifestyles.
I watched that one.
Cooking food alongside their cockroach sous chefs.
This is the one I remember. Yep.
Oh no. I feel like that Ratatouille movie had something to do with this. And adding a touch of mold to everything they eat.
further than it.
I'm still very unsure about whether their whole persona is a shtick or some kind of long con to farm views. But seeing
I can answer that. Both. So basically, for me, you can see pictures of me. Like, let me see if I can pull one up. Is there an image? Because I had one image of my old room. There was an image of my old room that I had. I don't know where it is. Fuck, bro. I might not be able to find it. Oh, man. Well, anyway, it's the exact same as it was, right? It was really the exact same. If somebody finds it, they let me know. But like, yeah, this is what I used to do forever.
This esports hotel video made me want to check up on them. And I see that they're both still around, fit as a fiddle.
Ooh. Ooh, that's right.
Their immune systems probably have developed poison resistance at this point. Anyway.
No, it's that you always do the same thing. Like, the human body is meant to do the same thing a lot. So, like, if your body is used to you eating badly cooked food, then it will just be okay with that. Like, for me, I live the same way. Like, that it adapts. Yeah, you just adapt.
Wakey, wakey, time to get up. Put the phone, laptop, flat screen TV down. This is the last video for this doom scrolling session. I know, I'm already starting to sound like someone's boomer parent, but any more cheap hits of dopamine? Please, son, we're worried for you. You haven't left your room for days, and it smells. Why do you keep saying 6'7"? 6'7"? Tell you what, let's go reset our nervous systems together. We'll go book plane tickets for tonight, show up to the airport with nothing but our passports, go to our seat, and sit there for the full 2 hours without any type of mental stimulation. We're gonna feel so refreshed. If you need a cheaper option...
Imagine your pilot's like, are you gonna raw dog this flight? No, I've got Netflix set up. Oh, bro, we're going into a building.
You could stare at the wall. Everyone's got one or two of those. Oh, and tap the like button to respond to that with a, okay, see you at the airport tonight, Dad. Have a good day, try not to be dumb, and see you in the next one.
No, I thought I'd watch this because I thought it was pretty funny. I need to... Oh, man, I never watched Jake Paul's interview with Donald Trump. I should have watched that.
Morning.
So anyway, I do think these videos are pretty funny. Especially, like, so for me, like, why did the trash influencers and those people do these things? I think the reason why they do them is because, number one, I'll link you guys a video. Indivison, I've watched a lot of his content over the years, and, I do appreciate it. So give him a sub if you haven't already. Link the video. There's the video. There it is. Do pilots not require us to raw dog flights? Maybe. I don't know. They're depressed? Well, here's the reason why I did it. I did it because I wanted to be the guy with the most achievement points on my server, and I genuinely did not give a fuck about anything else other than playing the game. All I wanted to do was play the game. I didn't want to think about anything else. I didn't want to worry about anything else. My focus was entirely surrounding being in the game, playing the game, focusing on the game, thinking about the game, doing tests in the game, doing everything about it, right? Can't call that lazy. Well, it's a matter of priorities more than anything.
I'm Matt Gelka in Washington. Ousted Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro was back in a New York courtroom as his country tries to figure out its economic future. Former Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro and his wife appeared in a New York City courtroom Thursday. It was the latest in the criminal trial against him for drug charges since his capture by U.S. forces in January. Protesters gathered outside the courtroom. Free the prisoners, free them all! President Trump suggested more charges were coming for the ousted dictator.
He emptied his prisons into our country and was a major purveyor of drugs coming into our country. And he's now been captured and I guess be given a fair trial. But I would imagine there are other trials coming.
In Venezuela, Maduro's regime mostly remains, but diplomatic relations have opened with the U.S. At a conference for oil and mining executives this week, Interior Secretary Doug Burgum and Venezuela opposition leader Maria Corina Machado touted the prosperity potential in a post-Maduro Venezuela, a future where the country's vast oil reserves are tapped.
We were able to bring home $100 billion of gold, physically, the gold, to bring back for U.S. refiners.
Since January 3rd, 2026, important steps have been taken to re-engage Venezuela's oil and gas sector and begin addressing years of institutional decline and corruption.
But experts say it will take a lot of time and money in order to get Venezuela's resources to make a difference in the market.
U.S. actions in Venezuela will eventually lead to increases in supplies of crude oil into the marketplace, which would temper any further increases in prices for gasoline and diesel fuel. However, those impacts are years away.
Maduro wanted his case thrown out because of a dispute over whether or not Venezuela could pay for his legal defense. The judge opted not to dismiss the case, but also has yet to set a trial date. Reporting in Washington, I'm Matt Gelka.
Angela Brown joining us now from the live desk with the very latest. Good morning to you, Angela. Iran expected obviously to be the topic of conversation later this morning, and we're getting some breaking news this morning about another top regime leader who has been killed.
This is some major news when you think of what this is tied to, the Strait of Hormuz. The Navy commander for the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, according to the New York Times, has been killed. He played a pivotal role in shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. According to the latest reporting, he was apparently in some sort of apartment hideout when these strikes went down that ended up killing him. He was also with some other leaders. Now, we're still checking on this to get the latest information, but that's the word that the Navy commander was killed, the person who played a high role in shutting down the Strait of the Hormuz. We've also learned in the past 24 hours, Iran is dismissing the U.S. proposed ceasefire. Now, this latest killing could actually play a role or even bring them to the table, possibly, and instead, they're issuing their own counterproposal back to the U.S. Now, according to two Pakistani officials who are mediating talks with Iran, the 15-point plan the U.S. had put forward included things like this. You had sanctions relief, rolling back the nuclear programs, and reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Now, speaking with Republican colleagues last night in Washington, D.C., the president claims Iranian leaders are pushing for a deal.
Never seen anything like we're doing in the Middle East with Iran. And they are negotiating, by the way, and they want to make a deal so badly, but they're afraid to say it because they figure they'll be killed by their own people. They're also afraid they'll be killed by us.
Now, even with the president insisting Iran is negotiating with the U.S., Iran is still launching a wave of attacks across the Middle East. Reports are coming in of a series of strikes that hit in central Israel, injuring a number of people. Meantime, about 2,000 soldiers from the Army's 82nd Airborne Division are inbound to the region. They're going to be on standby for now, but that could change if military leaders decided to use a ground offensive. We're following the latest developments. We're going to have any breaking news right here at the live desk.
And things have just changed in such an incredibly dangerous way with young people doing what I just saw you do on that screen. I cannot imagine the fear that that person had that was working in that store, that he now has just trying to go to work, make a living, and go home. And he has 3 people come in and not just grab a little quick something and run out, but terrorize him for quite some time. Pulling him around, yanking him around, putting guns in his face, all 3 of you. I also, in addition to the PSI, get jail incident reports. And you apparently like to fight and jump people, which is what's been happening in the jail. So it makes it very difficult for me to go, oh, this is somebody that's going to get out and behave, who can follow the rules, because you can't even follow the rules in jail. And the pre-sentence report shows that you're a high risk level, which tells me that after they've looked at everything, that you don't have, unfortunately, a good likelihood of being successful if I were to put you on probation. And Mr. Coleman's right. We're tired of it. And there's got to be something done. So in cause number 25, DCCR 1759, I'm going to find that you entered your plea of guilty freely and voluntarily. I'm going to find sufficient evidence to find you guilty. And at this time, I'm going to find you guilty of aggravated robbery. I'm going to sentence you to a term of 25 years in the institutional division. Years in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Corrections. You will receive credit on that sentence for any time that you've been in custody that the law gives you the right to receive. I'm handing you the trial court certification. This was not an agreement. You have some rights to appeal. I have also handed you a written admonishment regarding your ineligibility to possess a firearm or ammunition. Because of the judgment entered against you, you're ineligible under Texas law to possess a firearm or ammunition. Possession of a firearm or ammunition could lead to charges against you. You can talk to Mr. Rojas about any questions you have about that. I am making an affirmative finding of a deadly weapon. Mr. Fontenette, I understand that this is harsh, and I know you believe this is harsh, but I think this is necessary. I hope that you go and you make things right. You can get out of prison. You're still going to be young, and you can make your life better. That's going to be up to you, okay? You can go back with the bailiff.
Now, Democrats have been getting exposed for a lot of fraud also. First and foremost, they decided to shut down the actual Department of Homeland Security. They decided to shut down all the TSA workers from getting paid and stuff like that. And this backfired dramatically on everyone. All right, they actually started sending news crews to airports to interview a lot of very disgruntled Americans. And quite honestly, this might be a nail in the coffin for the entire party. Everyone understands that they're just pawns in this giant Democrat game to rape you for their own personal benefit.
We have an 11 a.m. flight.
What has it been like?
Terrible.
What do you want Congress to know, who have the ability to shut this down and reopen and have TSA agents come back to work?
I think Chuck Schumer should be ashamed of himself.
Yeah, true base. Yeah, it's so over. The normies are waking up. All right, they're trying to spin this as the Republicans' fault. Republicans even want to fund ICE. Yeah, they do.
Oh, they're right there. All right, they're good to here to help. They're not bothering nobody. As long as they can check my bags and get me on my flight, I'm good to go.
This is someone talking about ICE. This is in Brooklyn, bro. It's in Brooklyn. Deep blue Brooklyn.
Right? I want to get to the Bahamas.
I'm trying to get on this fucking plane. I don't care if ICE is here. They're helping, actually. This is the greatest propaganda campaign of all time by accident. All right, so this is a Soros-backed Philadelphia DA, Larry Krasner, facing calls to resign after vowing to arrest ICE agents at airports. So here you have the public saying, holy shit, we're so happy ICE is here to help, and you literally have Democrats threatening to arrest the people trying to help the civilians.
This is how it works. You commit crimes within the jurisdiction that is the city and county of Philadelphia, I prosecute you. That is how it works. No, I don't take a phone call from the president saying let him go. No, the president cannot pardon you.
What? Bro's trying to veto presidential pardons now? What are we even doing here?
Say it again. The president cannot pardon you.
They absolutely could.
And yes, I will put you in handcuffs, and I will put you in a courtroom, and if necessary, I will put you in a jail cell. If you decide to make the...
It's honestly unbelievable because the Democrats have been consistently letting violent criminals out of jails. All right. Oh, you're a rapist, murderer, pedophile with a mental illness? Go free, my child. Go free. Add some points to the crime stats, please, please. Please do it. We're actually counting. All right. You see, I managed to release this guy after 100 violent arrests, and he hasn't even killed anybody yet. This is honestly incredible stuff. I'm out here with my buddies. I'm betting that I could get to 120 before this guy murders an innocent white girl on a subway. All right, and that's what these guys they fucking do. They play migrant bingo. It's honestly diabolical, and that's what we're dealing with in modern society. So the rapists, the criminals, the murderers, the violent people, those guys all let out of jails, empty the jails, abolish prisons, says the Democrats. Oh, but are you a lawful ICE agent trying to arrest criminals? Well, you need to go to jail forever. If this isn't obviously just a power grab, what is it?
The terrazzo floor of this airport, anything like what you did in the streets of Minneapolis, which involved the criminal homicide of unarmed, innocent people.
Again, this could be slander because that case is not done.
We are not having that here. But let me go back to all ICE agents who are going to keep their oath, who are going to follow the law and uphold the Constitution of the United States. Thank you for keeping your oath. To any agent who might think about doing it an illegal way, I'll be seeing you in court.
Yeah. So anyway, I wish that they were this serious about actually arresting criminals, you know, murderers and rapists and illegals. But they're not. They're not. They only go after their political opponents. They don't actually give a shit about the civilians. That doesn't matter to them at all. Now, Caroline Leavitt did a press briefing today, and she went crazy on them.
They cannot pardon you for what? He's talking to the ICE agents who are
They can't pardon you? What do you mean they can't pardon you?
out water bottles and are helping people
Oh my God, he's handing out water bottles. Arrest him. He's an ICE agent.
move through lines at airports. It's a disgraceful comment. The men and women of ICE are great people. I would encourage this lawmaker, whose name I don't know and don't care to know, to actually sit down and speak with the ICE agents who are on the ground doing this important work.
He won't, because leftists view right-wing people as subhuman. All right, they've conditioned themselves to think of you as a non-human to justify your murder. That's the word game strategy. If you just call every conservative a rapist, you don't mind if they get killed. You just call them all Nazis or Hitler or whatever the fuck. It doesn't matter if they actually die. You just call them fascists to justify some transsexual furry to kill them, and then you could just, go home to your nice little mansion off taxpayer dollars and sip Chardonnay, celebrating the murder of innocent fathers. That's what you do, right? And what else do you do on your free time? I don't know. It's not like you have children of your own. And honestly, the Democrats are losing it. And this has been very
This
confirmed.
pressure made the decision to send some of our amazing ICE agents to help alleviate that stress and address the long wait times. And for all of the critics of this solution a few days ago when it was proposed by the president, it is yielding results. Wait times have improved since ICE arrived, and they are doing everything in their power to help their fellow federal service members. But it's important to take a step back and remember, why is this even happening in the first place? For nearly 6 weeks, Democrats in Congress have kept DHS shut down because they care more about illegal aliens than American citizens. You have Democrat-elected representatives in states across the country who are willing to inflict massive pain on their own constituents to fight for illegal aliens who broke our nation's laws to come here.
That's right.
In recent days, we saw the deadly consequence.
God, it's so obvious. I love when something happens that's just so obvious, dude. Like, these people are literally laughing at the suffering of every American, all right? Literally, to push their agenda that we need to bring rapists into our country.
This deranged policy of Democrat open borders in an illegal alien-first agenda.
Yep.
A beautiful 18-year-old girl.
They're alien first. Oh, dude.
Sheridan Gorman. She was shot and killed in Chicago last Thursday morning while walking in a park with friends.
And they love that, actually. They love that. They fully love that, actually. Yeah. So Anna Paulina Luna said, the American people are witnessing a full-blown breakdown in the Senate. We have a piece of overwhelmingly popular legislation, right, the Save America Act, that still can't get passed through. This entire ordeal has exposed the failures of our system to truly represent the voters. It's all so corrupt. This is an 80-20 issue. Voter ID and funding our agencies. The Democrats keep silencing it because they do not represent the people. It's a corrupt, fraudulent power grab. It always has been. Now, of course, Jimmy Kimmel's freaking out constantly. He always has something to say, pretty diabolical. So Mark Wayne Mullen is now in charge of the Department of Homeland Security. All right, he was just basically elected yesterday. And Jimmy Kimmel went on a show to insult him in, honestly, the greatest way ever. Dude, the disconnect between the average human being and the bourgeoisie of retarded Democrats is beautiful.
Rudy Giuliani might not be with us much longer, but don't worry, Trump's got a whole new generation of thinkers lined up, including his newly confirmed Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne, Chuck Mike, Bruce Dave Mullen. Maybe Mellon's better. He is the now former senator of Oklahoma. Before he was elected to the Senate, Mark Wayne Mullen was a low-level MMA fighter and a plumber. That's right. We have a plumber.
Are we laughing at him because he was a plumber? Right? Yeah, you're right. He didn't get the honor of making $30 million a year as a deeply unfunny propaganda outlet for the Democratic Party, all right, on ABC News. All right.
Protecting us from terrorism.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be real here. I'd prefer a plumber than whatever the fuck Jimmy Kimmel is supposed to be. Right? This guy is a deeply, deeply immoral, unserious propagandist for the left that exists to push the most hedonistic, diabolical policies ever through the guise of a talk show host that's just comedic. This guy's never fixed anybody's toilets. There it is, the Democrat bourgeoisie. Shitting on, people with jobs that they work to support their family, not as a literal agent of Satan to push whatever fucked up policy that the Democrats are pushing now. All right? Mark Wayne Mullen was a plumber. You know what he wasn't? A literal pro-rape advocate like Jimmy Kimmel, who's arguing for open borders.
Now. It worked for Super Mario. Why not Mark Wayne? But honestly, I mean, if Trump is going to keep picking these unqualified people to run the department.
Unqualified? He was a senator. He was a senator. What makes him unqualified? Again, these people are so anti-American, it's insane. They just want, this is the oligarchy party. They want people with bullshit degrees and garbage to magically get positions to decide the fates of the American people. I want someone that actually represents me, all right, in the government. I am so happy that Donald Trump was a businessman and not some entrenched boomer politician guy. If we're being honest for just a second, I would way rather a plumber than somebody who has a degree in feminazi, tap dancing, and underwater gay sex. All right, these degrees don't mean anything to me, but if that happens, that's the most qualified person on the planet, according to Jimmy Kimmel. It's shocking, honestly.
Why not have more fun with it? I mean, next time, instead of Mark Wayne, how about Little Wayne for Homeland Security? At least we could get a concert out of it, right? Mullen is replacing Kristi Noem, who was ousted 3 weeks ago and will never be seen again.
Yeah, honestly, insane stuff. It's shocking that he's getting away with this, right? Before he was elected to the Senate, he was a plumber. The elite of Hollywood, summarized in one moment. Dude, the bourgeoisie is honestly hilarious. It really is. Now, leftists are losing their mind because apparently 3.3 million people have been moved off food stamps since President Trump took office. I celebrate this because I think the entire food stamps program is a giant scam, don't get me wrong. But you want to know something pretty hilarious? This is going to shock you. It's going to shake you to your core. This is the exact number of illegal aliens that left the country in the last 14 months. Coincidence. I wonder if this had anything to do with it. I don't know. Now, the fraud that's getting exposed everywhere is honestly insane. So Congress probes allegation of California hospice fraud now. Nick Shirley made a video exposing hospices in California and how Congress is on it. All right, now we recently had a fraud task force get launched under J.D. Vance, and they're actually doing things. Gavin Newsom might be going to jail.
California, focusing on allegations of rampant hospice fraud. Another waste.
That's right. Independent journalists are saving America, not the entrenched Fox News people, not the bought CNN hacks. All right, none of that shit. It is citizen journalists and citizen conversationalists and commentators that are saving the country, not these deeply bought-off retards pushing agendas.
Spending on taxpayer dollars. Let's bring in now our House Oversight Committee Chairman, James Comer. Welcome to you, Mr. Chairman. So where is your energy focused here?
We're focused solely on hospice fraud in California, specifically in Los Angeles County.
Oh my
A state
God.
audit just came out and confirmed that there's at least $3.5 billion in hospice fraud, primarily in one county, Los Angeles County, in California. That $3.5 billion price tag represents over 10% of the total bill for the federal government for hospice in all 50 states, in every city and every state in America. So
10% of all hospice spending in America is spent in just Los Angeles County. Oh my God.
The red flags are there that there was rampant fraud. There's a whistleblower that's come forward.
Suspiciously, Gavin Newsom never noticed.
That alleges that Gavin Newsom knew about this. This is a very similar...
Bro, we got a whistleblower. Bro's going to jail. Oh my God, they're sending that motherfucker to jail. Holy shit.
Scenario to what we had in Minnesota. So we're moving our investigation after Minnesota into California. We believe this is the
where Nick Shirley goes, Congress follows, bro. Citizen journalism is saving America.
Tip of the iceberg. So we're going to be focused solely on fraud in California. Hopefully we'll have more whistleblowers come forward, and hopefully we can see some accountability.
Those are massive numbers we have on the screen.
Oh
This
God,
is from the
dude.
state audit.
$3.5 billion.
$3.5 billion, almost 2,000 hospice providers involved,
That's crazy.
112 hospices with state licenses in one commercial building. I mean, obviously, this is at the center of your investment.
That is absolutely massive. And there it is. Fraud czar J.D. Vance has already suspended 70 hospice centers in California alone.
We're going to do, and look, we have to do it. As the president said, this is a problem that has festered in this country for
That's
far
right.
too long.
That's right.
And far too few
That's
people
right.
have actually wanted to do anything about it.
That's right.
That's what makes this administration different, is that we actually tackle the problems the American people have been confronting.
Honestly, he's not even wrong. Fraud czar J.D. Vance already suspended 70 hospice centers in California alone, mere days after the task force was created by President Trump. Oh my God, bro, this is diabolical. Things are actually happening. Things are really happening. In fact, here's another Democrat fraud case that just went down that was honestly pretty hilarious. This is a Manhattan attorney breaking down into tears, sentenced for $4.4 million in COVID fraud.
I did these crimes, and I deserve to go to jail. I don't know.
I did the crimes, and I deserve the time.
I was the same for myself.
Holy
All right,
shit.
Mr. McKenna, I understand.
Sorry, bro.
And I really appreciate you taking full responsibility. Under indictment
Whoa!
739. Yes, please. Oh, please. No worries.
You granted a 6-week extension. It was very helpful to my son.
Thank you very much, sir. But ultimately, sir,
I know.
Yep, El Bozo. Don't do fraud
Alright.
next time. This could have been avoided.
under indictment 73900 of 2024, where you pled guilty to grand larceny in the
Pled
second
guilty.
degree in violation of Penal Law 155.
It sucks, bro.
which is
Anyway,
a
El Bozo.
You're hereby sentenced to 1 to 3 years in prison to run concurrent under indictment 70277 of 2025, where you pled guilty to grand larceny in the first degree in violation of penal law.
And it's actually happening. People are actually going to, I did the crimes, I deserve to go to jail. W, let's go. Let's go. Anyway, moving on. I'm sure that some people's heartstrings will be tugged, but don't let the retards manipulate you. That's how they win. All right, don't let them win by manipulating you. All right, don't fucking do it. All right, don't do it. You're not a woke judge. You don't. That doesn't work on you. All right, don't fucking fall for that shit. Law and order, baby. It's how the country rolls. It's the only way, honestly. This is Indian-born Representative Shri Thanader, known for torturing animals in the past, getting slapped down by a TSA administrator after he claimed that ICE agents are not qualified to serve in airports. You know, the thing that's literally helping all of the country.
Telling TSOs that untrained ICE agents can...
Dude, I just have to say, I love whenever this guy shows up, because he's a perfect poster child for the entire Democratic Party. The Democratic Party has been taken over by radical foreigners that have invaded our country and, like fucking parasites, sucked off of our glorious, bountiful breasts of America. All right, quite literally, to get into positions of power they never deserved, so that they could destroy us from within. All right, they get elected because we bring in a bajillion infinite Somalis. They elect a Somali, and that Somali fights for Somalia and fucking hates America. And this is what happens everywhere. So Mr. Thaneder over here hates America, trying to destroy our immigration law from the inside. And we have to understand that these foreigners, this guy didn't fucking assimilate into American society. If I was president, I would deport this guy.
And do a better job than they can.
I'm extremely thankful to the president for recognizing the crisis that we are in and leveraging assets across the Department of Homeland Security to assist our agency in this very difficult time. And the ICE agents that have shown up are there in the support of the TSA mission, and we've been spending time training them the last few days, and we're seeing relief, signs of early relief at the airports where we're seeing long lines, and this is how we function as a department. We collaborate across the component agencies. And this just underscores the importance of funding the...
I love how literally people were suffering in airports. Okay, so Trump sent in ICE agents to help in airports. They helped dramatically in airports. Everyone in the airports is super happy that ICE is there. Democrats are so unhappy that the people are happy, that they're trying to use congressional reach-arounds to stop people from getting on their flights. They're fucking evil and they hate America. Pay attention, okay?
The entirety of the DHS functions.
Well, the ICE agents haven't been trained to do their ICE work.
You haven't been trained to speak English, and yet for some reason I have to fucking listen to your ass.
And now, I don't know what kind of training you're giving them in this short time, but I see them all sitting down.
I know that ICE agents are actually not super trained. I know that they're literally helping the airports, but I actually don't give a fuck. We should deport the ICE agents. We should stop funding border policy. We need 1 million more people that speak in the same way I do in this country immediately.
Looking at their phones or chit-chatting, but looks like they have no role.
I saw an ICE agent on his phone in an airport. He shouldn't be there. We should get rid of him. Put him in jail. I don't like him. He's stopping my 4,000 cousins from entering the country.
To play.
That's I've been talking to my field leadership. The ICE agents that are there are doing non-specialized screening functions. It's been incredibly helpful to alleviate the...
Yeah, maybe we should actually trust the TSA administration, okay? Maybe we should... well, I literally said the Transportation Security Administration. Maybe we should actually trust the TSA when they say that ICE is helping, instead of trust fucking Sharif Anadar over here, who literally fucking hates our country.
Burden on our workforce, and we're getting positive...
All right, Sharif Anadar, go back to abusing animals, all right? Go back to that. Didn't this guy have like a whole scandal that he had like a whole truck of starving dogs that he ended up killing or something? That was a real thing. Breaking news, all right? This keeps happening, all right? The fraud czar is actually crushing these people. A mother of 7 from Somalia, no heartbreaking, has been sentenced to prison for operating a fraudulent daycare scheme that took $800,000 in taxpayer funds. Perp walk that bitch. That's right. Go try to commit piracy in prison. Alrighty. They might execute for coming out of prison a homosexual. Anyway, moving on. Point is, no, we should be so sad. Nope, don't care. Now, this is one of my favorite videos I think I've seen in a very long time. Ever since the video of the leftists screaming that diversity is our greatest strength, and then the fucking ISIS terrorist jumps over him and throws a bomb. That's one of my favorite videos. This is another one. All right, this just goes to show you how retarded the left is. They just don't believe in basic reality. All right, if they believe men can be women, then they'll believe in what this guy's about to tell you.
Have you noticed a change in sort of demographics, the people who live here and so on?
Not particularly.
Did you notice a change in demographic? Not particularly. I love how I just give Indian accents now to people that are fucking retarded. I'm sorry. I apologize. No, really, I didn't even notice any form of demographic change. Fucking Death Eater walks behind you. Literally, I didn't even notice the Dementor back there. Didn't see her coming.
I don't see it hasn't changed in any great deal, to be honest with you.
And a second one! Oh my god! Oh, a second Dementor had hit the tower, Mr. President.
Have you noticed?
See, this one of the. Have you noticed the demographic change? No. Oh, actually, I didn't notice anything. Literally, the entire fucking Voldemort gang walks behind him, and like literally one after the other. The whole fucking Nazgul was there in the same fucking frame as him, bro. The whole Nazgul was there. Did you realize that Mordor is coming back to power? Nah, mate, didn't notice it. Oh, yeah, all right, dude. So anyway, you have to understand what we're dealing with, bro. You have to understand the diabolical bullshit, the diarrhea that comes out of leftoid throats. They tell us that we need to coexist with these people, right? This is England.
We don't say that Islam is here to live, to coexist with lots of different religions.
You're a racist if you don't think they can coexist. Then they turn the mic to this guy, and he's like, we can't fucking coexist, we need to kill you.
And all of us can just hold hands and be friends. This religion has been sent to dominate, to wipe out, to take out every other religion.
Let me get this straight. If I say that Islam is here to dominate, wipe out, and take out every other religion, I'm Islamophobic. All right, I'm Islam. I could go to jail for saying that in England. A Muslim will say exactly the same shit, and it's like, well, that's just his culture. We gotta respect it.
To have the people leave every religion and to accept Islam. And if that requires fighting to
Why the fuck are we bringing these people in our countries?
achieve it, then it requires fighting to achieve it.
This is a literal call to violence. like, how do you interpret this in any way other than we need to kill Christians and Jews? I'm not trying to be controversial, but how do you understand this in literally any other way?
Because the greatest purpose for which jihad was legislated is to make the word of Allah the highest and the word of those who disbelieve the lowest, even if the disbelievers hate it. We're not shy to say it, and we don't find that to be something that
They're not even shy to say it. I say they're here to dominate us, and I'm Islamophobic. He says they're here to dominate us, and they're like, that's just his culture. And then they fucking blow shit up, and then you're Islamophobic for noticing. All right? This is not a third world country. This is South Carolina. Let's be honest for a second. All right, this just happened yesterday, or today actually. 4 in the morning, our time. All right, so that's like noon in England. All right, this is literally today in England at noon. Get a load of this. Here you have a priest. Just get stabbed. Maybe it wasn't in England, actually. Maybe I'm mistaken. I just did the research. This is not England. It's Australia. Same shit. Doesn't miss a different toilet. All right. This is a video of Mohammed getting caught red-handed in a public toilet, raping his own younger sister. Yeah. Unbelievable, honestly. And then he gets all upset, bro. When people discover them, they seize Mohammed, who then said, "This is my sister." Beautiful stuff. Now, this is a story that was going very viral today. Get a load of this.
And here's one portrait of how an Afghan family formed, and of women's rights in Kabul in 2015.
This is gonna break you.
Asadullah raped his wife's cousin. He was convicted and jailed for it. The beautiful girl here, whose name means smile, is the child from that rape. Born in jail because her mother, Gulnaz, here, was charged with adultery under what passes for Afghan justice.
That's right.
As her rapist was married.
She was charged for adultery for getting raped, all right? And then forced to marry the rapist. Are we on the same page?
To marry him as still. To be accepted into Afghan society again, she had to marry. To marry him, become her rapist's second wife. Now, things are
We
said
should
to be
import
okay.
infinite of these guys into our countries.
Their third child is on the way.
If I hadn't married her, according to our traditions, she couldn't have lived back in society.
You did her a favor by
brothers
marrying her after
didn't want
raping
to
her.
accept her back. Now she doesn't have any of those problems.
Isn't that beautiful?
I didn't want to ruin the life of my daughter or leave myself helpless, so I agreed to marry him. We are traditional people. When we get a bad name, we prefer death to living with that name in society.
Right. Well, I'm really glad we should definitely import infinite of these guys into our countries. All right, this culture feels like it could totally intermingle. All right, now just to understand the intermingling of cultures, because I was reliably told by leftists that all cultures are actually equal. There's no such thing as inferior cultures. Watch them try to explain this to this guy. This will break you. I told you this video is going to radicalize you. This is going to radicalize the shit out of you. We cannot intertwine with these people. They cannot assimilate into our culture. They're savages.
Some of them, they're not screaming. It's like they wanted to be raped, you see.
Some of them wanted to be raped.
She also grabs you, see no
It's
more
like
crying.
she's enjoying it, you know, even though she isn't, but it's like she's enjoying it.
Do you think it's right? Do you think it's right to rape?
Yeah, it's wrong. Yeah, it's wrong.
It's wrong. It's wrong. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe this guy could integrate.
What about the consequences of what you're doing in terms of how that affects the person that's raped?
Yeah, the consequences, we look at that all the time, you know, because it happens, she might scream, you know, people.
There are consequences to raping women, says the migrant. She might scream while getting raped. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We have now entered into the window in his mind. The consequences of raping people is they might scream while getting raped. I feel like we should import infinite of these guys into our society.
People might wake up. A lot of people, especially.
Yeah, people can like wake up when you rape people because they scream and wake the neighbors. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This guy is speaks English. He's integrated. He's integrated into Western society, guys. This is a good one.
I'm talking
Remember, 50% of them can't speak English, so this is one of the good ones.
about the emotional effect, the physical effect it has on
But what about, like, actually being bad for the woman getting raped, though?
Yeah. Sometimes we know that we might rape her and wake up tomorrow with viruses ourselves, like HIV.
That's right. There are other consequences. You might even catch a disease. Is raping women bad? Well, I don't rape. Okay. Why not? Well, there's consequences. She might scream, or I could catch a disease.
HIV, you know.
What about regretting what you've done to the girl?
I also do regret about it, because if she
that too, right, yeah.
fell pregnant,
Because what if she got pregnant?
what will be
I hope this is parody, man. I hope it's parody. I've just seen so many clips of these. I don't even know.
that baby's father? Who will be that baby's father?
But what about her personal feelings?
Oh my god, dude. Please tell me this is parody. Okay, so I just looked it up. Apparently. Parody. This is an interview with Somalians, and it is actually not a parody. So yeah, let's import infinite of these guys into our countries. So Rupert Lowe, who's based as fuck and running for the next prime minister in England, God, I hope he wins. I want to know exactly how many Palestinian migrants were flown into Britain for NHS treatments. I have again formally requested the Department of Health on the current number, cost, and impact of British patients. Separately, I've asked the Home Office what is the current immigration status of those who have been imported into the country. How many have been granted asylum? How many are now on benefits? How many family members have arrived? The BBC previously reported that according to the World Health Organization, 10 children were medically evacuated along with 50 companions. 50 companions for 10 children. Madness. This was months ago. What's the number now? They hope we'll all just forget about it. Not happening. Restore Britain's position is very clear. We should not accept a single refugee or asylum seeker from Gaza. Not one. This dude's been based as shit, by the way. Consistently based as shit. Unbelievable. I really don't care if the boat migrants want a better life. It's not our problem. True. That's right. And if you call me racist, I don't care. I don't care. I actually just do not give a shit. Germany has a different policy. They just introduced a 24-point plan to anchor Islam into every layer of society, schools, funding, law, and public life. Oh my God. Yeah, this is just literally happening at every level of Western civilization. And then, after they're welcomed in with open arms, they will use it to control you. I'm not going to show you this entire video, but this rant went very viral, and it's perfect.
Preferences is 99% of the time weird, racist, or all of the above.
That's right. If you actually have preferences, racial preferences when dating, or specific aversions to dating specific ethnicities, you are racist, and you have to stop doing that now. Having racial preferences in dating is racist. Sir, just let me rape you, sir. It's racist if you don't let me rape you, sir. I don't think you understand where I am at in society. I don't think I'm a racist, and if you do, I don't care. Domestically, there's quite the situation going on, and it's honestly some of the funniest thing in the universe that I'll be honest, we've been praying for times like this. I'm saying that sarcastically, but also, during the first 9 months of 2025, there were 356 shootings in New York City with a black perpetrator and 2 shootings with a white perpetrator. Ladies and gentlemen, the per capita debate is over. I saw this number and I was immediately so excited to get called a racist on Twitter for like the next 2 weeks. Because apparently, noticing this makes you a racist. I'm so happy that we could just like completely end the discussion. You know, you explain to people, riddle me this, Batman. What makes up 13% and also half? Right? You're expecting some cheeky response. But the reality is this is diabolical. All right? In the first 9 months of 2025 in New York City, there were 356 shootings perpetrated by black individuals, 2 shootings perpetrated by white individuals. This is the craziest statistic in the history of time, by the way. It's not even like New York City is majority black people. It's just almost like certain cultures are different than other cultures. It's almost like some cultures do tend to glorify violence more than other cultures. You're racist for noticing, by the way. But this is like a debate-ending event, all right? This is the fucking Thanos endgame situation. Bro, this is like AIDS statistics for gay people. Bro, this is like female genital mutilation statistics for Somalians. This is like figuring out that, 6% of the British population are Pakistani Muslims, and they are 97% of the rape gangs. Every once in a while, a statistic just stares at you in the face, slaps you fucking hard, and then explains to you that actually the leftoid reality that they're trying so hard to push on you is actually not true. Next time you turn on Netflix and you got a whole metric fuck ton of violent white guys, you'll anyway, discussion over. Moving on. Super important to note, Zoran Mamdani had a lot to say about this New York violent streak, all right? I am outraged by this hateful anti-Muslim attack in our city. An anti-Muslim attack happened in your city, really? That's horrible. No one should be targeted with slurs. Wait, the anti-Muslim attack was slurs? Muslim New Yorkers have deserved more to move through the city safely, and indignity, Islamophobia, no place here. All right, so let me get this straight. Let's just try to understand this. You didn't condemn 2 ISIS terrorists throwing actual bombs on your street in New York. Let's just understand. But you're here making a whole hullabaloo over Muslim woman thrown to ground by stranger yelling Islamophobic slurs at New York City subway stop. Again, I'm not minimizing it. I don't think it's acceptable. I don't think there should be any violence. But you're gonna downplay a literal ISIS Islamic terror attack, and you're gonna make a whole hullabaloo over Islamophobic slurs. Like, are we serious, bro? This is fucking crazy, dude. And then you get like an actual kill shot in the response. At Grok, is it Islamophobia if most terrorists are Muslim? No, Islamophobia implies irrational hatred of Muslims as a whole. Global data shows that, yeah, most, 70-80% of terrorism is Islamic. Yeah, you're racist for noticing. You're racist for noticing. Another one of those. Now, speaking of being racist for noticing, dude, I honestly don't know how you have the gall to continue lecturing anyone on discrimination when your wife has been caught praising the October 7th massacre and you defended her on live TV. All right, I don't care. All right, your boos mean nothing. I've seen what makes you cheer. It's almost like they're trying to conquer us from within and lecture us while they're doing it. It's almost like that. Now, Donald Trump made this tweet. The Democrats don't want to make any deals unless amnesty and citizenship is given to millions of criminals who have entered our country illegally, many of whom have been convicted of serious crimes. Protect America. And this is honestly insane. All right, Chicago alderwoman Maria Haddon. This is heartbreaking. There's a woman by the name of Sheridan. This girl, Sheridan Gorman, murdered by an illegal alien from Venezuela in Chicago 2 days ago. The way this has been covered by the left is one of the most disgusting fucking things I've ever seen. And you're racist for noticing. All right, so let's see how the news was discussing it.
On the pier, they walk around. So the kids were out doing normal things people do in the neighborhood. And it sounds like this might have been a wrong place, wrong time, running into a person who had a gun. They might have startled this person at the end of the pier unintentionally.
Maybe the illegal alien murderer was startled unintentionally, and Sheridan was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. No. You know who's in the wrong place at the wrong time? The illegal alien. You know, the one that came here illegally, that shouldn't be in the country at all, but is for some reason in the country, and the Democrats are fighting tooth and nail to keep in the country? If this guy would have been arrested 2 weeks earlier, all right, the Democrats would have been protesting to release him, all right, and now he's a murderer. You will never convince leftists to change their mind, because their minds are not made up based on any form of logical, coherent reasoning, all right? Their mind is made up on political advantage. It's all about the narrative. How dare you say that she was in the wrong place at the wrong time? She probably startled the innocent illegal alien that murdered her in cold blood. And let me make something else clear for you. Remember when I told you just a minute ago that statistics sometimes will radicalize the fuck out of you? There were more Americans killed in Chicago since the Iran war started than literally killed by the Iranians. These people are diabolical. And it gets worse. So this is the Chicago mayor, Brandon Johnson, all right? He was asked, hey, do you want to apologize to the family of Sheridan who was murdered by an illegal alien and was only in the city because of your policies that kept him there?
We're going to continue to pray for those victims.
Will you take this opportunity to apologize to Sheridan's parents for the policies that you promoted that would directly cause her death? That suspect would not be in the city, would not be in the country, but for your policies. Will you take this opportunity to apologize?
Well, again, I believe that we're all grieving the loss of Sheridan and other folks who have lost their lives because of senseless violence. And let's just be very clear, between the Safety Act and the Welcoming City Ordinance, the Welcoming City Ordinance was passed 40 years ago by the first black mayor in the history of Chicago.
Oh, and he was black, so you can't obviously undo that.
And the Safety Act was passed under the governor at that time, who was a Republican.
That has nothing to do with anything.
Your Honor. Thank you for your questions.
And that's it. Doesn't want to apologize. No need to apologize. No need to apologize. She was killed by an illegal alien. That's cool. Anyway, this is the governor of Illinois, all right? And this is what he had to say. Honestly, it's somehow even worse.
There have been real failures. Those failures, of course, extend beyond the borders of Illinois. That's their national failures, a failure to have comprehensive immigration reform, a failure of the president to follow his own edict to go after the worst of the worst.
Let's understand this. Donald Trump is trying to deport every illegal alien. The Democrats pushed back so hard that he's not even able to, because he unfortunately can't, because he's too weak. All right, if Trump was a stronger man, he would fucking send in the National Guard and they would deport every single illegal alien, and I wish he would. All right, and whoever runs their ticket based on deporting every single fucking illegal alien that invaded our country, that guy gets my vote immediately. But to say that it's Trump's fault that this violent illegal alien murdered a woman in your state, that you were fighting to keep there and prevent his deportation. You protested and rioted like domestic terrorists to prevent ICE from deporting this guy. And then this guy murders someone, and then you blame Trump. Literally, what is even happening? This is like unthinkably evil. All right, then they ask Hakeem Jeffries. All right, they ask him, hey, sir, what do you think about the illegal alien? All right, would you have him deported now that he's a murderer?
Do you expect an illegal immigrant has been charged with murdering a college student in Chicago last week? Do House Democrats believe if he's convicted, he's someone who should be deported?
I'll look into the case.
You'll look into the case? He just said, if this is a murderer, would you agree to deport him? He's illegal in the country. He's a murderer, a convicted murderer. All right, if that's the case, would you deport him? I'll look into it, maybe, who knows? This is unbelievable. Like, the mask is so off, it's unbelievable. It's shocking. This is one of the most Elon Musk responds with, wow. Dude, this is unfathomable levels of evil. They want us destroyed. All right, they literally want us destroyed. Speaker Johnson had things to say about this, too.
Sadly, there will be no Democrats marching in the streets for Sheridan Gorman.
Nope, they don't care. In fact, in fact, they want more of this to happen. All right? Like, I'm so tired of living in this delusional universe where we have to make believe that people aren't actually responsible for the consequences of their actions. If the Democrats' actions are directly bringing illegal aliens into our country and preventing their deportation, then all the blood spilled by these illegal aliens is on the hands of the people that kept them there. I am so tired of the left making believe that actually people don't really even have agency. What do you mean? Consequences for my actions? What are you talking about? I had no influence over that guy murdering somebody. He's just a guy. He's just a human. He had his own choices to make. No. He was there because of you. All the blood that he spills is on you. We're dealing with a domestic threat that is trying to kill us through their very policy.
They won't even talk about her today. I promise you, they won't even bring it up. No one holding signs demanding justice for her killer.
Where's that? Everyone's crying for Renee Good and Alex Preddy, two retards that were fighting their heart out to make sure Sheridan would get killed today. All right? Understand what they were fighting for. All right? Alex Preddy, who they all marched for. Renee Good, who they all marched for. You know, the Karen lesbian retard that committed suicide by cop. All right? They're all marching. They're going to vigils. They're talking about her every day. They're still talking about her to this day. She was fighting to make sure Sheridan would get murdered by an illegal alien. That's what she was fighting for.
It's among the most shameful episodes we have ever seen.
It's unbelievable.
They cannot even bring themselves to say
Shocking.
that this shouldn't have happened.
Because they want it to happen. All right? If they keep proving again and again and again that they don't want to take action to prevent this from happening, it leads me to believe that they actually kind of want it to happen. Otherwise, they would do something, which they don't. So maybe perhaps they are trying to kill us. Who knows? It's a more reasonable explanation.
We hope that someday Democrats finally come to their senses again and put the safety of American citizens first, but we're not holding our breath. Until then, here's what Republicans will do, okay? We're going to pray, obviously, for Sheridan and her family, every American citizen victimized by these senseless, avoidable crimes. We will continue to fight for the rule of law and to call out the madness when we see it. And here's what we will not do. We will not allow Democrats to hold our airports and our country hostage so they can re-implement their catastrophic, deadly open borders policies and threaten the lives of our children. This is common sense versus crazy.
Bro, thinking about how Trump was able to more effectively defeat the Iranian terrorists than the Democrats that are trying to kill us from the inside.
Everybody can see it, and they're going to put it on display again tomorrow. As the leader said, we're going to vote to fund Homeland again. And I think that vote tally, that should be blown up. It should be put at poster size in every airport terminal. So
I agree, actually. That would be great. Now, the crazy thing is, everyone is calling them out on how disgusting this is. Because this is just unfathomable. Here you have an illegal alien that murders somebody, and the best that they could do is say, I'm not going to apologize, actually. Or it's Trump's fault.
Donald Trump.
Well, he's absolutely blaming Donald Trump. And listen, I'm not a rabid Trump supporter or hater. But if you're going to blame the federal government, then blame it where this problem began, which was under the Biden-Harris administration that allowed 15 million people from
This is a Democrat, by the way.
South America, Central America, and across the oceans to come through our southern borders, manipulate asylum, be poorly vetted, and then scattered to the 7 winds of the United States. That's where this problem started, and I have yet to hear a single Democrat hold Biden and Harris accountable for what has happened.
Because for them, it's just victory and power. All right, that's the major difference between the right and the left. The left wants to win by any means necessary, and the right ultimately does have principles. Sometimes misguided, but they have principles, at least, that exist. The left just wants to win. That's why the left will celebrate the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That's why they'll pray for Trump's assassination. They'll be sad that the bullet missed. I don't know a single Republican that was hoping that Joe Biden would get assassinated. When Joe Biden was diagnosed with cancer, I saw conservatives saying, you know, best of luck, I hope you get through this well. And I saw leftists jeering at him because he wasn't pro-Palestine enough or whatever. The reality is, there is one side that's evil. All right, this really is good and evil. It's not right and left anymore. And too many people are just closed-minded and think that this is just policy debates. It's really not policy discussions at all, actually. It's a society, a Western civilization, based on biblical values and the demons that try to destroy us.
Because they knew who they were allowing in, they have their information, they vetted them poorly and still let them go even when they were criminals. And to say it's Donald Trump's fault.
The pro-rape party has decided that it's Donald Trump's fault that the pro-rape party invited rapists into our country.
Simply because we refuse to work with them to go after those high-priority targets. There are 2,000 priority targets in the city of Chicago right now who we know are dangerous, courtesy of the Biden-Harris administration that vetted them.
That's crazy.
But we will not allow the Trump administration to remove them simply because we don't want to look as though we're capitulating to him.
Understand that. There are 2,000 highly dangerous illegals that we know about in Chicago, and the actual Chicago
Morongo Basin Community Health Center. So I'm gonna be doing that right now while I show you this stuff, guys. Sorry, I gotta focus on my health right now, but this is what I'm watching this on my phone in the other room.
On a fundamental level, and they want us dead, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna wake these people up. All right, I'm gonna wake you guys up. The real red pill is being able to discuss these things. Yes, the Democrats institute policies directly because they want to fucking kill us. Yes, when you look at the crime rates and crime statistics between the 2 white shooters versus the 356 black shooters in New York City over the first 9 months of 2025, it makes you start thinking about things. Yes, when 80% of terrorist attacks globally are Islamic, you start to really consider if maybe the doctrine is the issue. Now, Lisa McCain went nutty over the Democrats for this.
Was your child. Just think about that for a minute. As a mother, it absolutely infuriates me because Democrats are refusing to put my children, our children, American children, over these violent, illegal criminals. That's not hypothesis. That is fact. And if you don't believe it, why don't you talk to Sheraton's parents? I just get irritated, and I can't believe this is going on in America.
It is shocking. It is absolutely shocking, if you even think about it for a second.
Democrats are back to their old chant, defund the police. I mean, that is who they are. Make them own that.
Yeah, they're anarchist communists that want to tear down the West. Absolutely.
Here's the thing, though. It's time. Not just a slogan. This is a shutdown of our homeland security.
Yeah, while we're at war, no less. All right, now, the mayor, Brandon Johnson, decided this is what he's going to do today, 2 days after the murder of Sheridan from an illegal alien in his city. Showcases brand new Abolish ICE snowplows.
And to all of the residents who participated in our snowplow naming contest, keep speaking up in every way and any way that you can.
Bro, this is domestic terror. These people are traitors. They're traitors to the United States. And the boiling point, we're going to reach a boiling point at some point, and it's going to be fucking ugly. Because we have the guns. We have the guns. I'm just saying.
I look forward to meeting with the Chicagoans who submitted the winning names, and I look forward to seeing our city's pride, our spirit, and even, yes, our humor represent us again next year. And so with that, take a moment to, I guess, take in all that you all have been waiting for. This moment is finally here. The snowplow.
The moment of naming a snowplow. Again, these are deeply unserious people. It's honestly insane. This is 2 days after an 18-year-old was murdered by an illegal alien in his own city. All right, bro has blood on his hands, and I'm tired of making believe he doesn't. And they're all going after the left for this specifically. This was such a obvious and heinous, disgusting situation. There's really no possible way to interpret this other than they're evil and they want us dead for their own political agenda.
Sheridan Gorman, beautiful young girl with her future before her, murdered by an illegal who was let in during the Joe Biden open border. And Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrat leader, can't even say he would have wanted him deported after he committed more crimes after he came here illegally, before he murdered her. This is how far the Democrat Party has gone off the rails. They are a party that has lost their way, and millions of people are suffering. It's not just the 100,000 workers at the Department of Homeland Security that are working without pay. It's the millions of Americans who are having flights canceled, who are showing up at an airport and waiting in a parking garage in a line that's going to be over 3 hours long, and by the time they finally get through security, they find out that they missed their flight. Sheridan Gorman?
Yep. Just absolutely shocking. And the mask slipped. There's no putting the genie back in the bottle. There's just been too many instances over too short a period of time that anyone that's even remotely paying attention should be absolutely revolted and disgusted by this. All right, this is another story that for some reason didn't really get discussed a lot. Trans migrant, it's a rare one. This is like a shiny Pokemon, all right? A migrant and a transgender. Sweetheart plea deal in the rape of a 14-year-old boy. Many such fucking cases, I guess. Literally, what are we doing here, man? Democrats just playing rapist bingo. All right, let's bring in the transgender migrant, bro. Holy shit, it's insane. It's insane. Rapist bingo with the Democrats today. Was it a transgender or was it a migrant? It was both. That's the fucking free spot at the center of the little fucking bingo card. All right, now, the reality is, we know why the Democrats are doing this, and it's to rig elections, steal elections, and make believe that they have better morals than we do. All right, now, our morals are given by God, whether you're an atheist or not, whether you're a Christian or a Jew or whatever your actual philosophical mindset is. Our country is based on biblical values. It's based on pretty fundamental ideas. You know, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal, all right, thou shalt not commit adultery. I guess people forgot about that one, it seems. But you know, we're based on biblical values here. We really are. That is why we have the most moral system in existence that's being corrupted by the forces of Satan. We are up against satanic pedophiles. Literally, not even exaggerating. They want to tear down every possible biblical foundation of our country. All right, now, you could say, they're not actually worshiping Satan knowingly. They just coincidentally follow all of Satan's policies. And you know what? I'm willing to give that to you. I believe that. You know, you convinced me. Drive a hard bargain. They use the 10 Commandments as a to-do list, I guess. But the reality is, here's Nick Shirley actually talking to people why they would vote for Gavin Newsom. And if this isn't the most radicalizing shit in the world, I don't know what is.
Would you guys vote for Gavin Newsom in 2028?
I vote for him because he got me released from coming home from a life sentence. Really?
He would vote for Gavin Newsom because thanks to Gavin Newsom, this guy's back on the streets from a life sentence.
Yeah. Wow.
So, so he didn't hold me back. He didn't hold me back. He signed off saying I'm fit for society. So yes, I would vote for Gavin Newsom.
What were you locked up for? If you don't mind me asking.
I was locked up for murder, carjacking, and robbery.
Would you?
Mr. Murder Carjacking Robbery Guy is voting for Gavin Newsom because Gavin Newsom got him out of jail. Are we understanding the grift yet? If you let fraudsters get away with fraud, the fraudsters vote for you. If you let murderers get out of jail, then the murderers vote for you. If you let illegal aliens into the country and protect them, then you get the illegal aliens to vote for you. If you give free shit to poor people, then the poor people vote for you. If you give drugs to drug addicts, then the drug addicts vote for you. Once you understand the central doctrine of the Democratic policy, you understand a lot about society. And the pushback is already here. It is official. Legislation has been advanced in Arizona to ban illegal aliens from having bank accounts, sending remittances out of country, closing loopholes that allow them to get loans. This is huge. Make it in all 50 states. Fucking obviously. Like, the reason why I'm so shocked whenever I see this, it's like, wait, you mean to tell me that people are allowed to invade our country illegally and just like fucking live their life and open bank accounts and send our money out of the country and take loans from our banks that they don't need to pay back because we don't even know who the fuck they are? Every day I wake up and I see them criminalize something and I'm like, holy shit, this was legal? Like, dude, we're a country with borders. We have borders. Why are we doing this to ourselves? It does not benefit us that people invade our country and rape us. Our policy should be America first because I don't like getting raped, actually. Democrats decided to become the pro-rape party for some reason. And here I am putting my foot down saying, stop raping, sir.
A ceasefire agreement between America and Iran. Check this out. President Trump, I am pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had over the last 2 days very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution to our hostilities in the Middle East. I've instructed the Department of War to cease fire any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure. Wounded animals can still be very deadly, but in this situation, they have no air superiority, they have no air defenses, they have no naval defenses, they have no defenses at all. You could take out anything you want. Iran has entirely denied all of President Trump's claims. So what does that mean? It's probably just brinksmanship from both sides, not wanting to look weak, but I would bet on there being negotiations. Iran is not in a position to not negotiate. Everything's been destroyed.
If these talks go well and you reach a ceasefire agreement with Iran, do you believe Israel would abide by that agreement?
I think Israel will be very happy with what we have. We just spoke to Israel a little while ago. I think they'll be very happy. This will be peace for Israel, long-term peace, guaranteed peace. If this happens, and I can't guarantee it, but I think it's going to. My life is a deal. That's all I do is deals my whole life. I think this is something that's going to happen. And why wouldn't it happen? So tomorrow morning sometime, their time, we were expected to blow up their largest electric generating plants that cost over $10 billion to build. It's a very good one. There was no dearth of money. And one shot, it's gone. It collapses. Why would they want that? So they called. I didn't call. They called. They want to make a deal. And we are very willing to make a deal. It's got to be a good deal. And it's got to be no more wars, no more nuclear weapons. They're not going to have nuclear weapons anymore. They're agreeing to that. Any of that stuff, there's no deal.
Next news, breaking news.
President Trump just dropped a political nuclear bomb on the Republican Senate, and he did it right to their faces. In a fiery address that has Washington scrambling, the president demanded Republicans terminate the filibuster immediately or watch their entire legislative agenda die for the next 3 years. But here's what the mainstream media will not tell you. While Chuck Schumer desperately tries to hold to his crumbling coalition together, something extraordinary is happening outside of the Beltway. A voice you would never expect is now absolutely destroying the progressive left's argument against voter ID. The question isn't whether election integrity reforms will pass anymore. The question is, will Republicans finally have the spine to make it happen? So let me tell you exactly what's at stake here, because this affects every single one of you watching. If we don't secure our election, your vote means nothing. Think about that for a minute. You go to the polls, you do your civic duty, and some illegal ballot from God knows where cancels you out. That's not democracy, that's theft. And it's happening in states across the nation. California, it's an absolute disaster. President Trump said it himself. Mail-in ballots are flooding the system with zero verification. No chain of custody, no accountability. And now think about your community. Think about your local school board elections, your sheriff races, your state representatives. Every single one of those offices can be stolen if we don't fix the system now. The Democrats know this. That's why Chuck Schumer is blocking every single piece of legislation that he can. They don't want secure elections because secure elections mean they lose. It's that simple. 3.25 years. That's how long we have to get this done. And every single day the Democrats obstruct is another day your voice gets silenced. Now, before we get into how President Trump is turning up the heat on the Senate Republicans, I want to tell you about something that can help you take control of another crucial area of your life. And Gary's tried hundreds of supplements over the years. Nothing, and I mean nothing, has delivered results like C60 Evo. This Nobel Prize-winning molecule made lab animals live 90% longer. Now I know why. Gary's brain fog, apparently it's gone. Joint pain that he's had for years, virtually eliminated. And Angie's skin looks 10 years younger. And Gary's energy levels feel like he's 20 again. This molecule is 172 times more powerful than vitamin C and worth more gold per ounce. Chris Burris has been making this in his Houston lab since 1991. It's not just another antioxidant. It works at the cellular level where aging actually happens. The Paris studies show the longest life extension in history. And now Gary's family is living proof it works. Visit c60evo.com and use code NNN for exclusive savings. Whether you want more energy, clearer thinking, better skin, or just to feel young again, this is your answer. c60evo.com/Next News Network. Code at checkout, because 90% longer life starts with one decision. Don't wait. Transform your health today. All right, now let's get back to this incredible showdown happening in Washington, because what President Trump just revealed changes everything. So here's what makes this moment absolutely unprecedented. President Trump isn't just tweeting about this. He called out Schumer as a desperate, crippled politician who has completely lost control of his own party. And those are fighting words, guys, and they're working, because while the establishment media focuses on palace intrigue, Senator Mike Lee just delivered a 2-hour floor speech demolishing every single Democrat argument against the Save America Act. He went 2 hours of systematic destruction. And here's a kicker that nobody's talking about. The Democrats aren't even coming up with new arguments anymore. They're just being Democrats. Let's see what we have to say. So from President Trump on Truth Social, he says, Chuck Schumer, a desperate, crippled politician who has lost control of the radical left Democrats, will make a deal now because he thinks that if he doesn't, Republicans will terminate the filibuster, something which they should do, whether he makes a deal or no deal. They need to get on this and get it done. So Trump calls for Republicans to step up against Chuck Schumer's games, challenging them to terminate the filibuster. Meanwhile, Stephen A. Smith delivers a raw message to Democrats about voter ID. From the Vigilant Fox, he says, brutal. Stephen A. Smith just told Democrats to shut up and stop bitching about voter ID. You shouldn't have a damn ID to vote. You need one for everything else that you do. Let's see.
Let me state for the record, you should have a damn ID. I have no problem with the demand for an ID to vote. You need an ID for every damn thing else. And to the progressive left, shut the hell up. You got a mayor in New York City that required 2 IDs for you to shovel snow. You ain't in no position to be bitching about how he wants IDs and the GOP wants IDs for votes. Shut up. Nobody wants to hear that.
But, you know, they'll sit there and say that African Americans aren't smart enough to get ID. They're going to say women aren't smart enough to know how to find their original birth certificate, or if they got married, like they haven't done all this before. Those are the 2 arguments that they had. And they were losing so bad on those arguments in polls that their polling went from like 18 to 14 to 12% approval rating, because they just think we're stupid. They think women aren't smart. And they think that African Americans don't know where the DMV is at. How outrageously dumb can you get? Smith's fiery critique sets the stage as Senator Mike Lee stands firm in Congress, passionately advocating for the Save America Act against Democrats' tired rhetoric. It is tired. They're treating us like we're idiots. For Mike Lee, he says, just finished a lengthy speech in the Senate in support of the Save America Act. 2 hours. Yeah, I'd say it's a good speech. We're not backing down until the bill passes, and Americans have spoken and must not be ignored. Let's see what Senator has to say.
I just finished a very lengthy speech on the Senate floor. I was going for about 2 hours, refuting over and over again the same arguments that the Democrats keep raising in response to the Save America Act. They're not getting more creative, nor are they getting more persuasive. The arguments they're raising are stale. They are distortions of what the bill actually says, distortions of the status quo of the law and of the Constitution. They're wrong. We're right. We keep this up, we will win. Stay with me. Baby steps to save America.
Baby steps to save America, indeed. So let's see here. I mean, again, it's just like, why are they pushing back so hard? It's like they have to do this. After Senator Lee's determined stance, President Trump escalates the fight by urging Republican senators to end the filibuster and secure elections, emphasizing immediate action to make real change. Let's see what President Trump has to say from the Wake Up Patriot, stating, President Trump just told every Republican senator to their faces they must end the filibuster and nothing will be passed for 3 straight years. He has the pen. Let's see.
It's time for Republicans to do what they have to do, and that's terminate the filibuster. It's the only way you can do it. And if you don't terminate the filibuster, you'll be in bad shape. We won't pass any legislation. There'll be no legislation passed for 3 1/4. We have 3 1/4 years, so it's a long time. But when they can't do an extension, and John, I think they've done an extension every single time they've ever been asked for ever. This is the first time they haven't done an extension. Extensions are supposed to be easy, but if they won't do an extension, they won't do any bill, even a simple bill. And we should do our own bills. We should get out. We should do our own bills. We should open up. We should start tonight with the country's open. Congratulations. Then we should pass voter ID. We should pass no mail-in voting. We should pass all the things that we want to pass, make our elections secure and safe, because California is a disaster. Many of the states are disasters. But can you imagine when they vote almost unanimously against voter ID? All we want is voter ID. You go to a grocery store, you have to give ID. You go to a gas station, you give ID. But for voting, they want no voter ID. There's only for one reason, because they cheat. We would pass that in 15 minutes. If you don't get it, you'll never pass that. You'll never talk about mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots make it automatically corrupt. If you have mail-in ballots, automatically it's correct. Even Jimmy Carter, they had the Carter Commission. after he got out of office, and he had a group of very distinguished people, Democrats and Republicans, and they passed, they recommended things take place. It was a long time ago. And they said about mail-in ballots, if there is mail-in ballots, there will definitely be corruption because, you know, they pass through too many hands. I mean, you go in to vote, and they want you cut.
I mean, that's the crux of it, is you don't know when it leaves that office and it goes back to wherever it goes to. By the time it gets to that person, are they home? Was that person actually the one that filled it out? Was it their wife? Was it their husband? Was it their cousin that decided to do it because grandma's been in the hospital for 3 weeks, so they fill out the ballot anyways and they mail it in? All those are felonies. But we don't know, and that's the whole point of all of this. But here's what the establishment absolutely does not want you to understand. This isn't just about voter ID. This is about whether America remains a constitutional republic or becomes a one-party state run by whoever can manufacture the most ballots. When Stephen A. Smith, a mainstream sports commentator, goes on national television and tells the progressive left to shut the hell up about voter ID, something fundamental has shifted in this country. The Democrats' arguments have collapsed so completely that even their cultural allies are abandoning ship. President Trump sees it, Senator Lee sees it, and now everyday Americans from every walk of life are seeing it too. The filibuster is the last wall protecting Democrat election manipulation, and President Trump just told Republicans to tear it down tonight, not next week, today. And Patriots, we are witnessing a defining moment in American history. President Trump is leading from the front, demanding action, while the Republican Senate decides whether they have the courage to follow. The Save America Act is sitting right there, ready to secure our elections with voter ID, end the chaos of universal mail-in voting, to restore faith in the sacred right that defines our nation. The question now falls to you. Will you let your representatives know that you're watching? Will you share this video so that every American understands what's at stake? And drop a comment right now and tell me, should Republicans terminate the filibuster and pass voter ID tonight? Let us know yes or no in the comments. Let your voice be heard. And also text raw feed 844-840-4963 so you never miss any of our alerts. And if you want to show the world where you stand, check out the Next News merch shop at shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. Wear your values proudly. And make sure you guys are subscribed and the notification bell is on. This story is developing fast, and you know the truth before the mainstream media spins it. Stay informed, stay free, and God bless.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this shared. Share this now. You know how to.
For dozens of Huntington Beach homeowners, an Orange County agency made good today on threats to seize parts of their backyards and demolish anything in them, including, as you see there, swimming pools. This is all the result of a decades-long battle. CBS LA's Leslie Maring spoke to frustrated homeowners in that neighborhood.
Many of the homeowners we spoke to tell us they thought they would just lose a couple feet from their yards. Instead, some of the homeowners tell us they have already had nearly 15 feet dug up. One of the homes being impacted right behind me here, this person tells us their pool's already gone.
It's been just total unmitigated chaos.
Ted Beresford shows us photos of what his Huntington Beach backyard looked like just 2 weeks ago. Today, this is it. Construction equipment, chopped up trees, and a pool destroyed.
Unnecessary destruction. They've taken out the pool. They've destroyed the yard for no reason.
Beresford is one of 29 homes on Roan Lane in Huntington Beach whose backyards fall within a sewer easement built back in the 1950s. Nearly 2 years ago, the Orange County Sanitation District notified homeowners they would have to remove anything on that easement in order for crews to access a vital underground sewage pipe. Some residents, like Beresford, agreed to the district's terms, but he says he didn't think the district would take 1/3 of his backyard.
I knew there was an easement. However, an easement is not ownership. An easement is access. And Orange County Sanitation has interpreted this as ownership.
Other homeowners like Philip Rizzo did not agree to having their yards dug up and are now in legal limbo with the sanitation district.
And if there was an emergency, it likely wouldn't impact 29 homes. They're taking value out of 29 families, and they're causing anxiety unnecessarily.
It will be up to a judge in May to determine if Rizzo will have to get rid of this above-ground pool he built to accommodate his disabled son, AJ.
We acknowledge that the easement was there, but all the improvements we made with the ability to move them off the easement if needed.
A district spokesperson told us they had been in contact with homeowners on Roan Lane for decades, and the time to take action is now before the pipe is even more at risk. But homeowners, even Beresford, whose yard is already destroyed, question why nothing has been done in 65 years and why it needs to happen now.
And what's really right in this instance is to make sure everybody understands the gravity of what's back here. But what's right is to leave it alone until there's a problem.
Now, the spokesperson we spoke to tonight tells us that half of the homeowners on the street have already settled with the county. But for the homeowners who have not, we're told that if a judge does not rule in their favor, well, they will have to pay out of their own pockets for the required changes. Reporting from Huntington Beach, Leslie Maring, CBS LA.
U.S. security analysts are warning that Hezbollah may have formed an alliance of sorts with the notorious Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. Intelligence suggests the gang may be helping Hezbollah find pathways into the United States.
Well, if you ever wanted to know why closing the U.S. border was such a great idea, here you go. As while Iran's merciless regime gets dismantled on the other side of the world, their militants are teaming up with South American gangs and criminals in an attempt to sneak into our country for reasons that are extremely troubling.
So officials right now are saying Tren de Aragua, of course, that violent Venezuelan gang that has been designated as a terrorist organization, has expanded across the Western Hemisphere and may actually be intersecting with Hezbollah. Of course, that's the Iran-backed militant group.
That makes it more concerning. We have a country like Venezuela who opened their doors to this regime's interest in the U.S. Venezuela's weaponization of mass migration out of Venezuela to the U.S. helped that some of its terrorist members actually made it through the U.S. southern border.
Intelligence suggests that Iranian nationals are trying to get into the country with the help from the Mexican cartels. The alert comes days after ICE arrested several Iranian nationals. They were already in the U.S. and had serious ties with terrorism, at least some of them.
One individual admitted that he was a former Iranian army sniper. Another individual said that he was part of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps. And a third individual even admitting that he was linked to the terror group Hezbollah.
Get out of the car. All right, get out of the car. Hey, we got the same thing going on.
Yeah, this is probably the biggest I told you so in U.S. national security history. The open border is a bad idea. And what nobody's talking about is leaving the border wide open for Tehran's militants. This did more than just strengthen and prop up their country. It handed them a superhighway straight into the heart of America, which could be exploited not just to weaken our country, but also to help the other criminal organizations looking for ways to actively weaken our country while making money. And tying all of these different groups together is hatred of a common enemy. And that enemy would be the United States, who for years has tried to stop Iran's despotic regime, along with the criminals south of our border. And to be honest, for years, the U.S. has had very little success in this endeavor. But now, with President Trump activating the Shield of the Americas plan, which is essentially a NATO for our hemisphere minus European cowardice, the criminals south of the border are already regretting their decision to team up with the world's #1 sponsor of mayhem, as attack helicopters and special operations forces have them on the run. But even though these criminal groups are losing right now and are on the run, the real reason there's a threat right now is because over the last 4 years, the wrong folks were able to get inside and dig in. A situation enabled by the Maduro regime, as well as Mexican cartels, who together weaponized mass migration, which was making them $13 billion a year, and allowed the planting of operatives from these organizations on American soil as part of a money-making criminal pipeline, which they could then lend out to state-sponsored militant networks. And while analysts warn the same criminal pipelines used to smuggle thousands of high-risk individuals, including over 2,500 Iranians since 2021, are being used by this Hezbollah group to launder money, move illicit funds, and potentially plant sleeper agents. And as one former intelligence officer puts it, this has created a situation in which no one is truly safe.
Tren de Aragua, of course, that violent Venezuelan gang that has been designated as a terrorist organization, has expanded across the Western Hemisphere and may actually be intersecting with Hezbollah. Of course, that's the Iran-backed militant group there. So we've seen direct links here tied to these two organizations by two of Venezuela's top military officials, including a former director of military intelligence and a retired major general, both who sent letters to President Donald Trump that were obtained by the Dallas Express, alleging that the Maduro regime collaborated openly with organizations including Hezbollah while exporting Tren de Aragua members.
Wow, so this isn't just speculation. This isn't just anecdotal evidence. We've now got letters sent to the President of the United States from people who used to be part of these regimes saying that the goal of sneaking the wrong people into America has been actively pursued. But to understand why this has been happening, you've got to understand the tie-in between the sister regimes of Iran and Venezuela. Both of these countries were under heavy U.S. sanctions, but because of their vast natural resources, which both regimes were busy stealing from their own people, they were able to work together to get their oil and goods into the hands of Russia, China, Cuba, while propping each other up and getting paid in the process. And with the U.S. border wide open, there was a massive opportunity to get folks inside America to help keep these criminal enterprises operating long into the future, while acting as a deterrent for any type of law enforcement crackdown or any type of military activity against these countries. Have you ever thought about what really happens to the files and photos you upload to the cloud? Who can see them? Are they being scanned or even used to train AI? That paranoia is why I love
Proton Drive. It's private cloud storage from a company that doesn't sell ads or access your data. With end-to-end encryption, not even Proton itself can see your files, your photo albums, your documents that are locked away from advertisers, AI, and everyone else. And what's great is how Proton fits right into how I work and get things done. I automatically back up photos from my phone, knowing the location data is hidden. I can share large files securely with password-protected links that expire, and I love that I can even create private documents with their built-in documents and sheets, which allow collaboration with members of my team from anywhere, while I control all the access myself. Check out the link on the screen or in the description to take back control of your files, your privacy, and your digital life right now, something you can only do with Proton Drive.
Security experts say the concern isn't necessarily a formal alliance, but rather what they call criminal terror convergence. A former U.S. intelligence officer telling us the Venezuelan regime has direct ties to the Iranian regime dating back years. He says there is concern now that you can go directly from the Middle East to Latin America. Take a look.
That's wild. So this criminal convergence, what you have here is the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You've got a despotic regime in Iran. You had a sister regime in Venezuela. You've got the regime in Cuba. What do all these countries want? They want less of the United States. That's what they all want. So if they team up, they work together, they can not only prop each other up, but together they can combine forces, go into the country when America's borders wide open, and do who knows what, while creating and solidifying secret pathways and networks that allow the passage of people through safe houses and infrastructure on both sides of the border. Pipelines the bad guys are still using to get into our country if they really want to. And the problem is now that the United States is locked in a conventional conflict with Iran, the possibility that these networks could be exploited for the wrong reasons definitely exists, and it's something people are finally starting to pay attention to.
We have a country like Venezuela who opened their doors to this regime's interest in the U.S.
Yep.
Venezuela's weaponization of mass migration out of Venezuela to the U.S. helped that some of these terrorist members actually made it through the U.S. southern border. No one is safe. I think that everybody could be a target simply because of the way that we value our culture and values in the U.S.
Well, okay, only if one of those values is unlimited illegal immigration with zero consequences and a wide open border. We can have the values that we cherish and love and that make America great, yes. The second we open the U.S. border, all of those values are put at risk. And closing the border is actually the best thing you can do to first start eliminating these criminal networks once and for all. You're basically cutting these guys off from the mothership, so to speak. If they can't freely transit the border, everybody who's inside is now on the run from ICE and Homeland Security, and everybody on the outside, well, they don't have the same ability to freely operate in the open in South America like they used to because of the Shield of America's plan. At the same time, the regime in Venezuela is no longer there to support these criminal networks, and in the case of Iran, no one really knows who's running the country now either. And what we're witnessing here is finally a U.S. president that is looking at the border security issue and the national security issue and aligning these two things. For years we were told, oh, it's border security has nothing to do with national security. Oh, our enemies on the other side of the world, they're all the way over there and we're all the way over here. It doesn't matter if we open the border. Yes, it does. We're learning from all of these reports that it does. And now finally somebody's looking at all this and saying, hey, it's all related. And if we want to keep the country safe, we got to do a whole bunch of things at once.
Some of the issue already here, and the concern, not a hypothetical one. Back in 2024, along the southern border in Texas, an Iranian national told Border Patrol he paid $25,000 to the Venezuelan smuggling network linked to Tren de Aragua to reach the United States after traveling through Brazil and Central America.
Where to get that money?
DHS confirming to News Nation that Tren de Aragua is now present in at least 46 states. They've arrested at least 7,800 gang members, more than 1,200 of them associated with Tren de Aragua. And Elizabeth, now the United States.
So what's frightening about this is this Tren de Aragua gang, these are the same guys that took over those apartments in Aurora, Colorado. And now we find out that Iranian nationals admit to $25,000 sums of money being paid to these criminals so that they could do what? Come to America illegally and work that off for the next 20 years? No, that doesn't make any sense. We're talking about criminals that have made inroads and connections all over this country for years and are now leasing those connections and pipelines out to state-sponsored actors. A massive problem because you know what? In sanctuary cities where people are resistant to ICE, where local governments don't want to help the federal government, those make perfect hiding spots for a lot of these criminals. And if a network exists to bring somebody to a place like that, you've got to admit that's a fairly tempting opportunity for an evil regime that wants to sow fear and discord inside of a country it's determined to destroy. But thankfully, the United States over the last year has been taking steps to make sure that all activity along the southern border and the waters around our coasts are the most secure in history.
Networks remain the biggest security threat in the Western Hemisphere. This as there are more than 12,000 troops currently supporting the southern border, with 6 national defense areas now in place across Arizona, California, New Mexico, and Texas. Officials say crossings have dropped to historic lows, but warn the cartel threat is still driving violence and instability across the hemisphere.
So remember when Trump wanted to set up these national defense zones? Remember we were told, oh, what an overreaction. He wants to militarize the border. We got 12,000 troops down there. What are they even going to do? Yeah, there are threats on the other side of the world that want to exploit this border, want to team up with gangs and cartels to try and get inside. By the way, those gangs and cartels are not exactly a non-threat either. These guys are heavily armed. They've been making billions of dollars. But that explains why we need these national defense zones. Everything happening right now, from the cartel-related activity taking place in Mexico, as the bad guys are now on the run from U.S. Special Forces and Mexican military, all of this couldn't be happening if the U.S. border were still wide open and were porous. You see, this all started with closing the border, and that allowed the United States to finally start going after these criminal organizations without the risk of an immediate aftershock because we didn't do anything to make sure that we were safe here at home first. Speaking of which, the president's made it pretty clear that he knows there are sleeper agents inside America. He knows that they might be up to no good. We're watching them. Thank God nothing has happened as of now. And you've got to wonder to yourself, if elections in this country recently had gone differently, what would a militant regime like Iran have done with their opportunity that was handed to them by these gangs?
Authorities do remain on high alert of possible retaliatory attacks within the United States. Now, according to new internal documents obtained by News Nation, Border Patrol agents on the southern border did receive intel that 35 Iranian nationals in Mexico were planning to cross the border illegally, and that intel also suggesting that cartels like Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generacion and Los Salazar may be involved in smuggling that group into the United States. And that threat window is running through Saturday. And it's part of what officials are calling a growing concern about potential state-sponsored actors using cartel routes to reach the United States. Agents working the Calixico to Santa Luis corridor have been told to stay on high alert and to expect this group may be part of a broader network. That alert comes just 1 week.
This alert came out after the nuclear sites that Iran was building were taken out about a year ago. And we find out this idea of criminal convergence wasn't just with this Tren de Aragua gang or the cartel that was run by Maduro in Venezuela, but also with the Mexican cartels. It's like this regime was just looking for access and was willing to pay whoever was willing to offer it. Now, we still don't know, as citizens watching the news, how many total state-sponsored agents may have entered the country or what they might be up to, or even how many of them have been taken down. But what we do know is that an estimated 20 million people crossed our border illegally without vetting. And we were all told this was not a big deal. We were all told that the vast majority of these individuals were just coming into the country, fleeing oppression or looking for work. But with Border Patrol agents identifying folks coming from Iran at the border with large sums of money, exorbitant sums, to pay some of these criminals for access into America, the state-sponsored nature of this just becomes increasingly clear. At the exact same time, our frenemies across the pond in Europe that didn't want to help out at all with the conflict in Iran and are now starting to get on board, well, they may have inadvertently sealed the fate of all of the criminals in South America with their recent refusal to back the president.
But I will say, I think the Europeans make a mistake by responding to that kind of juvenile behavior with juvenile behavior of their own. A number of European leaders, including Kaja Kallas, the European Union's chief foreign policy official, have said expressly, Iran is not our war. That's a very dangerous way to put it, because it invites Donald Trump. It almost teases him to come back and say, well, okay, Iran is not your war. Ukraine is not our war. It's very dangerous to approach Trump in the same way he behaved.
So, John Bolton, former member of Trump's first administration, definitely not a fan of the president. Here he is on CNN calling the president foolish and juvenile, but he makes a valid point. By Europe failing the NATO test, which Trump called it, how does the United States rely on them if there's a conflict? And if the United States has a bigger conflict in its own backyard and a new NATO-like organization, the Southern Sphere, that is willing to work with the United States and wants to work with the United States for a shared common interest, it's going to be pretty hard to justify to the American people why we're not taking threats close to home seriously and why we're sending our money to the other side of the world over to Europe when these guys have militaries, they've got aircraft carriers, they've got jets. They could do more to take care of problems in their own backyard. And right now, the U.S. has massive numbers of troops stationed in places like Germany. What good are those troops if Germany isn't going to do anything when the United States needs help in some sort of conflict like in Iran? So much of Europe is propped up by the U.S. military, backing their way of life and enabling a social safety net that many of these countries have that would have to be scaled back drastically if we weren't as involved over there. And obviously, this is something the president is aware of. Obviously, this is something the president wants to stay away from. That's why the Shield of the Americas is such a big deal. It's almost as if a new apparatus that requires the United States' full attention for purposes of national security and border security and hemispheric safety is being set up so that we can pull out of other hemispheres where people should be paying more of their fair share of things like NATO dues.
US President Donald Trump lost it at his NATO allies who have left the United States and Israel down in the war effort against Iran.
We have 45,000 troops in Japan. We have 45,000 troops in South Korea. We have 45,000, 50,000 troops in Germany. We defend all these countries. And then, do you have any minesweepers? And they say, well, would it be possible for us not to get involved? I've been saying it for a long time. This is the greatest thing to come out of this. We spend trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO to defend other countries. And I always said, but if it ever comes time to defend us, they're not going to be there.
That's right.
Many of them would not be there. And we're going to have to start thinking more wisely in this country.
Right. And how do you do that? Well, you've got a threat on the soil of countries in South America and in Mexico. That's a threat that the United States is close to. That's a threat that's in our own backyard. Yet we've got 45,000 troops who can't do anything about it because they're over in Germany doing absolutely nothing. Like, what's the point of that? Why don't we have German troops protecting Germany? Why don't we do that so we can call some of our boys back home and take care of security matters back here? That would be a great thing for South America. That would be a great thing for border security. That would be a great thing for national security and security in our entire hemisphere. And you've got to ask yourself something. If we didn't have hundreds of thousands of troops spread around the planet for causes that do not directly benefit the United States, would regimes like the former Maduro regime have been able to team up with state-sponsored actors coming from Iran? Of course not. How would these guys have been able to make the criminal inroads necessary to sneak into our country through an open border and go about exploiting it and sowing discord and dissent from inside while attempting to plan military operations, allegedly? None of that could have happened if South America was secure. None of that could have happened if the United States was being wiser, as the president says, with how we use our resources and what concerns we heavily vest ourselves in. It doesn't make sense for us to have problems that destroy South America because of a lack of U.S. leadership. That does not make any sense at all. It just takes away from the law-abiding in countries like Ecuador, in countries like Mexico, and in countries like America when what? We're propping up a country like Germany or France? I mean, come on. What do you think about these criminal militants teaming up with the worst of the worst to sneak into America? Do you think the president's on the right track here? Let me know. I will see you in the next video.
The state condemned part of his apple orchard to build a road. Now they're suing the farmer because apples fall onto the pavement. Watch the judge's reaction.
Your Honor, since the road opened, apples have been falling onto the pavement, creating a hazard for motorists. The state is asking the court to order the removal of the 2 rows of trees adjacent to the road.
These people already cut my land into 2 pieces, and my production has dropped significantly because of it. If I cut down 2 more rows of trees, it would barely make any financial sense for me to keep running this farm. I don't understand why you would build that road surrounded by apple trees and then complain about the apples.
When you took that land, you had to account for the existing use of this farmer's orchard. You cannot take part of it for a road and then demand he cut down more trees. The order to remove the trees is vacated.
Hey, no, we could save that. We could impound the...
You're impounding this whole shit.
Okay, I have...
Next, police decide it's time for Bernardo to take a walk.
Ladies, I apologize that this happened to you guys. Okay? How many victims you got? Huh? How many victims you got? 2? 4? So we're going for this guy?
Which way is your car?
Oh, he's gonna walk the same. 771.
314. No negative. 414.
Make a left. Yeah, because there's more space in there, so I can concentrate.
Bernardo was taken to jail and booked for battery and 2 counts of video voyeurism. At last check, he's expected back in court this summer.
The Chinese are now showing pictures of this autonomous vehicle or a vehicle designed to launch, I think it's 96 drones autonomously within the battlefield. It's a ground-based vehicle. And the drones that they're using are very like the loitering munitions that we see the Russians using, a bit like the Lancet from a pictorial perspective, but they could be used to launch any drone. And this is where drone warfare is going to. If the Chinese are doing this, it's to get that swarm of drones out across the battlefield. They will almost certainly have linked it to AI systems to help them with their targeting on the battlefield. So those drones will go up, look for targets that are programmed into them, and then fly down and attack them en masse. This is the same as mass artillery going in, but targeted. It will find the target and hit it, whether that target is an individual person or vehicles or otherwise. It's in line with what the Chinese have been doing with other launch platforms. We've seen them using an airframe to launch the drone swarms out of as well. They've put pictures of that. This is where warfare is going, and we're going to see massive changes in that over the coming weeks, months and years. Of course, it's not just the Chinese. We're seeing in the war in Ukraine, the Ukrainians are using unmanned ground vehicles to be the mothership for drones that they're taking forward, these FPV drones, the first-person view drones, to take them further forward into the battlefield so they can then launch them from that autonomous vehicle, controlled by fiber optic cables so they can't be interfered with by Russian electronic warfare. And that is increasing the range and therefore the depth of the front line that there is in Ukraine. Drone warfare is here to stay, and drone warfare is going to change the way our militaries fight in the future. It's changing the way militaries are fighting today.
A Thomaston woman who drove her car toward a group of law enforcement officers at the scene of a box truck crash in the town of Washington last summer is now facing up to 20 years in federal prison.
Yeah, so that was not a good idea. Driving your vehicle towards a Border Patrol agent can definitely get you in a lot of trouble. In fact, this person has pled guilty to assaulting a Border Patrol agent, and this occurred in Maine. And while we're in the state of Maine, this has also happened. South Portland man files notice of claim against ICE DHS.
Are you following us? Yeah. Okay, so what you're doing is called impeding federal law enforcement, okay?
A 30-second encounter right there with ICE could now lead to a $7.5 million legal claim.
So what you just saw occurred back in January, but this is the complaint, a $7.5 million civil rights lawsuit for what they call an aggressive and unlawful encounter. So we have a lot to cover in this video, but let's start with this. A Maine woman accused of driving towards Border Patrol agent pleads guilty to assault. And if you haven't already, make sure to please like this video. It helps out a ton, and it also helps others see the videos as well. Here we go.
This morning, 24-year-old Olivia Wilkins pleaded guilty to assaulting a U.S. Border Patrol agent in federal court in Portland. Court documents reveal Wilkins showed up, voiced concerns about Border Patrol's presence, and then drove her car at the federal agent as he arrested someone at the crash. State police arrested her a short distance away.
So this story really popped up on my radar because of the details of this case. I hope you guys caught that. She showed up to a crash where Border Patrol was trying to assist others because they were responding to the crash. So we actually have all the details of this case according to the DOJ. Here's what they're saying. According to court records, in August 2025, a United States Border Patrol agent responded to a one-vehicle crash in Washington, Maine. As law enforcement conducted a roadside investigation, Olivia Wilkins, 24, came upon the scene in an automobile and parked close to officers. Wilkins voiced concerns regarding Border Patrol's presence in the area, but was permitted to move the vehicle further back from the crash to continue observing law enforcement. As far as what were her concerns, I have no idea. We do not have those details, and we also don't have a video provided to us. As the Border Patrol agent took an individual on the scene into custody and began moving the individual to a nearby Border Patrol vehicle, Wilkins quickly accelerated toward the agent, who pulled the individual off the roadside away from the oncoming vehicle. Wilkins stopped the vehicle without striking either the agent or the individual in custody before swerving back into the lane of travel and fleeing the scene. Maine state police troopers were able to arrest Wilkins a short distance away. Okay, so by a show of hands, leave your comments down below. How many of you even heard about this or knew this happened? I also want to point out a very notable detail. The Border Patrol agent actually was protecting the person they apprehended. Wilkins quickly accelerated toward the agent, who pulled the individual off the roadside away from the oncoming vehicle. So remember, she has pled guilty to this, and she faces up to 20 years in prison and a fine of up to $250,000 and up to 3 years of supervised release. Let me know how you feel about all of this down in the comments. So let's move move on to this story. South Portland man files notice of claim against ICE DHS.
You following us? Yeah. Okay, so what you're doing is called impeding federal law enforcement, okay?
A 30-second encounter right there with ICE could now lead to a $7.5 million legal claim against the federal government.
Continue to impede us and follow us, you will be arrested.
Yeah, except
okay?
I'm not impeding you.
Okay.
This is my First Amendment right. I'm observing you. I'm not harassing or impeding, getting in your way.
So here's the legal question. Federal courts have ruled that people may observe and record law enforcement in public as long as they do not interfere with police activity.
And that's where we get into this gray area as far as you can observe as long as you are not impeding on the operation. But here's where we get into an even more gray area. What if ICE is conducting an undercover operation and they get spotted by an observer and that observer has blown their cover? Did that person impede on the operation, or are they still conducting what they are legally allowed to do because it's out in public? You guys can let me know how you feel about that. And by the way, here's my disclaimer. I am not saying this person blew an undercover investigation. However, this did happen just a week ago. ICE Boston actually came out publicly and said, yeah, we were surrounded in the middle of an operation and we were about to arrest someone, but he got away because observers and protesters blew our cover.
Keep doing it, we'll pull you back out and arrest you.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Okay.
Robert Peck says he remained in his vehicle and did not interfere. ICE agents, though, say his actions crossed that line. He has now filed a notice of claim seeking $7.5 million, alleging emotional distress and a violation of his constitutional rights.
I'm a civil rights lawyer for 40 years, and this was a 10 on a scale of 1 to 10 civil rights emergency.
Whether that claim succeeds would be decided in court. The Department of Homeland Security has requested more details on the case, but no further response has been provided.
Okay, so leave your comments down below. Let me know how you feel about this. Again, we are tracking this case and a bunch of other cases actually coming out of the state of Maine. So what we just talked about occurred in Scarborough, Maine. And another pretty viral clip came out of Scarborough, Maine as well, just last month. Check out this video.
Stop this car! Why you taking my husband? You just took my husband! Why you taking my husband? No! No! You're not taking my husband like that! I will follow you! No! Hell no!
And this video is being reported that ICE agents did detain this person's husband.
Please help me! Please help me! Please! Oh God, Jesus Christ! No! No! Where is this? No, please! You're not to take my husband!
Okay, so leave your comments down below. Let me know how you feel about this. And as far as the details of what happened to her, I have no idea if she got arrested or detained. All we know is that this clip surfaced, and it was verified to be out of Scarborough, Maine. Okay, so while we're in the state of Maine, I have to show you guys that this is considered pretty big news. South Portland Police Chief thanks federal agent during ICE operations in a group chat with Portland Police. And this was investigated to see whether or not this broke any policies. And I always have to point this out in my videos. The majority of people in the United States do not deal with stuff like this. As far as seeing a news headline that the police chief in your area thanked an ICE agent, and that's the news story. The majority of Americans do not live in sanctuary cities or sanctuary-leaning policy areas, but let's check out this news story.
Staff from Portland and South Portland are saying text messages exchanged between local police and a federal agent during that surge of ICE enforcement were not in violation of city policy, but a response to ensure the safety of everyone involved. Our Pearl Small joining us live in the studio tonight, share more about what these texts said and the response now from the city. Hi, Pearl.
Hi, Brian. So Portland Police told me that it started with a text communication they were added to with federal agents related to public safety and security issues at a Portland hotel. South Portland Police also confirmed they had been assisting. To some people, this communication came as a surprise because federal law enforcement did not communicate with the public about the raid, took days to confirm it, and were very limited in the public information they shared.
Okay, so for anyone who is into sanctuary cities on my channel, this is why I got into it, is because stuff like this is being investigated, and this is how gray of an area these sanctuary policies can really be, as far as these are police officers trying to communicate with ICE and ensuring that everyone is safe, everything is good to go, yet what you're seeing right now has all been investigated, and people are concerned because there were some sort of communications going on back and forth.
However, the bigger concern for many were the messages that followed, including racist comments made by a Homeland Security agent, as well as the chief of South Portland's police department thanking them for their work.
As protests broke outside a Portland hotel where ICE agents were staying in January, newly obtained messages show Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent Jeffrey LaRoque writing in a group chat with Portland Police Major Jason King, quote, "We appreciate your support. You guys are a welcome support despite some of your residents." Major King responded, "We will have patrol give special attention tonight and tomorrow. We can assist in the arrests if needed."
This is not the way that we have laid out expectations for a police force to conduct themselves, and it's something that we need answers around.
Okay, so you guys can let me know how you feel about that. You guys can let me know if that police chief, he really crossed that line and he did break expectations. Again, remember, the majority of Americans, they do not live in these types of areas as far as sanctuary policies, but I'm simply just trying to let you know, stuff like that, again, is creating some concerns for citizens.
Portland City Councilor Wes Pelletier says the messages make it look like local police were prioritizing the safety of federal agents. Portland Police Chief Mark Dubois disputes that, writing, quote, "This type of communication and response is in line with how we would respond to anyone requesting public safety services." And those requests came through about 20 calls from hotel staff and guests who had safety concerns.
But we see them thanking, federal officers.
Also keep in mind, in context, there were a lot of protests going on, or protesters clashing with ICE agents, especially at hotels.
For abducting our
around the United States, not only in this area of the country.
Neighbors.
In other messages, LaRoque writes, quote, "We certainly pissed off the libs." Major King responds, quote, "Haha, for sure." LaRoque later writes, quote, "Over 200 illegals taken off your hands. My team had 2 runners, in parentheses, Dominicans drug targets. But the young guys and gals chased them down at Market Basket." Chief Ahern responded, quote, "Nice work. Thank you for the difficult job you all have." LaRoque then made derogatory racial comments about the detainees, messages that went unanswered.
I think there was a missed opportunity to push back on the ICE officers' racist remarks.
South Portland Mayor Elise Tipton says she was upset by some of the messages, but says the key issue is that police did not take part in immigration enforcement, which would violate city policy.
Okay, so you guys can let me know how you feel about this, as far as did the ICE agent take things too far, and the communications back and forth with the police chief. Again, there's really several stories here. The communications back and forth between the police and ICE, the making it look like the police are protecting ICE more so than others, and the specific text from the ICE agent that some people are pointing out and saying, hey, that is derogatory and not right, but the police chief did not respond to that. So again, I'm simply just trying to show you all the different sides here as far as what the issues some people have with this particular story, but the story does not end there. Because now we have this. Cumberland County DA weighs concerns over Portland police use of encrypted messaging app. District Attorney Jackie Sartoris said Signal can help officers coordinate in real time, but raises questions about public records and transparency.
Cumberland County's top prosecutor is weighing in on revelations now that the Portland Police Department is using the controversial messaging app Signal. District Attorney Jackie Sartoris says she understands why officers see Signal as a useful tool for quick, secure communication. But she says her concerns center on the app's auto-delete feature, which, if turned on, will automatically erase messages. Messages that a defense lawyer may want to see to help his client, or that someone may request under the Freedom of Access Act. Sartoris adds that based on screenshots she has reviewed, the messages did not contain information that would be brought into a case, and most of it would be redacted.
Okay, so this story could really apply to anyone as far as how would you feel if your local police, they were using Signal, and you heard about some of the messages being deleted. Now, the other thing I do want to point out, again, in context, we already have issues coming out of Portland as far as how some locals and some city councilors feel about some recent text messages, and they were able to publicly see that and then give a public comment. Now, here we are just a few weeks later, we have another issue with the text messages, not involving ICE agents, but still within this category of transparency and, of course, text messaging.
We're really looking at this now to see if we need to develop kind of a best practice for our law enforcement agencies that we work with and how we regard the use of apps like Signal. It's, as I said, it's not the only app that has that automatic deletion function, so I think that's where the question is.
Portland's police chief, Mark Dubois, says the department allows the use of Signal as a secure communication tool in certain situations, like active incidents or when handling sensitive information. And he adds that any information required to be retained under the law is being preserved.
Okay, so again, just trying to show you guys, we have a lot of news coming out of the state of Maine as far as interactions with ICE agents, interactions with observers, and interactions with the public and city councilors. Okay, so I hope you guys enjoyed this video. I hope I was as fair as possible in reporting all sides here, and if you are new here, make sure to please subscribe. We are all about peace and unification as far as what is happening in this country. So thank you guys so much for everything. Please pray for peace, of course, and please seek Christ. We need that right now, and God bless all of you. Thank you guys so much for being here.
Operation Epic Fury. Breaking right now, the commander who dared to shut down one of the world's most dangerous shipping lanes just got a visit from Israeli precision justice. The head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Navy, the very man who gave the order to close the Strait of Hormuz, was targeted overnight in a devastating strike. And guys, that's not all. American Apache helicopters are now hunting Iranian boats like it's open season in those same waters. The mullahs thought they could hold the world's economy hostage, and President Trump and our allies had other plans. Is this the beginning of the end for the Iranian regime? So here's why this matters to every single one of you watching right now. 20% of the world's oil passes through that strait every single day. And when Iran closed it, gas prices spiked, shipping costs exploded, and your grocery bills went through the roof. That's not some abstract foreign policy discussion. That's your wallet, your family budget, and your retirement savings getting hammered because terrorists thought they could play games with the global economy. But it goes deeper than that. For 45 years, the Iranian regime has terrorized the Middle East, funded Hamas and Hezbollah, chanted death to America, and worked tirelessly to build nuclear weapons. They've taken American hostages, killed American soldiers, and attacked our allies without consequence. And President Biden let them run wild for 4 years. Now President Trump is back and the adults are in charge. This isn't about oil prices. This is about whether rogue regimes can hold civilization hostage. This is about whether America leads or retreats. And right now, we're watching American and Israeli forces systematically dismantle the ability of these terrorists to threaten free people anywhere in the world. And while the military secures global shipping lanes, you need to be securing something just as important, your financial future. New numbers out of Washington show inflation is on the rise again. Another threat to you, your savings account, and your retirement. And ask yourself an honest question. Does your dollar go as far as it did 10 years ago? How about 5 years ago? Or even just last year? When hostile regimes can spike oil prices overnight and reckless government spending devalues your currency, what does the next decade look like for you and your savings? If your portfolio lacks exposure to gold, one of history's most reliable economic hedges, it's time to rethink your strategy. And gold has kept up with inflation and in many periods significantly outperformed it. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. And right now they're offering a free 10th ounce American Gold Eagle with every qualifying IRA. And don't wait for the next crisis to protect what you've worked so hard to build. Go to nextnewsgold.com today. Again, that's nextnewsgold.com. Now let me tell you what President Trump himself is saying about how all of this ends. So Bill O'Reilly just dropped a bombshell after speaking directly with President Trump late last night. The president wants dialogue with Iran, but here's a problem, that nobody's left to talk to. The regime is in complete chaos, their leaders are hiding, and many have been assassinated. And O'Reilly says the Revolutionary Guard is about to run out of ammunition. And Trump has Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff ready to negotiate in Pakistan, but the Iranians can't even figure out who's in charge anymore. And that's what happens when you pick a fight with Donald Trump. Let's get into it, folks. From Trey Yingst, we have the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Navy, Alireza Tangri, who directly commanded the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, was targeted in a strike overnight, a senior Israeli official told Fox News. Let's see.
We start with breaking news. IRGC Navy Commander Alireza Tangri was targeted overnight in a strike in the city of Bandar Abbas, Iran, according to a senior Israeli official. Tangri was directly responsible for commanding the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. I'm told his senior operational leadership, including intelligence and operations chiefs, were at a covert Navy command center. That, again, according to a senior Israeli official, we understand the battle damage assessment is ongoing, but they believe that he was killed in this strike. It was a targeted strike based on U.S. and Israeli intelligence that continues, according to this source, to demonstrate how deeply the U.S. and Israel are capable of using intelligence operations to penetrate IRGC leadership. Now, this does come as...
You know, and they're just going to keep taking them out one by one, and they're just going to keep going until it's over. Israeli strikes a direct hit to Iran's Navy power. Now, investor Kevin O'Leary is bullish on future trade through the Strait of Hormuz. So from Eric Daughtry, we have, wow, Kevin O'Leary just stunned the experts on the Iran war, saying he expects the Straits of Hormuz to be open in perpetuity and is growing very bullish 90 days out. I'm thinking 90 days, like I want to see. Let's see what Kevin O'Leary has to say.
That's really good for everybody because it's a lot more trade into Asia. That's the hub. UAE is the hub of trade for that whole region. That'll be a great outcome for investors like me. And I don't want to make light of the war. I keep saying that, but I'm thinking ahead 90 days here, and I'm liking what I see. Not the war. I keep saying that. I don't need the headaches on social media, but you know what I'm saying in terms of long-term vision. Third, which I find really, really intriguing, is no matter what happens, no enriched uranium, that's got to be found and taken out of the country. That'll be part of the deal. Hormuz will be open in perpetuity. We've got 22 nations talking about supporting that financially. That's just like the Suez or Panama Canal. Great for the region. It's a game changer in the sense that all of a sudden you have stability in the fastest growing part of the earth. It's very, very bullish for world markets. And again, I preface it, I don't like war, but you got to let this play out because the big vision here is to finally stop this problem we've had for 60 years, and I really like that outcome.
So I wonder if how much... So for people watching, bear markets tend to hibernate. That means they're going into sleep. It's going to go down. And a bull market means get out there and charge and run, run, run. So Kevin O'Leary thinks that the world economy is going to be sprinting after this is fixed. So O'Leary's optimistic outlook fuels speculation on the region's future stability, but retired General Jack Keane delivers a dose of military reality, emphasizing America's resolve to open Hormuz by force. From Jim Ferguson, we have, we will open Hormuz by force. U.S. signals full control strategy. Retired General Jack Keane says the United States has been wargaming Iran for decades, and the current operation is no surprise. Let's see.
General, what are the challenges for the United States to secure the strait?
Yeah, well, it's not without its challenges, but listen, we've been dealing with this thing for decades. I mean, even when I was a division commander in the 90s and a corps commander, that was one of our war plans that we exercised tabletop and got to the bottom of. When I was a 4-star in the Pentagon in 2000s, we were exercising that plan. So these people that say, oh my, the Iranians kind of surprised us with the Straits of Hormuz, give me a break. This has been a part of our repertoire for years. Listen, Admiral Cooper, who you had there, discussing what's going down. By the way, Jesse, I just want to compliment you. That's the best rundown I've seen since the war started on what we've been doing, systematically running down all of our capabilities and the objectives we're attacking. Well done here for you and your team.
Thank you.
But the reality is, on the Straits of Hormuz, we are going to take that by force and keep it open for as long as we have to be there to keep it open. And that is why we appealed for assistance, because we have warships who are doing offensive operations, we have warships who are doing defensive operations, and obviously we can spare some to do some escorting through the Straits, but we needed help for others to come. And obviously now they are coming. And
it just took them how long to do it? So General Krause lays out a plan to secure the Strait through sheer force. Meanwhile, Bill O'Reilly provides an insider insight after direct discussion with President Trump. So let's see what he has to say. Let's see. Come on. Oh, maybe not, guys. That might not be a good one. Let's see here. Let's try it again. All right, off to the next one. From Mario Newafall, Apaches are now hunting Iranian boats in the Straits of Hormuz. The United States deployed AH-64 Apaches along Iran's southern coastline to target fast attack boats, drones, and naval assets threatening the shipping. Let's see.
Iran's stranglehold on the Strait of Hormuz is the only thing that is stopping its regime from being completely overrun during Operation Epic Fury. But now the Iranian grip is being broken. AH-64 Apache helicopters are doing something huge in the Strait of Hormuz, as they're delivering brutal payback to the Iranian regime for its actions. Iran just got hit so hard that it thought Armageddon was upon it, and it's all thanks to a chopper that is among the best that the US has to offer. On March 22nd, Army Recognition reported that the US has deployed its Apache helicopters, alongside another aerial asset that we'll cover later in the video, to strike against Iranian threats in the Strait of Hormuz, both along the coastline and in the strait itself. These combat helicopters will be operating throughout Iran's southern coastline, where the US has achieved near-air supremacy, and they will operate in a controlled air environment that enables them to launch precision strikes against Iran's military and naval assets. This is a big move by the US, and it signals a change in posture as America attempts to secure the Strait of Hormuz, thus securing the transit of dozens of merchant ships that sail through the waterway. In the Apache, the US has an aerial asset that brings a lot of firepower to the table. Loaded with sensors, the Apache can operate as an early warning system of sorts for the rest of America's air power, as it can detect incoming drones, fast boats, and other assets in the strait. Not that the Apache will need support to counter these threats. Its Hellfire missiles fly fast, hit hard, and the perfect counter for the small boats that Iran has been sending into the strait. Add to that a top speed of 170 miles per hour, which is more than enough to keep up with even the quickest vessel that Iran has been deploying against merchant ships in the strait, and you get a helicopter that can sense threats, react fast, and destroy almost anything that's in its path.
And the Apache helicopter was actually one of the defining pieces we had from the Gulf War. They're like, oh, the Apache's that great. So Iran and the Strait of Hormuz, they're moving things around. They're coming in. The Trump administration is putting out enough things to stop it and make it safe for the world to reopen again. And hopefully that happens sooner than later. But here's what the establishment media will not tell you. This isn't chaos, this is strategy. General Jack Keane revealed that America has been wargaming this exact scenario for decades. Every strike, every Apache mission, and every targeted elimination, it's all part of a plan that's been refined since the 1990s. And Kevin O'Leary just said something that should make every American investor smile. He expects the Strait of Hormuz to be open in perpetuity. 22 nations are coming together to guarantee it stays open forever. Just like the Suez or Panama Canal, President Trump isn't just winning a military engagement, he's reshaping the entire Middle East for a generation of peace and prosperity. No enriched uranium, open shipping lanes, a neutered Iranian regime. This is what America First looks like in action. And guys, we're witnessing historic actions being done by the Trump administration. After decades of appeasement, after the disastrous Iran nuclear deal by Obama, after billions of dollars in cash delivered on pallets to terrorists, because that was a good idea, right? America has a president who understands that peace comes through strength. The mullahs gambled that they could outlast us, and they were wrong. Now I want to hear from you guys. Do you support President Trump's decisive action against Iran? Drop a yes or no in the comments below and tell me why. Make sure you share this video with every patriot you know, because the mainstream media is not going to tell them the truth. Hit that subscribe button and the notification bell so you never miss our breaking coverage. And hey, also don't forget to show your support for independent conservative journalism by checking out the Next News merch shop at shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. And thank you guys for being part of this community. Stay informed, stay free, and God bless.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together. They don't want this. Share this now.
On February 28, 2026, during the first day of a joint U.S.-Israeli airstrike against Iran, the Iranian military launched 52 of China's latest supersonic anti-ship missiles, the CM-302, targeting the U.S. Navy's USS Lincoln aircraft carrier strike group. These missiles, dubbed carrier killers, failed miserably. Not a single missile hit its target. Some of the missiles were intercepted by the U.S. Aegis defense system. Others detonated mid-flight. Several more veered off course due to guidance system failures. None of them reached their intended speed of Mach 3 as designed. This failure has raised important questions, many of which stem from a range of explanations. Iranian operational mistakes, insufficient intelligence support, and U.S. electronic jamming. While these factors did contribute, they don't explain the core issue. The true reason lies in a different, more revealing story. On March 17th, the official website of the Chinese Academy of Sciences quietly updated its page. A name vanished. Yang Wei, the chief designer of the J-20 fighter jet. He was one of China's top aviation weapons experts. There was no statement, no explanation, and no official notice. His biography as an academician was simply removed. The day before, on March 16th, the official website of the Academy of Engineering also underwent an update. 3 more names disappeared. Wu Manqing, a radar expert and former vice president of the Academy, Zhao Xianheng, a nuclear weapons engineering expert, and Wei Yiying, a missile guidance expert and former deputy general manager of the China Aerospace, Science and Industry Corporation. Earlier, on February 4th, the Standing Committee of the National People's Congress removed 3 individuals from their representative positions in a single day. Zhou Xianmin, former chairman of Aviation Industry Corporation of China, Luo Qi, chief engineer of China National Nuclear Corporation, and Liu Tangli, former president of the China Academy of Engineering Physics. In the span of 1 month, all these figures, who are responsible for radar, missiles, nuclear weapons, and fighter jets, vanished. On March 25th, the Dalian Intermediate People's Court in Liaoning sentenced Tang Ruisong, former AVIC chairman and party secretary, to death with a 2-year reprieve. The court found that between 1998 and 2024, Tan accepted over 600 million RMB in bribes during corporate mergers, project bidding, and equipment finalization processes. The time span is crucial, 26 years. For 26 years, Tang Ruisong took bribes while in his position at AVIC. Behind each bribe was a subpar supplier pushed into the system, a problematic contract approved with a signature, and batches of unqualified parts allowed to pass through unchecked. The official description of Tang Ruisong's actions is military-industrial profiteering. In those 26 years, how many projects did he approve? How many of the contracts for each part of the J-20 were truly qualified under his watch? This question has never been publicly answered. What was Tang Ruisong responsible for? The J-20, aircraft engines, the core fighting capability of the Chinese Air Force. The issue of 52 missiles missing their targets and these names disappearing from official websites are part of the same issue. Let's clarify the CM-302 missile. The official specifications look impressive. A range of 290 kilometers, a top speed of Mach 3, sea-skimming flight, and active radar guidance. On paper, it seems like a weapon that would keep any aircraft carrier commander up at night. However, there is one key characteristic of this missile that isn't listed in the specifications. It's blind. The CM-302 shares the same guidance system as its predecessor, the C-802. The issue is, it lacks a data link, satellite-based continuous guidance, and terminal active updates. At the moment of launch, the missile only receives one target coordinate. And after that, it flies based on that single address. If the target stays at that coordinate, it'll hit. But what if the target is a maneuvering warship? Warships don't stay put. During the missile's flight, the U.S. ship can turn, accelerate, and release countermeasures. By the time the missile reaches its target coordinate, the ship's no longer there. To make things worse, the CM-302 generates intense plasma sheath during supersonic flight, which interferes with its guidance system's signal reception. The faster it flies, the worse the self-interference. A missile that was billed as a Mach 3 carrier killer, but it becomes less accurate the faster it goes, with no idea what it's actually targeting. This isn't a technical problem. It's a flaw built into the design. Did the Chinese know about this? They did, but they didn't tell Iran about it when they sold the missile. First, let's talk about the Hongqi 9B system. This is China's top-tier export anti-aircraft missile system, designed to compete with Russia's S-300 and the U.S. Patriot systems. Iran received the delivery in July 2025 as part of a $5 billion oil for weapons deal. 3 systems were deployed around Tehran, the Natanz nuclear facility, and the Fordo nuclear facility. In other words, Iran placed its most valuable defense assets in its most critical locations. On February 28th, the U.S.-Israel strike began. The U.S. Navy's EA-18G electronic warfare aircraft were the first to deploy, specifically targeting and surpassing the air defense radars. Israel's F-35 jets breached the airspace. B-2 stealth bombers launched penetrating bombs. Tomahawk missiles saturated the target area from multiple directions. As a result, all 3 Hongqi 9B systems were destroyed in the first hour by U.S. anti-radiation missiles. The more critical issue was that these systems barely fired any intercept missiles. It wasn't that they were too late. The radar was disabled, and the systems didn't detect anything. They were effectively blind. Iranian air defense operators sat at their control consoles, but they saw nothing on their screens. They didn't know that hundreds of planes were already in the air. They thought the systems were working normally. Then the missiles came in. But here's the most shocking part. This wasn't the first time the Hongqi 9B failed. In May 2025, during the India-Pakistan conflict, Pakistan deployed the Hongqi 9B to protect its key military bases. India responded by using precision-guided munitions combined with Harap drones, specifically targeting the air defense radars in the first wave. Approximately 20% of Pakistan's Air Force infrastructure was destroyed. Defense analyst Tom Cooper wrote at the time that Pakistan's air defense system in Karachi was disabled by India, and that the HQ-9 battalion defending the city was hit. In January 2026, when the U.S. military arrested Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela, the Venezuelan military used the Chinese JY-27A radar system. On paper, this radar could detect F-22s and F-35s from 350 kilometers away. In reality, U.S. aircraft went undetected throughout the operation. Maduro was captured without the Chinese radar even triggering a warning. 3 conflicts, 3 failures, the same system, the same outcome. Is it the technology that's failing, or is it that no one truly cares whether the technology works? Let's first explain how the Chinese military-industrial system really operates. A missile, from design to deployment, goes through many stages: project approval, research and development, testing, finalization, production, procurement, and storage. Each stage involves power, and when there's power, there's room for rent-seeking. The most critical stage is the chip. Guidance chips, radar processing chips, and electronic warfare chips. These are the brains of modern weapons. Due to Western sanctions on high-end chips, China has to rely on gray market imports or use civilian-grade chips for military applications. This creates a system where suppliers buy chips cheaply from overseas, sometimes second-hand, sometimes repurposed civilian chips. Then they report inflated prices for reimbursement, several times higher than the actual cost. How is quality control handled? It depends on whether you pay the right people. If you do, the product is deemed qualified, and if not, it's not. Academicians falsify data at the R&D level, while those at the procurement level allow subpar products into storage, and lower-level personnel turn a blind eye. Everyone knows, everyone takes the money, and no one speaks up. In the end, what's loaded into the missile is a perfect test report and a chip that no one dares to guarantee. This explains why, after former Defense Minister Li Shangfu was removed from his position, a detail emerged. Some missile warheads in the rocket force were filled with water, not fuel. What target can this missile hit? It can only hit the PowerPoint slides reporting to the superiors. Data from the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute supports the severity of this issue. In 2024, China's military industry saw a 10% revenue decline. One of the main reasons was the corruption crackdown, which led to the freezing of numerous procurement contracts due to inflated prices and quality fraud. When a country's defense industry sees a revenue drop because it's investigating its own fraud, it highlights the fundamental problem. Now you understand why the purge list appeared at this particular time. It wasn't because Xi Jinping suddenly discovered corruption. It's always been there. The issue became a political crisis because of the battlefield in Iran. $5 billion worth of weapons, all wiped out in one battle. 3 Hongqi 9B systems were silent in the first hour. 52 carrier killers, with none of them hitting their targets. Beijing spent so much money and invested so many years to tell the world about China's military rise. And then, in less than an hour, all of it was exposed to the world. That's why those names had to disappear. Not because they were the only corrupt officials, but because the weapons they managed just ruined China's reputation on the world's biggest stage. A report from the CSIS in February states that since 2022, over 100 senior PLA generals have been purged or suspected of being purged. 2 defense ministers, 2 vice chairmen of the Central Military Commission, and the chief of the Joint Staff were all removed from power. Now, the entire Central Military Commission has only 2 people left, Xi Jinping and his anti-corruption head, Zhang Shengmin. An analysis by Foreign Affairs magazine puts it bluntly: Xi Jinping is carrying out a full-scale purge of his senior command. He's personally removing all the generals he personally promoted. Even Xi Jinping doesn't know how many of these weapons contain water instead of fuel. Now let's return to the question we left earlier. China knew the CM-302 missile had significant flaws when targeting moving targets. So why sell it to Iran? Why allow Iran to use it against a US aircraft carrier? One possible answer is that China needed a real battlefield to test whether this missile actually worked. Its real goal is to test the Taiwan Strait. In April 2025, during the U.S. military's Operation Rough Rider, the Houthi rebels, using Iranian-supplied anti-ship missiles, attacked the USS Harry Truman carrier strike group. The missile was a copy of China's C-802. As a result, none of the missiles hit their target. Some were intercepted, others exploded mid-flight, and some veered off course. The same technology, the same outcome. What conclusion did Beijing draw from these battle reports? The correct conclusion should have been that the missile has a fundamental flaw and is practically ineffective against moving targets in real combat. Yet China still sold it to Iran. They still put it into action. The Houthi attack used a subsonic version, so the data wasn't clean enough. The CM-302 is a supersonic version, and to get accurate data, it had to be used in a real battle against a real Aegis defense system. Only then could China see if this missile was truly a game changer or just a useless piece of paper in a Taiwan Strait scenario. In the hands of the Iranians, with Iranian lives at stake, these 52 missiles became live-fire tests for the People's Liberation Army. The answer was shocking to Beijing. It was all a sham. This is why the name of Yang Wei, the chief designer of the J-20, disappeared from the official website. It's also why the others' names disappeared and why Tang Rui-song was sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve. Think about the logic here. Xi Jinping didn't remove them because of their corruption. He knew about the corruption long ago and tolerated it. He removed them because this war showed him a painful truth. He, being the highest leader of the country, doesn't even know if the weapons in his arsenal are actually functional. He doesn't know if his chief designer has been selling defective products all along. So, how should Taiwan view the situation? Not with celebration, but with vigilance. Dennis Wilder, a professor at Georgetown University, said that the significance of the Iran war to the PLA is equivalent to the impact of the 1991 Gulf War on China's military. Back then, China witnessed the U.S. military destroy the Iraqi army with precision-guided weapons in just a few weeks, prompting China to begin a 30-year modernization transformation. Now, history is repeating itself. The difference is, this time, the PLA is the one standing on the sidelines taking notes. Now they know where the chip problems lie. They understand the vulnerabilities of radars under electronic warfare suppression. They've learned that supersonic missiles without data link support have a hit rate of 0. They will adapt. The Taiwan Strait is not the Persian Gulf. Taiwan is only 180 kilometers from the closest PLA base. The advantages of quantity, geography, and saturation attacks, these won't disappear just because the CM-302 missed its target on an American warship. A great power that has had its weaknesses exposed is often more dangerous than one that is blindly confident, because now it knows exactly where it needs to improve.
After a man gets knocked out for assaulting McDonald's workers with chicken McNuggets, the man's entire family arrives to continue the fight.
Back up, police! Back up. Hey, what's wrong with him? Can you help me? Pull him down to the ground for me? 10-4, we got one passed out. No. Keep him all the way down to the ground, sweetheart. Put his head down to the ground. All the way, yeah. Hey, sweetheart. Hey, who hit him? Hey, everybody, hush, and we'll get to investigating. Don't even have an attitude with me right now. Y'all called. So don't. Hey, relax. Hey, sweetheart, relax for me. Relax.
I'm good.
You're good. You passed out. You're good. So just hang tight.
Say, listen to me. I'm good. Shut up. I mean, tell your sister, shut up. I'm good, man.
Hey, bro. You passed out.
No,
you passed out.
No, good.
Okay. All right, if you want to sit up, that's fine. All right. Just hold on. You passed out, diggity dog. All right, chill out.
I'm good.
You are going to lose your balance. Can you sit for just a second? Yep. Sit.
I'm good.
Sit.
Bro, I'm good.
Sit.
Yeah, please let me up, please.
Hold on, you passed out, dude.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
No, you're not. You were passed out when I got here, so have a seat. Have a gas on your head.
Good.
You got EMS on the way. You need to get checked out, dude.
I'm going home. I'm good.
No. Have a seat, dude. I'm not going to tell you yet. Have a seat.
I'm good, man.
Have a seat.
Y'all straight, bro.
Have a seat.
Y'all good.
You got blood on you, man, and you passed out, okay? Hey, can I get someone to let my officer in? Can you tell me your name?
My name is Travion. I'm straight. More than you had on the bench. Sorry.
Hey, what happened?
Everybody out there saying they didn't see him.
Saying what?
They didn't see him.
Okay. All right, I need somebody to talk to one of the employees. He was passed out right here with blood. So, I mean, he's got a big old knot on his head. Something happened, and he's passed out right here. So, I need someone to talk to somebody right there.
Did any of y'all see what happened?
No, he came up here acting crazy. I don't know what for, but it's like, he tried to attack a pregnant lady.
Okay.
Yeah, we deserve.
Do we know where that pregnant lady is?
What?
Do we know where the pregnant lady is?
She's in the back.
So he attacked her?
Yes, he's been in here doing the most.
Okay, so who beat him up? Do we know?
No.
Okay, where that lady, where your sister at? Who? Right here? Oh, what's going on? You okay?
Yeah, I'm all right.
You don't need an ambulance or nothing? Okay, so you know this dude?
I don't know him. He just came in. I guess he's drunk or whatever. So he's like, I ain't going to rest. I get my money naked. So I walked up to him. I said, stop being disrespectful to me. I guess one of them gave him his nugget. He threw them nuggets at him.
He threw them at who?
He threw it at me.
Did anyone else see him throw the nuggets at you?
Yeah, the camera.
Can you put a camera up for me?
I can't put, I'm not a man.
Who can pull it up? Can you put a camera up so I can see him throwing the nuggets at her?
You can have a seat on a chair. Hold on, let me bring a chair to you. We definitely need to get you checked out because you passed out. At least let EMS look at you, okay?
I'm all right, though. I'm straight.
Listen, you possibly have a concussion, all right? You got a big old knot on your forehead. Can you tell this officer what happened to the best of your ability?
I just came in to get my food to go home. That's it, man. I ain't trying to do nothing else.
All right, it's a little bit more than that because you were passed out. So what happened?
I just came in to get my food to go home.
Your head just busted by itself?
So after he threw the nuggets at her, because he's in the wrong, who knocked him out after that?
One of the employees in. They want to see the camera.
You on your way? On his way. He said he'd be here about 15.
Okay, so he threw the nuggets. So after he threw them, he stood there and kept cussing.
He was still going on and on. He would not shut up.
So and he was cussing.
He would not leave.
And he was cussing the pregnant lady.
Yes.
And then Buddy put the hands on him. And where is he at?
I don't know.
The McDonald's dude that beat him up.
I don't know.
But he's left for the. He's left.
I have no. I don't know. He on probably where he's going yet. I don't know.
But he's not back here cooking food.
No, I don't see him.
I came in here to get my food. That's all.
Was there any verbal altercation that happened between you and the employees?
No, because I was outside. First I was outside, and then I came in here to get my food.
Well, how'd you get the gash on your head?
Ma'am?
How'd you get the cut on your head?
Because I was in the car.
Oh, okay.
And I came inside of here.
Okay.
To get my food. I think I know it. So based off.
Here, hold on. Film her. Ferguson.
So, from what everyone's saying, the pregnant lady who was taking his order, he's yelling at her, being obnoxious. She gets the nuggets, gives them to him. He gets the nuggets, throws that. He wouldn't leave. So at some point, one of the workers from back here came around. They got to fighting, but the McDonald's guy won. And that's how he wound up busted up. So it looks like he was the primary instigator. Yes, he initiated everything. Right. So we got, and I'll get the manager's on the way to put the surveillance. Yeah, but he's about 15 minutes away. But we got disorderly conduct on him, simple battery.
He smells intoxicated, so I don't know.
Other contact.
Yeah. When I came up, he was totally passed out. So he's got a big old knot right there on his forehead. Was there a fight? Verbal altercation where an employee took that straw thing and hit him on top of the head. But you can see he's got a little gash right there.
Yeah, he sure does.
Yeah, just check him out, make sure he's good. He's probably not going to go with y'all, but cover our grounds.
He threw his nuggets at them.
Okay.
Continued acting very disorderly, cussing everybody. Apparently another guy knocked him out because it was starting to get physical.
So do we know what they want to do? See what they want to do. You want him barred?
Yes.
Okay. Are you, Mama?
I'm the who's he stay with? So I need.
Oh, okay. Okay. Give him a second. He was knocked out. He got hit right here. So let EMS check him out, make sure he's good. But
so did it happen here?
Yes. We're trying to figure out what's going on and what we need to do. Okay.
A McDonald's worker now gets into another verbal argument with this lady as she's walking out.
Okay, I'm not talking to you, bro. I got somebody on the way to you. You bro. You bro. Okay. I'm saying no. Y'all don't feel like
Hey. You're good. Step outside for me, okay? Just wait for it to cool down a little bit.
Oh, why are we yelling? Man. Can you just make sure she's good so we don't take her to jail?
I'm sticking right back here.
Okay. The pregnant lady was like, I'm getting it. He kept cursing at her while she's getting it. She brings it out, and he takes the nuggets and just throw them at her, and then starts cussing everyone else out. So they start cussing him out back. So he refused to leave. So then one of the male guys back here came over and was like, buddy, you need to go. And they got the scuffling, but the McDonald's worker won, and that's how he wound up busted up on the table.
While waiting for the manager to arrive to watch the surveillance footage, the angry female worker from earlier comes outside and begins arguing with the suspect's family.
Okay, are you her mom?
Yeah.
Can you please take her?
She's not gonna calm down.
If she don't calm down, she may wind up going to jail.
She don't care. She haven't got a record. So I'm telling you, she ADHD. She's not gonna calm down.
You can't take her home somewhere?
She won't.
Hey,
she's got to go for disorderly conduct. She'll shut him out.
Man. No.
Okay, then tell her to back up. Tell her to back up.
Man, what you locking me up for? You see her talking?
We begged you.
Okay, you begged me.
Hey, Williams.
I'm not fighting you at all.
Y'all get him out here. I understand what I'm doing.
Go.
Do you want to back
I want him barred. Get him out of here.
All right. He wants you barred. Hey, he wants you barred. You can be barred if you don't leave. Leave right now. Leave.
I'm not fighting you at all, though. I'm not fighting you at all.
Yeah, outside the car.
Okay.
Out of here.
Ma'am, come on.
I'll get her. It's okay. You're doing too much. She talking. I'm talking.
Yo, man,
I'm not fighting y'all at all.
She's gonna pat you down. Stop yelling.
Okay, here. That's what I'm saying. Y'all sitting here doing this way. I'm not fighting y'all at all. Y'all don't hear her?
Stop.
I'm not.
All right, get in the car.
Y'all locking me up for talking? She talking
It's
too.
disorderly conduct.
Okay,
Sit back.
she is talking.
Sit back.
I'm sitting back, ma'am. I'm not going to fight y'all at all to be our job.
You're 17?
Yes. I gotta walk away. This is my dog.
Man.
Walk away. This is my
Man,
dog.
please go over there for me. Please go over there.
This is my dog.
Walk away.
Hey, I'll get her name. I'm gonna just take her. Yeah, I'm going 1042 or 10 to jail.
Oh, here's her airplane.
You got a breakthrough?
Yeah, I got it.
Hey, you got that citation for us?
What citation?
The disorderly conduct?
For her?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking her right now.
You can write it?
Yeah, I'll take it.
All right.
When I can get out this parking lot, I'll start talking to you. Okay? I'm trying to get out this parking lot.
Yeah, tell me, please. Tell me.
That's the man?
Yeah. Right here should be fine, just so I can see.
Oh, yep.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
You need to learn how to control your emotions.
I control my emotions.
You weren't doing it there? Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you think I want to take you to jail when we already got a dude up in there that's throwing nuggets at a pregnant lady? Do you think I want to do this?
I know,
but you're not working with us. I begged you. I said, please, go home. We're going off it. Please, I begged you. And you just kept going. You need to control your emotions, okay? At least I gave you the respect of begging you for like 15 minutes, then putting you in handcuffs using my hands without having to use a weapon and bust you upside the head like a lot of these motherfuckers out here be doing. But you don't respect me back because I begged you to just relax, control your emotions. We come to work, we don't want to put motherfuckers in handcuffs, but work with us.
I want you to sign on that X citation for disorderly conduct, okay? Thank you.
So where did he
So with what we saw on video surveillance, he was throwing food at the employees. He almost went behind there. That's why an employee hit him because it's about to turn physical between him and the employees. So that's when he got hit. So he's getting charged with the disorderly conduct because they instructed him to leave. He didn't leave. So he just got to go to court for that. It's just a citation.
Overeating, brought his food to the house.
On the
So
floor.
he came here looking for food, but his food was delivered to the house.
And I think that's why he got upset. So that's what started the verbal altercation, and then it almost ensued into a physical. And that's when they hit him because they're just like, hey, bro, like we gave you multiple times, and you're coming over here trying to be physical. He's just going to get cited because we could have charged him with simple battery for throwing the chicken nuggets at the girl, because that can still be considered simple battery. But to make it easier tonight, and with what's going on with him, I said disorderly conduct. Call it a day, and he's just going to be barred here, so he can't come back to this McDonald's at all. So he's barred from here for 2 years. Whenever he comes home, just remind him of that so he doesn't go to jail for a stupid criminal trespass. Okay. All right.
Thank you. We got a million people out there. We got a crime scene. We got a dude bust upside the head. The EMS lady is saying, I'm taking him to the hospital. And you up in here, we was good. We was taking him to jail. We was going to get names, do a report. We was on our way. But you just kept going. You can't do this. You cannot do this stuff in public. And if it wasn't me, it was going to be someone else. And if it ain't tonight, it's going to be next week because you got to fix this. You just as long as Buddy throwing nuggets at the pregnant lady.
Well, it turns out throwing nuggets at a pregnant woman isn't just stupid, it's also the quickest way to get you knocked out in a McDonald's. Now, you know things are definitely going downhill when you can't even go to a McDonald's and have a Happy Meal with your kid without worrying about things like this popping off. Because we've all been there, craving for a specific food that's been on our mind all day. But imagine going into a McDonald's, you order your food, and for the first time in history, they actually get the fries perfect. You sit down, and instead of enjoying your food, you have to deal with this. And I can speak from experience. Police cannot stand when they walk into a scene like this because it's chaotic, and on most occasions, it's difficult to get straight answers of what happened. We got a male who supposedly passed out, but honestly, as soon as I laid eyes on him, I could tell he was probably knocked out because he was bleeding pretty bad. And I gotta tell you guys, this is a prime reason why I started to take my lunch while on duty, because as a cop, you might walk into a restaurant thinking you're going to have your 30-minute lunch break, but many times you don't get to take your lunch break, especially if you walk into situations like this. But as the police were doing their investigation, it appeared like it was just business as usual, because these employees just kept working and bagging up the orders. Society is so numb to this stuff now. But this is the hard part for police, because most of the employees likely know what actually happened, but only one of them actually told police who put hands on this guy. And I've dealt with these crazy calls so many times. We arrive and start to piece everything together, but for unknown reasons, people have to keep arguing, which is what we saw here. And when you have family showing up, it always has the potential to get worse. And I've been where this cop has been, trying to explain logic to prisoners sitting in the back after we try to avoid arresting people. They don't listen, and they try to make the police the villain. Remember, one of the most difficult things a person will learn to do in life is controlling yourself. But in the end, what started as an order for a 6-piece chicken nugget and then throwing it at a pregnant woman got him a 3-piece combo instead with no sauce. And sadly for the woman employee, she got to finish the rest of her shift at the police station. Guys, please don't let this be you.
The male who threw chicken McNuggets at the pregnant woman and the female McDonald's worker who wouldn't stop yelling and arguing were both charged with disorderly conduct. They are innocent unless proven guilty in a court of law.
Hello folks, this is Anton, and today we're going to be discussing yet another unusual radio signal that right now is extremely difficult to explain. And specifically, we're going to be discussing this mysterious signal that essentially challenges our fundamental understanding of what produces these signals and how certain stars potentially live and die. And that's because here we have a very strange signal repeating every 36 minutes, and it seems to be coming from somewhere where there's basically nothing there. But more intriguingly, whatever this was, it was only doing so for a relatively short time before shutting down completely, which of course makes this an extremely interesting phenomenon. But just so that we're clear, right now, nobody thinks this is extraterrestrial intelligence or any kind of alien life. This seems to be natural and seems to resemble a lot of other similar signals, such as the famous pulsars. Except that when it comes to pulsars, the way they blink is a lot different and involves physics we actually do understand. And so let's talk a little bit more about this particular discovery and find out what's possibly happening here. But I guess let's start with pulsars. And so these are neutron stars that usually spin pretty fast, sometimes several hundred times per second. But at the same time, because they also have these powerful beams moving in two directions, sometimes those beams head toward us, producing very specific emissions resembling signals that blink several hundred times per second. But recently, astronomers have also discovered an extremely different type of a signal referred to as an LPT, a signal that should not even be possible. And here we have a radio emission that pulses once every few minutes or even hours, and does so in a way we've never seen before. And so here, these are known as long period transients, and it's essentially a relatively brand new discovery that we first discussed just a couple of years back. I think the video should be somewhere in the description. And the problem here is that, well, nobody actually knows how this is even possible. And that's because if we compare this to pulsars, whatever is happening here seems to involve a completely different mechanism that currently nobody can explain. And so once again, for neutron stars or pulsars, here many of them start to act like these cosmic lighthouses, spinning rapidly and beaming radio waves toward Earth. But as they age, they usually start spinning slower and slower, and eventually reach a point astronomers refer to as the death valley. Or basically they start spinning so slow that they just don't have enough energy to produce radio emissions anymore, and essentially kind of run out of juice. And this normally happens when the rotation becomes at least a few seconds long. And so because of this, a pulsar whose rotational period is in minutes should be technically impossible. Yet now, for the past few years, quite a few have been discovered, and well, none of them right now make a lot of sense. Because here once again we have powerful radio emissions, but also incredibly slow rotations. And well, just a few days ago, researchers found another one, ASCAP J1424, once again discovered by the Australian Pathfinder telescope in Western Australia, that once again possesses some unique features. For example, here the periodicity is exactly 35.79 minutes. In other words, the signal here arrives to us almost exactly every 36 minutes. But unlike previous sources, this was only active for approximately 8 days before completely turning off. And when scientists tried to find it in some of the archival data, by basically looking at data years and years back, they found nothing. So basically here, this was only active for 8 days and then disappeared. And on top of this, the subject also seems to emit 100% polarized light. In simpler terms, it means that radio waves seem to be vibrating in a very specific organized way, as if they pass through some kind of a highly magnetized environment. And so whatever seems to have emitted this must have contained a very powerful magnetic field. But even though the researchers looked at all kinds of archival data and even conducted a new search using Gemini South telescope, here in this location they found no optical, near-infrared, or radio counterpart anywhere. And it's the lack of the visible star that makes this extremely difficult to explain. Because we would expect at least something here, such as once again maybe a neutron star, or maybe some kind of a white dwarf. But as I mentioned, obviously this is not the first unusual object, and quite a few extreme ones have been found in just the last few months. And specifically there are now at least 14 confirmed signals, with some of them being quite different. And one of the most famous ones is JPM-J1839-10, a signal with a period of 22 minutes, but that apparently has been active for approximately 30 years. It just we've never really noticed it because it seems to emit radio emissions very, very slowly. In radio astronomy, this was one of the strangest discoveries in the last couple of years. Although it's this signal, GLEMAX J1627-5235, that basically kickstarted everything. This was the first signal discovered in 2018 with a pulse of 18 minutes. And once again also extremely high polarization of 95%. But even here some of these signals are also bizarre in their own way. For example, Chime J1634+44 seems to be speeding up, or basically seems to increase in frequency as opposed to what it should be doing, which is decreasing in frequency because its rotation should be slowing. And so here, because this is spinning faster and faster, it potentially is stealing a lot of material from the companion star, which is making it accelerate its rotation because of the transfer of the angular momentum. And so basically even here, quite a few of these signals possess very unique properties, and properties that are basically kind of difficult to explain. But I guess the biggest question is, okay, so what can this be? Is there any way for us to explain at least some of this? And what theories do scientists currently have? Well, right now there are basically two main ideas, and both, at least to some extent, make sense. Okay, so maybe these are slow-spinning magnetars, mostly because of these extremely magnetic conditions observed through polarization. And so here we will have a magnetar that might be spinning extremely slow, most likely because it was produced by some kind of a strange supernova that created an additional disk around it, which essentially acted like a kind of a brake, slowing it down to spin once every few minutes. In other words, it's a magnetar with an accretion disk. And so here, maybe, a slow-spinning magnetar that possesses an accretion disk could produce some kind of a slow emission of radio waves with extremely high polarization. Although, once again, this would not really explain why we don't really detect anything else here. Alternatively, these could also be very strange white dwarfs, or basically a type of a star that the sun is going to become sometimes in the future. And surprisingly, this is one of the more accepted theories, because it seems to make more sense. And here, astronomers found at least two of these LPTs that seem to be definitely part of a binary system. In this case consisting of a white dwarf and an M-type star or a red dwarf. And in these systems, the magnetic field of the white dwarf interacts with the wind coming from the companion star that then generates bright radio pulses every time they orbit around each other. Or basically in this case, the period is actually the orbital period of two separate objects. And well, technically this would definitely make sense for some of these objects, but once again, not for this one. Here we would definitely see the red dwarf, or would at least see something. And so for all we know, this particular object might be creating its own new category. And so even though quite a few of these seem to be stable over decades and seem to produce relatively similar emissions, other ones are transient and only seem to appear for a few months before disappearing completely. And so a lot of these new radio discoveries are forcing astronomers to start rethinking certain models and rethinking everything we thought we knew about how radio signals are produced. Because here, by studying these signals, we're definitely learning about magnetic fields and their interaction with various objects, while also learning a little bit more about various stellar remnants and the evolution of stars in general, and especially stars in various binary systems. But I guess more exciting discoveries might come from some kind of new physics. Specifically, if some of these are indeed isolated neutron stars, here astronomers have to figure out what physical mechanisms seem to produce these signals and where exactly they're getting all of this energy. And because for all we know, maybe these are not really neutron stars, but something a little bit more exotic like, for example, quark stars. Basically hypothetical star-like objects that seem to be made out of exotic matter. Or completely new, never before seen stellar remnants that require completely new explanations, which by the way is how neutron stars were discovered to begin with. The signals coming from them were so bizarre and so strange that they actually acquired completely new explanations that nobody considered before. And so something very similar could be happening here. But that means that right now we're basically at the tip of the iceberg when it comes to these discoveries. And as new telescopes become operational and add additional data to many of these archives, we're most likely going to discover even more of these objects all over the place. But at least for now, this mystery of the 37-minute radio signal is going to remain a mystery. Right now we have no idea exactly what this is, and trying to explain this as a magnetar or a white dwarf does not really make sense because there's just no evidence yet. The only evidence we have is that whatever produced these radio emissions, the radio waves here seem to have traveled through some extremely birefringent medium, or essentially space itself, that starts to act like a light prism. It essentially starts shifting the light in such a way that even though it's just vacuum, it starts to act like physical medium. That's actually one of the effects explained by the Einsteinian principles, and we've briefly discussed this in one of the previous videos in the description. And usually these types of media are produced by extremely dense objects like neutron stars, and of course magnetars. But, as I mentioned, it could also be something more exotic. With the other question of course being, why only 8 days? What could have happened during those 8 days that suddenly started producing this, and why did it then just disappear as suddenly as it appeared? Which means that we'll definitely come back and discuss this more in some of the future videos, because right now there's just no answers. Thank you for watching, subscribe, come back tomorrow to learn something else, support this channel on Patreon where you can find additional videos without any ads and can DM it directly, or by joining a channel membership that grants you early access. You can also support this channel by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt in the description below. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye bye.
Ousted dictator Nicolas Maduro and his wife Cecilia back in court today in a bid to try to get their cases tossed out of court. Whether Venezuelan money can be used to fund their defense. They want to use the oil money to fund their defense, arguing that Venezuela has made $18 billion from oil since the case began. The judge declined, no big surprise there, to drop these charges, which include narco trafficking, cocaine trafficking, weapons possession, narco-terrorism for both Maduro and his wife. They're both charged with these things. They have pled not guilty. Joining me now, Daniel DiMartino, a Manhattan Institute fellow, born in Venezuela, grew up watching socialism destroy his country. He left for the United States in 2016 and has publicly called on President Trump to intervene militarily in Venezuela since 2018. Daniel is featured in the Fox Nation special, The House of Maduro, Palace to Prison, and he was at the Manhattan courthouse this morning as Maduro made his appearance. Daniel, it's always good to have you with us. I know you really like that image of him being carted out of your country with a blindfold on, and you said today you're enjoying looking at these pictures of him in the courtroom. Can you believe it? Can you believe it when you're down there today?
You know, I do, because it's been a dream of mine since I was a young kid. So for me, it's just a happy day, and I just want to see this concluded. And what I crave for the most, even more than justice, is liberty and prosperity for the Venezuelans who are suffering today.
So the judge is 92 years old in this case, and we have a long way to go before they actually start this trial. Some believe that President Trump might not even be in office when this trial begins. What did you think about the things that Maduro was asking for, that he wants to use the oil money to pay for his defense?
I think it's unreasonable, in part because Venezuela is a sanctioned country. The judge has no legal authority to direct U.S. foreign policy, right, which is what the sanctions is, and that's what the U.S. government argued today in court. What would be interesting is if Maduro is forced to use personal funds, then he would have to reveal where those personal funds came from, which is drug trafficking, further implicating him in crimes, right? So this is why he actually doesn't want to use quote-unquote personal funds.
Where is his money?
Well, one bank account which was recently frozen, a newly discovered bank account, was in Switzerland, over $1 billion. Imagine this, just one bank account, over $1 billion. How many bank accounts are there? Just him? How many more cronies? We're talking in Venezuela about one of the greatest robberies in world history.
Incredible. So it was kind of entertaining today. President Trump was saying how, I'm very popular in Venezuela. He said, maybe after I'm done being president of the United States, I'll go be the president of Venezuela. He said he would run against Delcy Rodriguez, and that there would be, as someone else said, big statue for President Trump in Venezuela, which he seemed to like the idea of.
I know many Venezuelans who, including myself, support building a statue of President Trump in Venezuela. If Venezuela becomes a free country, absolutely. It's the same as Reagan. Reagan has statues all over in Eastern Europe because thanks to him, the Berlin Wall fell. And thanks to President Trump, there are going to be statues of President Trump all over Latin America.
It's fascinating, and I think that's a very apt parallel, because in Eastern Europe, the people there believed that Ronald Reagan, President Reagan, was the one who sort of pushed that tipping point and the catalyst for the fall of the Soviet Union. And now we see the same thing happening. How long do you think it will happen in Cuba, and how will it happen in Cuba?
I think that President Trump wants to go down in history as the president that solves the issue of socialism in the Western Hemisphere. And that's what really matters. It's not about elections. It's not about popularity. It's about how people remember you.
Right.
And if he achieves this, and he has 2.5 years left to do it, he will achieve that goal. And so I think that he really is going to put all the effort into finishing the war in Iran as soon as he can, into liberating Venezuela, into liberating Cuba, because of the prosperity that that's going to bring America and how he's going to be remembered.
Are people moving back to Venezuela?
Some people are, but it's not really meaningful. The reason is that the regime is still in place. Right. And that's what President Trump needs to finish. And I'm hopeful. Look, Marco Rubio knows this issue, and Trump does too.
Thank you, Daniel. Good to have you again. And everybody watch that special on Fox Nation about what happened to Maduro. It's fascinating.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Happy Warrior, featuring host of The Benny Show, Benny Johnson.
Hey, what's going on? How we doing, Dallas? What's happening? Persians for Trump. Look at my man. My boy's got the Persians for Trump sign on his shirt. How we doing, brother? What's going on, CPAC? Who likes seeing ice in the airport on your way here? Who says a shout out to our ICE agents? And ladies and gentlemen, this morning is going to be a historic white pill. I have something beautiful for you today to see, a map out just this morning, something that is historic. The net criminal alien migration in all American cities, down some places double digits across the board, including in Dallas, Texas. 52% net negative migration here.
Forgive me, I had to reset it to get the mic to work. But yes, that's fantastic.
What we voted for.
Yes, it is.
Gentlemen. This is what we voted for. I'm sick of the black pilling. I'm sick of people tearing at the movement from the inside. I want victories for our movement. Those victories have to be domestically here at home. So we are going to celebrate those. We're going to celebrate our historic movement this morning. Who's with me? Ready to go? Because this is what our border looked like just 2 short years ago. This was your Texas border. Any Texans in the house? What did you think when you saw this? Criminal aliens as far as the eye could see. This was a regular day under Joe Biden. This was an invasion. This is not migration. These are criminals, every single one of them. An invasion. Immigration without assimilation is an invasion. It is immoral. It says in Deuteronomy, you must protect your borders, otherwise you will be ruled by the foreigner. It's biblical to want strong borders. And ladies and gentlemen, this morning our borders look like this. Can I get an amen? Look at that, so fresh, so clean. Thank you. Thank you.
You're gonna get me canceled here, Benny. Be careful.
To everybody who made this America First movement possible. Because it was a massive coalition. It was a winning coalition. Look at this. Oh, wow, they have captions on the screen. You can't even see the
Hold on.
numbers.
I'm gonna turn. I think my mic's a little hot. How's that?
Whoa, now you can just,
I think
hey, how we doing?
that's a
How's
little
it
better.
going? How are you doing? Check it out. This is the border crossings under Trump, term 1, Biden, term 2.
I mean, it's
what our movement has done, down to 0. Criminal alien border crossings down to 0. Also, foreign-born population collapsing for the first time in your lifetime or mine. God bless President Trump. Also, migration into American states. We are self-sorting as Americans, and red states are winning. People are fleeing blue states. They're coming to great states like Texas and Florida. Can I get a witness? And look at this. 40 billion. Yeah, what's up, my Florida people?
Yeah, you know what? But I'm not leaving California because they're ruining it. Okay, we gotta fix. Excuse me. We gotta fix this. I'm not copping out. It's the Golden State. We can't just let them have the gold. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Our founders intended that we get to vote and choose with our feet and our dollars. This, ladies and gentlemen, is federalism in action, and it's a beautiful thing. I would love to, since we are talking about the border right now, and I believe we have a special guest very briefly backstage, I would like to welcome out onto the stage our retiring Border Patrol Chief, Greg Bavino, who's here right now, and who I want to give a massive round of applause for delivering, ladies and gentlemen, these numbers. The man. Can we put this one back up on screen? Look at that. Look what Greg Bavino and his Border Patrol team did. Check this out. And here's an ICE agent. Oh, look at it. Superman got me. Superman's doing a bow. Superman doing a bow to Greg Bavino. This is the work of Greg and his team. Can we get a massive round of applause for our Border Patrol and ICE agents and Greg's work as the chief of the Border Patrol? The fake news hate him, libs hate him. This is Darth Vader for those people. He's the biggest bad guy, but he's a hero to us and the America First movement. Greg, you want to say a few words? You want to just say thank you? He's retiring right now. Let's give him a warm, warm welcome. Greg Bavino. Bavino, say a few words.
Hey, Benny, thank you. Again, I did retire. I've actually been retired 24 hours now. I left my tribe, folks, but I joined another tribe, and that is you, that conservative CPAC movement, America. Thanks for having me here today. Thank you. Benny, thank you.
Good job, Greg. Thanks. We couldn't do it without you, man.
Say it so the fake news can hear
Very
you.
important.
Let's hear it for Greg Bavino and his incredible job securing.
Very important. I'm just trying so hard not to get canceled with the music.
Ooh, man. Libs hate that guy.
I'm being
Did you read the New
super
York
careful
Times
right now.
piece that just dropped on Greg Bavino? He's like, I would like to deport 100 million people from this country. Wait a second, there's 100 million criminal aliens here. We gotta get to work.
Yeah, tell me about it, bro.
How do we get to work?
You start knocking on doors and asking if they actually have a social security number. Start there.
I want to focus on the wins.
Oh my God.
There are going to be a lot of people with a lot of different opinions inside of our movement. But
It's not that hard. People want to make it hard because of rights. It's not. You're undoing the rights of millions of people have died. Okay, maybe not millions, but in my mind, it's millions of people have died to fight for freedom across all the world in general.
And so I want to, with a
Their own way of freedom, whatever.
establish this, that you are my friends. If you believe in a secure border, if you believe that there are only two genders, if you believe in marriage, if you believe that America is the greatest country on earth and that God shed his grace on thee, then you are my brethren. You are my America First movement. And if you believe in deporting communists like Zorhan Mandami and AOC, I don't think we can deport AOC. I don't know. But that's going to be the debate. I know there's a lot of debates going on right now. There's probably plenty of debates in this room. There's a lot of people with a lot of different opinions. And I love that. I welcome that. Isn't that the difference between us and them? That it's like totally chill to have a debate with someone if it's in good faith, if you just want the best for the country, if you agree in these core principles, then we should welcome that debate. We should want that debate. The problem is the side that stopped debating and the side that stopped talking and decided that we were less than human and they got their guns and they started killing. And I'm sick of watching my president get shot in the head. I'm sick of watching my friends die on a live stream. I'm sick of the violence from the left. There's no argument with that. It's demonic. It's evil. We must disavow it, fight it, and defeat it.
So I'm filling out
Ladies and
paperwork.
gentlemen, I do not want Charlie to have died in vain.
No, man, I don't even know that guy, but I mean, it wasn't right.
I'm well aware that there's debates online. I'm well aware that there's schisms and there's people.
All of this extra like effort spent towards somebody like Charlie should never have been like gone. It's so crazy the world we live in right now. We gotta really be careful. I'm only gonna turn this up because I'm trying to make sure like that we get to my content today and not just bathe in everyone else's
feelings about what's going on. A lot of it foreign. Some of it domestic, but I want to remind everyone how we won in the first place and what the future may have been without us uniting. A reminder, there was Charlie Kirk who was constantly reaching out to the other side, constantly reaching out to people who disagree with him, constantly bringing people together in our movement who vehemently disagreed. Don't go check on some of the stuff that J.D. Vance said about Donald Trump, in the 2016 election and so on. But it's Charlie Kirk who actually brought J.D. Vance and Donald Trump together. This is a Charlie Kirk legacy right here. Charlie Kirk united a Democrat, the most legendary Democrat from the most legendary family, a guy who was running as a Democrat against Donald Trump. They united on stage at a Turning Point event and created the Mojave movement. This is awesome. And we got a great meme out of it. We got Donald Trump force-feeding RFK seed oils, which is hilarious. We should embrace that. Charlie Kirk brought together two of the most powerful men walking the earth today. Elon Musk, a champion of freedom, free speech, and humanity with President Trump. Who's thankful that Elon Musk has joined our movement? Oh, yeah. This, ladies and gentlemen, was the unity that won us so much in 2024 and saved America from what I believe is 1,000 years of darkness. And finally, who remembers little Marco? Marco! She goes, Marco! Marco's sister's in the front row here. You remember, this was literally where Donald Trump came up with little Marco. What you're watching right there is the little Marco moment in a telenovela. This was Telemundo debate. This was only 10 years ago. It wasn't that long ago. This is 2016. It's only 10 years ago. And look at what's happened now because of the unity of our movement and what we can accomplish together. Marco is going to become the next dictator of Cuba. It's going to be great. It's going to be fun. We should embrace that. Come on, he looks so happy about it. Give him a cigar, grow a beard. Who's excited to see it? Are there any Cubans in the house tonight? Any people who love liberty? Yes. Yes. God bless you. God bless you. Hopefully you can help Marco. You know, I'm sure he's going to need some patriots. That's what we can do. Who's proud of Marco Rubio, by the way? What an MVP. Marco Rubio, total MVP. It's like been shocking to me. Look at this. It's Mark. She's excited. Okay, that's right. Okay, we're getting like a mosh pit up here. This means. Are we doing a good job? Okay, fantastic. Let's keep going because God's on our side. Okay, that's the difference between us and the left. I think it is critical for us to constantly remind ourselves that our God can do the impossible. Our God saved President Trump's life for this moment right here. God said in this moment, I'm not done with America yet. They intended to kill this man as a message to the rest of the world, ladies and gentlemen, that you are not allowed to be a patriot, a nationalist. You are not allowed to stand and save your country. And now we are watching liberty ring throughout the earth. It is a new 1,000 years of light, and that is because our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ saved President Trump's life that day. We all witnessed a miracle. We are all witness and inheritors of that movement. Peter says that God, Paul in Romans 12 says that God actually establishes the kingdoms of the earth, and that it is God who chooses the leaders. And he chooses those leaders in order to wield the sword for the terror of evil men and protect good men. Let that be our prayer today, that President Trump and his administration wields that sword for the terror of evil men. And ladies and gentlemen, let me show you what that terror looks like. It looks like President Trump elected on election day. It looks like Melania Trump's hat. It looks like every county in America swinging rightward. Every single county. On election day in 2024, every one of them went more red than they did in 2020, and it looks like a red kingdom. This is the land you live in. This is your birthright. We live in a red kingdom. Don't ever let anybody tell you otherwise. You are the majority. Let's start acting like it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's also never forget what we are fighting against. Here it is. Dude, can you believe we actually lived through this? This is what they were trying to do to your children. At least he couldn't bite children, by the way, with the mask on. Maybe that's the good thing about him. What was this? It's like a bad dream. You remember that time when the Secret Service said, hey, yo, pal, here's the direction to the Oval Office. And he just kept wandering into the bushes with the nuclear football. Kind of terrifying. People are worried about nuclear war now. What the hell was going on here? Please. Please. We had such.
That's awful.
Were you sick of weakness? Wasn't it an insult every single day you open up your phone and you see videos like this, a live stream from Epstein Island, you know? It's pathetic, and this is something else that us unifying for cause saved us from. We never have to listen to Kamala Harris again. We will never listen to her again. The last time we ever had to hear Kamala Harris's voice, please God, was when she certified the election on January 6th, 2025. Here it is.
Has received 312 votes. Kamala B. Harris.
Yep.
Lay off it. Who's happy? Who here is happy that woman is not in the White House, that Joe Biden's not in the White House, that Melania Trump is living in the White House today? Come on. I want to speak. I only have a few minutes left here. I have 2 minutes left exactly. I think we can do it right on time. So I want to just say something quickly about my brother, Charlie Kirk. Because there's been so much, it's 6 months, almost to the day, that we lost Charlie. there's been much made about what forces took Charlie from this earth. And I want to speak to the bullet that was fired at my friend on that live stream that day. That bullet was fired directly out of malice and evil. The ideology that killed my friend, a father, a devoted husband, a leader of this movement, and a future president of our country was fired by a radical, leftist, transgender who embraced this radical, evil, demonic ideology. It's straight from the pit of hell. And I denounce it. God said in the first book of the Bible, I maketh them man and woman. Transgenderism killed Charlie Kirk. And I'm sick of transgender violence in my nation. I am going to state it clearly and profoundly at this moment that we must find the clarity of what and who we are actually fighting. The violent, radical, demonic left is our enemy. They want to kill us. They're done arguing. They've made that very clear. And ladies and gentlemen, unite with me in purpose to make sure that Charlie did not die in vain, that we can rescue our children from this demonic ideology, please.
Amen.
Say it with clarity. Say it. There's power in speaking
Amen.
truth. There's power in it. Ladies and gentlemen, without Charlie Kirk's sacrifice and how much he united this entire movement, we wouldn't have moments like this. Please, listen to this historic moment from one of the top doctors at HHS.
Women are women. Women can never become men.
And he goes on to say, men are men and can never become women. Who agrees with that? From one of America's top doctors. Look at this. As of this morning, the Olympics, this was published an hour ago, the Olympics have banned all men in women's sports. We would never have gotten that headline without your vote, without President Trump, without this movement, CPAC.
Thank God.
And we
Praise
would never
God.
have this headline, young adults lead resurgence to church attendance. Without this moment, Gen Z now leads church attendance the first time in human history
Praise
that young
God.
people are going to church at greater rates than their parents. How awesome is that? We're living through a revival right now. Trump winning with young voters, something you never thought you'd see ever in your life. President Trump winning an absolute majority of young men in the 2024 election. That is a Charlie Kirk legacy and the legacy of this movement we are building together. When asked, and this is the most important thing I have to say, and it's in conclusion, and we're done. When asked what the major priority is for their lives, young Trump voters, men and women, said my number one priority is having children and starting a family. That is the culture war right there. That is the victory, ladies and gentlemen. Because the left, we're going to just outbreed them. Can I get a witness? Can I get an amen? We're just going to outbreed the left. You ever met a lib? They're hideous. Nobody wants to have sex with them. The pink hair, the yellow teeth. Plus, they're cutting their dicks off. It makes it very easy for us. I don't know. It's not up to me. They're the ones who choose to do it. It makes it so easy. We have a historic moment right now. We can seize it. We can take it back. This was Charlie Kirk's memorial service. Ladies and gentlemen, who remembers it? Who watched it or was there? In conclusion, let's have this moment again. The unity, the clarity of purpose, the return to the foundational Christian principles of this nation. Let's remake this. Let's not forget this. And ladies and gentlemen, if we keep going, this is my family, by the way. I have, since moving to a red state, I have had one kid per year with my wife. So thank you, red states. Thank you, CPAC. This is the greatest motivation on earth, parents. Do you agree with me? Grandparents, do you agree with me? The greatest motivation on earth is what God commandeth us. God says it directly to Adam. The first command to Adam is this: go, be fruitful, and multiply. Protect the garden, protect your nation, and leave an inheritance for your children's children. Who's with me, CPAC? Let's go. God bless you. Thank you.
Nailed it.
Next news, breaking news.
The woman who tried to bankrupt Donald Trump, the radical New York Attorney General who weaponized her office to persecute our president with a $500 million witch hunt, is now facing criminal prosecution herself. And folks, this is not the same partisan complaint that will disappear into a deep blue district. Bill Pulte, President Trump's FHFA director just dropped the hammer with 2 federal criminal referrals against Letitia James, and one of them landed in Florida, where there's no corrupt Democrat machine to protect her. The hunter has become the hunted, and his justice finally coming from one of the most partisan prosecutors in American history. And think about what Letitia James did to you, to your country, to the very concept of equal justice under the law. She ran for office promising to get Trump, to put Trump in jail, and spent years and millions of dollars of your taxpayer dollars on politically motivated prosecutions and tried to seize your president's properties over inflated civil fraud claims that banks themselves said caused no harm. She turned the Attorney General's office into a weapon of political persecution. Now, here's a personal impact. When prosecutors can't target political opponents without consequences, none of us are safe. Your rights, your property, your freedom all become subject to whoever holds power. But here's what's different now. These referrals aren't going to Washington, D.C., where deep state operatives can bury them. One is going to the U.S. Attorney in Miami, Florida, and the charge? Insurance fraud. James allegedly lied on federal homeowners insurance documents, claiming her property was a vacation home when it was actually being used full-time by family. That's a federal crime. And in Florida, there's a real prosecutor who will look at the evidence. And speaking of protecting what you've built from corrupt officials and a system that seems rigged against everyday Americans, let's ask you something important. New numbers out of Washington show inflation is on the rise again. Another threat to you, your savings account, and your retirement. And ask yourselves an honest question. Does your dollar go as far as it did 10 years ago, 5 years ago, or even just last year? While politicians like Letitia James abuse the power and the establishment protects its own, who's protecting your nest egg? So what does the next decade look like for you and your savings? If your portfolio lacks exposure to gold, one of history's most reliable economic hedges, it's time to rethink your strategy. And gold has kept up with inflation and in many periods outpaced it significantly. That's why I trust Noble Gold Investments. They've helped thousands of Americans diversify with physical precious metals. And here's the best part. Go to nextnewsgold.com right now, and qualified accounts receive a free 10th ounce American Gold Eagle. Don't let inflation and uncertainty erode everything that you've worked for. Visit nextnewsgold.com today, because in times like these, you need assets the establishment cannot devalue. Now, here's what makes this story even bigger. This isn't just some political complaint. John Solomon, one of the most respected investigative journalists in the country, has seen the documents, and he's calling this a blockbuster. He says the evidence is very clear, very strong, and some of it comes directly from court records. And Bill Pulte did his homework. The previous mortgage fraud referral got tossed out because of a technicality with the U.S. Attorney's appointment. But these referrals are going to properly appointed prosecutors in Chicago and Miami, and there's no escape hatch for Tish James this time. Let's get into it and see what this is all about. So from Bill Pulte, he says the Trump FHFA director Bill Pulte just issued 2 criminal referrals against AG Tish James for home insurance fraud. One of the referrals is in Florida, as opposed to deep blue jurisdiction filled with corrupt Democrats. And we've seen Bill Pulte launch a striking shot across Tish James' bow with these referrals. Now a panel discusses the implications of a federal filing focused not on mortgage, but on insurance fraud. From Real America's Voice, we have breaking 2 criminal referrals against Letitia James. And just a few minutes ago, let's see.
All right, you all want accountability, and we're tired of waiting for it, right? Just a few minutes ago, the Federal Housing Finance Administration made 2 criminal referrals against Letitia James, not for mortgage fraud.
What?
No, they tried that, and I got thrown out in D.C. But for insurance fraud, one in the Chicago area, one in Florida. I think the one in Florida probably sticks. What do you guys think? Yeah,
Letitia James referred for insurance fraud in Florida. Now, John, if I understand this correct, does that mean the case would go up in Florida and Illinois, because that's where the fraud took place? Is that state level or federal level?
Federal. These are federal criminal referrals for filing a false statement on a homeowner's insurance policy, saying that her home is going to be a vacation home, and in fact, she was using it full-time for family. The U.S. Attorney in Miami, U.S. Attorney in Chicago will be the deciders. I think the most likely place where a case will be brought will probably be consolidated, brought into Florida. But this just happened a few minutes ago. Go check it out on justinnews.com. We'll have more of it on the top of the show in a few minutes.
What do you say, folks? Are you ready for some accountability for Letitia James?
You know, it's funny. Does anything that the Democrats, is it any of it real? It's all lying on this, cheating on that, doing this, flipping cash back and forth, running billion-dollar scams out of Minnesota and pocketing cash on the side as $300 million goes back to Somalia. What do they have that's real? It's not the base support. They just care about illegals because they need to pad the numbers even more so they can control things. I mean, they're collapsing. The panel's fired up about accountability, but President Trump just turned on the heat with his own bold words. Let's see how his response is igniting conversation. From MAGA Voice, saying, breaking, President Trump just posted about Letitia James getting criminally prosecuted. Let's see what he says. So New York Attorney General Letitia James referred again for criminal prosecution for alleged homeowner insurance fraud. Link to one of the articles we just talked about. So Trump knows this, he wants it to happen, but he also wants the process to do itself. And everybody's innocent until proven guilty, and not guilty until proven innocent like what Trump and the Democrats want, but we like living in a constitutional republic that we do have. And President Trump is calling for action, and John Solomon is ready to break down just how strong the evidence is against New York's AG. Stay tuned for his take. So New York Attorney General Letitia James has been, again, referred to the DOJ. Let's see what Sean Hannity has to say.
Has confirmed they received that referral. We did reach out to Letitia James in her office for comment. We have yet to hear back. Here with all the details. He is the founder, editor-in-chief, chief investigative reporter, justthenews.com. John Solomon is here with the very latest. This is a blockbuster based on what I've seen with these documents.
Yeah, the documents are very clear. The evidence is very strong. Some of it is court records. So Bill Pulte did his homework. New York's top cop is in a world of trouble. This is a very serious legal referral. If you remember last year, there was a referral made for mortgage fraud. It led to an indictment, but then the indictment got thrown out by a judge on the grounds that the U.S. attorney wasn't lawfully appointed there. That will not be the case where these two referrals are being sent. They're being sent to Chicago, where Allstate Insurance is located, in Florida, where a second insurance company where Letitia James took out her homeowner's insurance was based. Both have sitting U.S. attorneys. Both have juries with a long history of sending politicians to prison when they believe they've engaged in corrupt acts. And both are getting referrals that have very specific information. That Letitia James filled out insurance applications for her home in Virginia, claiming that it would not be occupied for 5 months of a year. That probably got her a better rate. In fact, the house was occupied around a year by a niece and a family member. And so the evidence is strong.
I mean, again, how much stuff is out there? How many things are happening that we're just never going to know about? Are they going to give her a fine and say $50? Or what are they going to do about it? I hope they do something. But here's what the mainstream media will never tell you. This is what accountability looks like when you have a president who actually fights back. For years, Democrats weaponized the justice system against Trump, against me, against Franchi, against other people, conservatives just like us, just like you. They weaponized it against us, against anybody who threatened their power. They thought they were untouchable. They thought the rules only applied to us. But President Trump promised to drain the swamp, and now his administration is delivering. And Bill Pulte isn't just running the FHFA, he's exposing corruption wherever he finds it. And Letitia James built her entire career on persecuting Donald Trump. She raised money off of it. She ran campaign ads about it. She made her singular mission to get Donald Trump behind bars. And now the very system she weaponized is turning on her. The evidence is documented. The referrals are federal, and justice may finally be served. And folks, this is exactly why elections matter. This is why we fought so hard to put President Trump back in the White House. Not for revenge, but for justice, for accountability. They were doing things that is insane. For the simple principle that no one, not even a sitting attorney general, is above the law. And President Trump himself just posted about this. And you know that the American people are saying? Lock her up. After everything Letitia James did to weaponize her office, after her shameless political persecution, do you think she deserves to face the same justice system she tried to use against our president? Drop her yes or no in the comments, and I want to hear from you guys. Also, share this video with everybody who needs to see that the tide is turning. Subscribe and hit that notification bell so you never miss a story the mainstream media tries to bury. If you want to show your support for real journalism, check out the Next News merch shop at shop.nextnewsnetwork.com. The truth is finally coming out, and we're going to keep bringing it to you. So stay informed, stay free, and God bless.
The system controls information. Information control is power. They don't want you to see this. The truth only survives together.
Now this is an anti-racist. This is Alan Richson, ladies and gentlemen. Well known for acting the part of Reacher in a very popular Amazon Prime TV show about a big guy that beats up other big guys. It's actually a pretty good show. Warning in advance, once a season, there is like this really scrawny, like 100-pound woman that beats the shit out of like the Hulk. But once again, that's just because the left doesn't believe in reality. If men could be women, then 100-pound women could beat up 7-foot-tall men. Now this guy is anti-racist. He's always been anti-racist, vocally anti-Trump, super woke. You love to see it. And there's a reason why I'm telling this to you. It's honestly pretty hilarious. This guy was in an altercation yesterday where he ended up in quite the brutal beatdown with his neighbor. Right? This is a video that went incredibly viral. And the reason why I'm mentioning the background that he's mega woke is because every leftist turned on him and every conservative had his back. I mean, we laughed at him that he was getting canceled by his own people. Don't get me wrong, but we all had
my
his
dog
back.
wants to
Right? So
just
this is a
jump
video
up
that went
on
super
there and
viral.
eat it. Just sit down.
Right, there he is.
It's
On his bike.
insane.
He's biking.
Never seen
He's biking
husky.
down a residential road. The neighbor
Husky
walks in
busky.
front of the bike.
Yeah, I know it smells
falls off his
good.
bike.
I gotta finish my paperwork.
He yells at him. And I don't think I can show the rest necessarily right now on the YouTube video. I'll show you other blurred footage because, you know, on YouTube you get banned if you are cool in any way. And I think beating the shit out of people is sometimes warranted, you know? But he ended up beating the shit out of that guy. He got mega canceled by every leftist on the planet. Every right-wing guy was like, hey, we should look into context because, once again, there is a party of principles, and then there's a party that quite literally has their own little retard opinions about everything in life, and they use that to govern their reality. All right, this is the difference between conservatives and liberals. Conservatives will generally support the liberal twats, like Alan Richson when they did nothing wrong, while liberals will all gang up and destroy any conservative for any reason they could find. First of all, this is completely right, and second of all, they'll even go after the liberal twat also. Conservatives will defend the liberal twat when, like, for example, there's false allegations. I have defended leftists in the past when they had some, you know, scorned ex-girlfriend or whatever that made up false allegations about them. I went to bat for them because, quite literally, their politics are irrelevant. They shouldn't have their life destroyed being branded a rapist by some e-girl with a vengeance. ultimately justice is justice. I don't care about your political persuasion. So every conservative actually wanted more context to this entire story, and every liberal saw a guy beating up another guy and immediately took the side of the victim. I think this is such a perfect microcosm to, like, the entire fucking issue with society. I believe in justice. I believe in justice for the rich, and I believe in justice for the poor. They don't. They believe in power. They believe that everything in the universe needs to be divided into an oppressed versus an oppressor. So the rich person is always wrong. The male is always wrong. The straight guy is always wrong, and the gay guy is always right. The minority is right, and the majority is wrong. They'll root for Palestine against Israel because, even though, literally the Palestinians started the fucking war. They'll root for Iran over America because, well, I mean, to be honest, because we're fucking way more powerful than Iran. They'll fight their hardest to release a minority killer from jail because he was a minority. He actually faced white supremacy his entire life, and he's the real victim, actually. So when you have this instance of 7-foot-tall Giga Chad beating the shit out of his neighbor, all right, rich guy beating up a not rich guy, they're instantly gonna go for their trusted neo-Marxist framing and go for the victim every single time. They don't believe in justice. They believe in their fake narrative that they view the world through. So Decoy Voice made a little video on it, and I thought that we should actually watch the full context, because maybe it'll change your opinion on everything that's going on.
Alan Richardson hitting his neighbor recently went viral.
Oh shit! Everyone talking about it!
With the media immediately villainizing the TV store.
Isn't that incredible? Isn't that amazing? This dude's been sucking up to the media his entire life. He's been pushing every woke agenda on the fucking planet. Massive Trump hater. Massive anti-MAGA. All right, he's been pushing how, of course, we need to let illegal alien rapists into our country, because how will they rape white women if we don't let them in our countries? This is the leftist policy, by the way. All right, a lot of people think that I hyperbolize it, but I mean, why else would they want the rapists in our country if it's not to rape us? That's hilarious. You see, I don't want them in our country because I don't want to get raped. But they do. Obviously, they want us to get raped, I guess, in their little gated communities. So the reality is, every single media outlet immediately, once again, they're leftists, they follow the neo-Marxist framing, immediately went to the defense of the guy that got beaten up. Context is irrelevant. No one gives a shit. This is a perfect example of a rich white guy beating up a poor dude. Obviously, a root for the poor dude. Every single time. Every conservative wanted context. I absolutely love, I kind of love that this happened, I'm not going to lie. I love that Mr. Alan Richardson is kind of getting a taste of his own medicine a little bit. No charges were filed, he's now justified, but I love that the immediate media spin tried to destroy him, and that's exactly the propaganda he has been trying to push. He woke too close to the sun, and the only people that actually had his backs were the conservatives that he fucking despises.
But Richardson's footage shows us an entirely different story, as whenever it starts the second of the assault, I assume the edit is intentionally deceptive, as TMZ rushed in to interview the alleged victim.
And I'm an experienced motorcycle rider. I've been riding bikes all my life.
He's British. I didn't even realize that. He's an immigrant. He's literally an immigrant. The media went for the immigrant.
From dirt bikes to street bikes and etc. But I'd heard this incestuous revving and speeding through our neighborhood. He rode past once, twice, and on the second time I walked out in front of him and I said, "You've got to stop. Someone's going to get hurt." And it escalated quite quickly from there. I did push him because he was coming towards me on his bike.
It's over. So you pushed him first and he fought back and beat the shit out of you? Dog, my guy, you decided to be a complete retard. 55-year-old grandpa over here tried to mess with a 35-year-old 7-foot-tall Hulk, and he got the shit kicked out of him. You started it, man. Right? If you had an issue with the way he was driving his bike, write him a fucking letter.
He did it again for a second time. I pushed him a second time. I think the second time he got off his bike and he kicked the crap out of me.
So the
internet, I condemn violence on all fours.
Immediately began protecting him, saying Alan Richardson must be some evil individual, piling on about his recent shitty movie, the times he publicly endorsed Biden.
There it is.
And parroted all the liberal BLM talking.
That's what they do. Again, I love it so much. He grifts all the way. I mean, he's a Hollywood guy. No one's surprised. He grifts all the way to the left to push the left agenda as much as he possibly can. And who had his back? Who had his back when he was being smeared for being a violent monster? A violent white male? Who had his back? The conservatives that look for context. God, it's just so fucking poetic.
Points. But again, whenever a clip is carefully edited to start the second a beating begins, it's probably omitting the context of why they were fighting, as Alan's perspective tells an entirely different story on how that guy made him high side.
Loki, I'd be mad if somebody stood in front of my bike and did that.
Awkward. Thank God he actually had like a camera, or he'd be cooked.
And already that idiot story is invalidated, saying he was riding recklessly on wide open streets, hitting top speeds of 23 miles an hour.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh,
I know, it's sad, isn't it?
It's over. 25 is normal for residential neighborhoods. Oh my god.
Well, mine are 15 because they're dirt.
He runs in front of him, forcing him to high side, which, if you don't ride, is the worst way to crash that can actually total out your motorcycle. But more importantly, this wasn't him stepping up saying politely, "You've got to stop." Okay, maybe I won't do the British accent, but he wasn't saying, "You've got to stop, someone will get hurt." No, Alan tried to leave, but it's almost like this British idiot wanted to get hit.
I mean, I think there's a very high likelihood that he was trying. He saw that this is a movie star. He's a rich guy. Right, the media's gonna run with my narrative. I'll just let him beat the shit out of me, and then I'll sue him for fucking everything. You know, nice classic false allegation.
And that's where he got the most polite mauling I've ever seen.
God damn. Assault and battery. I love how he's like actually like a James Bond villain. You assaulted me. You assaulting me was actually all part of my plan.
And the fact that he immediately went into "your assaults is all on camera" makes me believe this was the only reason he confronted Richardson in the first place.
Oh yeah,
As
I think
he
so
easily
too.
could have
I'm glad he brought that up. I thought so too.
The police reporting unpermitted motorbikes are recklessly riding through my residential neighborhood. But no, he didn't want to be a regular Karen. He's this next-gen crumpet Karen.
Nah, bro, this is a jihad Karen. This is Karen jihad. Suicide Karen. Oh my god.
Who doesn't want to speak to your manager? He wants to get manhandled on camera. Carefully clipping out how he initiated this beating so he can get on TV on how he was saving his community from the evil actor riding his bike. As of course he did get a few scrapes and bruises, but were they well deserved and earned? Yes. And could this have been much worse? 100% yes. But the irony behind this is, Richardson has pivoted away from conservatives, exclusively catering to his woke, emotional, liberal fan base.
That's right.
The same
And
audience
who came to his side?
that is easily manipulated by out-of-context clips,
beautiful.
specifically edited to promote outrage amongst
Absolute
idiots.
cinema.
And I'm not necessarily saying Richardson deserves this when it happens to him, but he's
I mean, I am a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
already alienated anybody like us that wouldn't fall for this. And when
But
TMZ
the crazy thing is, ultimately, every conservative defended him.
runs a headline of
It's because conservatives want truth, and leftists want victory. That's the ultimate difference, all right? The left will say men could be women. Men and women are actually equal at sports. Yeah, I'm sure they fucking are. All right, like come on, dude. Are we really? Women actually shouldn't get married. Women actually should become girl bosses instead. Yeah, all right, dude. Actually, they should whore themselves out forever. It makes their life so much better and independent. Yeah, for sure it does. Absolutely. They try their best to live in their fictional non-reality as much as they can. Actually, importing illegal alien rapists make our country better. No, it fucking doesn't. All right, I don't have to make believe it does. All right, but they live in their non-reality. So to them, it doesn't matter. As long as it fits their narrative, they're good. All right, you can blame Trump for this somehow.
So you got to fill one out too?
To conservatives, we want justice.
TV star Alan Richardson beats up neighbor in front of kids, reposts the so-called victim saying his sob story.
For
It
sure.
won't matter
I
if
already
there's a small
finished the
correction,
whole thing.
editing
You're
in
not
his
gonna
evidence.
change
In
it.
the courts of your public opinion, the left proving your innocence based on evidence
Awkward.
is irrelevant, as when your reality is based on emotion, even he would likely be calling for his
Ask
own
him when you get
cancellation.
there. I need a new one.
And that's honestly a fucking insane
My boyfriend
way to
stole
end it.
mine.
Yeah, this guy would probably be he would be the guy to cancel himself in this situation. Yeah, no, I actually like that he got a taste of his own medicine, I'm not gonna lie. You push demonic policies and it ends up coming around for you. Yeah, fucking based. I'm not gonna cry for this guy literally getting smeared by the media apparatus that he quite literally uses to promote his bullshit fake worldview. I just think this is a perfect microcosm of exactly where society's been going.
Based.
Kids are addicted to the 5 nights at Epstein's? Wait, what? 5 nights at Epstein's? Oh my god.
Startling gaming trend with children sparking outrage for some parents in a Utah school district. That game, 5 nights at Epstein's.
I'm so proud. This is what I would have done when I was a kid.
Our Jake White spoke with a concerned parent who wants schools now to get involved.
On Wednesday, parents took to social media, asking fellow parents in the Kearns community if they've ever heard of a disturbing video game that her son admitted to playing at school on the laptop that the Granite School District provides. The game?
I think it's disgusting.
5 Nights on Epstein's Island that can be played on several websites for free, inspired by the popular video game 5 Nights at Freddy's. But in this version, you're on Epstein Island with the goal of surviving 5 nights without being killed by not only late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, but other notable figures
Like Donald Trump and Stephen Hawking. Boys, the kids are gonna be all right. I think we're gonna play this. I am ready.
Not only that, these photos you see here during the game might look a little familiar. That's because these are actual photos of the inside of Epstein's virtual Virgin Island home on Little St. James,
Damn.
released by the DOJ.
Damn.
Michelle Martinez says her child has played the game and is
Defend yourself against Epstein.
devastated. Her child now knows something as horrific as Jeffrey Epstein's crime.
The fact that he knew anything about Epstein.
And says
You really think that her kid didn't know about this?
her son's school in the Granite
Oh, Lordy coming.
Granite School District needs to work on
Game
what sites
over.
can be accessed on school computers.
So they're playing Five Nights at Epstein's on the school computers? Oh, this just gets better.
Remove computers completely.
As the game's popularity has spread to
Computers.
schools across the country, leading
Completely?
parents across the country demanding tighter internet security at their local schools, ensuring their
What the fuck
children
are
are
you
never
talking
exposed
about?
to
Are you
disturbing
kidding
games
me?
like this one.
I got bad news for the parents. This is not even in the top 50 most disturbing things your child has seen.
Just for context, this is not some ultra not safe for work game. You can literally find the whole playthrough on YouTube.
If your child is 12 years old, this is nothing. 10 years ago, kids were watching ISIS executions. 20 years ago, they were watching Two Girls, One Cup. And today, they're playing Five Nights at Epstein's. The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Gross.
The Tectone situation is diabolical, dude. His bald head was promised to YouTube 3,000 years ago, and they banned him.
Yeah.
Can we get an oy vey in the comments for my boy Tectone? From what I understand, he was removed from YouTube for, like, making sexual comments about Hassan Piker being gay for Asmongold. Now, I'm going to be honest, he was graphic, I'll be fair, and I'll also be an extra layer of honest. I have gotten community strikes for very similar things in the past. They consider it derogatory sexual content. It happened to me when I called the Prime Minister of England gay. I got a video removed and a strike on the channel, so I fully relate. Apparently, this has been happening a lot. A lot of people, specifically woke people, are trying to weaponize YouTube's copyright and abuse systems to get people banned and silenced. This happened to me also another time recently. I'm excited to talk about it. All right, let's see what's happening to the bald guy.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hi,
I
bald
haven't
guy.
seen y'all in a week.
God, he's so
and
bald.
to give you guys a TLDR,
But at least he had his Genshin Impact daddies to keep him company.
video's about to be about. I'm going to tell you guys why YouTube is currently underneath the process of terminating my channel, as well as I am now going to be streaming exclusively live on Rumble.
All right, if this dude's not getting paid millions by Rumble, this is a huge L. Rumble, you better be paying this bald ass, all right? You better be paying. I was wondering, he literally texted me, like, a couple days ago, hey, do you stream on Rumble or just on Kick? I'm like, on Kick. And he's like, oh. Well, anyway, there we are.
Which the link is underneath in the description. I would appreciate all you guys giving me a follow.
Yeah, go follow him.
YouTube videos will still be on YouTube. However, I am not streaming on any other platform besides Rumble from here.
I don't stream on YouTube for this exact reason. It's too dangerous. It's just too dangerous to stream on YouTube, all right? My main income is on YouTube. It's not on these alternative platforms. And, you know, you say something that the YouTube overlords don't like, they will rape you. They won't like it. Yeah, I have to refrain from using commentary like that. But, yeah, that's the plan. Yeah, I do the same thing.
Here into the very far future.
All right.
So, let me tell you where I've been and why you guys haven't seen a post from me in now 7 fucking days.
That's a community strike. One community strike, sir.
So, I am a content creator where the thing that I pride the most in myself is being able to be as transparent as possible.
Oh, thank God he doesn't, like, pride himself for, like, his hair.
And allowed unless a legality comes into play where I get to tell my chat everything that I'm thinking, everything that I want to say, and the exact way that I want to say it.
In other words, he doesn't shut the fuck up literally ever. That's what he's trying to explain through very, very verbose and beautiful terms. He has the inability to shut the fuck up. That's what he's trying to say.
However, what's going on right now is...
I speak retard, so I can translate.
There is a parade of content creators who are currently abusing the copyright strike channel.
Wow, he's getting into the copyright stuff. He's right. Let me tell you a story. I didn't actually make a video on this because, you know, I don't like getting into, like, these little mini, tiny drama segment things as much. But the reality is, Nick Shirley made a video exposing fraud in California. His video was removed from YouTube because someone copyright struck his video, and it was all his content, meaning it was a false claim, someone claiming that their content was getting stolen and removed Nick Shirley's video. Not only Nick Shirley's video, but they went after Asmongold's reaction to Nick Shirley. They also claimed they owned the actual footage, and they took down Asmongold's reaction to Nick Shirley. And not just Asmongold's reaction to Nick Shirley, this guy too. I was covering the fraud that Nick Shirley uncovered in California, and my video got removed for this copyright strike as well, all right? And it was some bullshit Egyptian guy that was claiming to own all the content in the video. The reality is, in my opinion, especially in leftist circles, they want to silence you by any means necessary. And now that you don't have Facebook and Google submitting to the Biden overlords on the COVID crackdown, they're using more nefarious means to do it. They'll try to demonetize you. They'll try to hit you across the head with whatever claim they could say, or they'll just lie and claim that you stole their content when you didn't. So this just happened to me like a week ago.
Feature on YouTube. Number 1, Hassan Piker.
Bro,
Number 2,
no.
and I shit you not, this...
So I get all my Hassan videos demonetized, basically. But I figured that's just because I talk about, like, terrorism and shit. I don't know, animal abuse, terrorism, like all the Hassan allegations are not YouTube friendly. But damn, I didn't think he was actually abusing the system.
Just happened today, Baby No Money.
No,
Baby No Money has copyright struck WestJet.
No woke rapper guy, Baby No Backbone. He copyright struck WestJet. L WestJet. I'm gonna message him right now. That's hilarious. Sorry for your loss, but anyway, that's funny as fuck.
And Hassan copyright struck my channel as well as area.
Hassan copyright struck your channel, dude? I'm in shock, dude. I'm almost as shocked as Kaya.
Grande. Yes.
Okay, all right.
So we currently
I don't think that was personal. I think that's just her team is retarded.
Have a couple warnings on our channel as well as a strike. And the reason why for this one will blow your mind.
All right, let's go.
Out of everything that I say on this channel, and guys, I get it. Sometimes I say some crazy things. I don't really think I say anything too diabolical. But all I said was and I'm going to have my... I'm going to have to censor a lot of things that I say going forward.
Issue.
Hence why I'm very glad I'll be streaming on Rumble very soon. Because what's going to happen is I'm going to stream completely uncensored on Rumble because I've never heard of a single person ever be banned on that platform for anything they've ever said. And then I'm going to have to sanitize it a bit on YouTube, unfortunately, just to make sure my channel has a much higher chance of not getting deleted while these copyright strike claims come off. So
again, self-censoring has nothing to do with copyright. YouTube has two systems, in case you're unaware. There's copyright and there's community guidelines. All right, both of them. If you get 3 strikes in either of them, they remove your entire channel. Now, the copyright system is really easy to abuse. Basically, anyone can claim that you're stealing their content, and YouTube will just trust them immediately. They just believe whoever makes the false allegation, and they'll try to take your videos down. And then you have to fight it. And then if you prove that you won, then essentially they let your video go back up. Now, community guidelines is, in my opinion, way scarier. Because copyright, if you prove that it's yours, you win the copyright, battle. All right, that's simple as that. With community guidelines, if someone at YouTube decides you're fucked, you're fucked. And there's really nothing you could do about it because it's completely subjective. Like it says, referring to people in sexual context. Well, does that mean that every time you insult Hassan Piker, all of a sudden you could get banned off YouTube? And the answer is yes. If there's a Hassan Piker fanboy that works at YouTube, spoilers there is. I've spoken to people at YouTube, and they've told me that Hassan Piker is a protected channel. I know that's a controversial thing to say, but it's literally true. Because this guy, he did an interview with a terrorist and put it on YouTube. A Houthi terrorist interview where he's just glazing the Houthis is on YouTube. Honestly shocking. But anyway, he's untouchable for that reason.
Is that Hassan had some suppressed homosexual rage for Asmongold, and he...
Damn, no lies detected.
Often fantasizes about Asmongold and him sharing a lovely night together.
I believe that.
Kind of just
I believe it.
let you guys fill in the pieces, but that's in essence
we all know that.
What I said. And I'm not going to
lie. He wakes up from his dream all upset that Asmongold's not there in bed with him and shocks his dog.
I am a shit talker. I absolutely am. Because that's the world where I was born into. Where people talk shit, people say some crazy fucking things. Now, obviously, we don't make up any crazy-ass shit where they're like, oh, this guy's a cannibal. Oh, this guy's a rapist. Oh, this guy's
the funniest thing is YouTube would literally protect someone for making, like, a false rape allegation against someone else, but YouTube would not protect someone from like, roasting him in a mean way. Right? If you call someone fat, you're going to get banned. If you call someone a rapist, it's okay, whatever.
Fucking pedophile. Obviously, we don't go to any extent that much, but back in my day, we used to say things like, I'm going to fuck your mom in the ass, or I fucked your mom, in whatever orifice
you're
want
gonna get
to
banned
imagine.
for that shit now.
But the world has become far too soft for people like me to not be heavily centered into it.
It's not just the world becoming soft. I think you're mistaken, because if Hassan said he would fuck your mom, he wouldn't get in any trouble. Right? If you say you'd fuck his mom, well, then all of a sudden there's a major issue. Because, again, these things are really loose. Whether it violates the community guidelines or not is ultimately up to the ultimate arbiter that works at YouTube. All right? And because these woke retards invaded the entire social space of the interwebs, all right, they come after you for little things, too. It's not like a fair fight and the rules are evenly applied to everyone. They're really not. Favoritism is obvious.
We currently live in a world where feelings outweigh the law, where feelings are taken into account more than proven evidence.
True.
And if you cry and you say that you're
I don't even know if it's feelings as much as it's the narrative, all right? Your feelings, if they align with the narrative, they're valid feelings. And if your feelings don't align with the narrative, then they're invalid feelings, all right? They don't care about the feelings of men that are falsely accused of being rapists, all right? They don't care about those feelings, but they do care about the feeling of the woman that's making the allegation with zero evidence, all right? It's not just feelings versus facts. It's specifically feelings that follow a narrative and facts that are inconvenient to the narrative.
Feelings hurt, you will win in every situation you are ever a part of, especially if you're a woman, side note. And it's just become very difficult for me to do what I want to do the way I want to do it, which blows.
dude's making like this whole sad video. I want desperately to talk about fucking Hassan Piker's mom, and my hands are tied. Truly tragic shit, dude. This is
I've been
too
doing
much.
this content creating thing for almost 8 years now, which is crazy to say. Yeah, when I started my channel, I was a prime young age of 24, and now I'm 32, feeling the best I've ever felt, looking the best I've ever looked in my entire life, lifting the most I've ever lifted in my entire life. Speaking of which, I'm pretty sure I can bench 215 now. I'm gonna make an update video on that soon. But unfortunately,
look at this dude taking
to
care
all
of himself.
you guys who are long-standing fans of my streams on YouTube or my streams on Twitch, I don't think I'm ever going to go back to those. I've been banned for calling an editor. I'm going to need you to blank this out. You can write out a censored version if you want. Or
All right, it's super important to note. Editors are really great. They're wonderful. They just don't censor things sometimes.
Fill in the gaps if you want. I got banned for 2 weeks for calling Denims a whore when she...
I noticed no censorship.
She actively prostitutes herself live on OnlyFans.
She is a whore, right?
I got banned for another 2 weeks for calling Frogan fat when I believe she's 5'2" and above 300 pounds.
Bro, she's just gravitationally challenged.
I got banned for saying Hassan is gay when he frequently talks about Asmongold every other word of his stream. If he stubs his toe, he blames it on Asmongold. And it's just getting very exhausting. Because these are the same people where Hassan calls Asmongold a pedophile. He calls Nuxtaku a pedophile. He calls me a rapist. He says that Asmongold is responsible.
Yeah, I get so much slander from that entire orifice of the internet.
For his own mother's death. He celebrates
that gaping asshole that is like the socialist streamer space. Those guys are fucking evil.
Terrorism. He says American soldiers deserve PTSD and 9/11 needed to happen to America. Didn't get banned for any of these things. Same thing with...
To be fair, I'm pretty sure he was banned for like a weekend for saying that America deserved 9/11.
Adams, she goes around calling everybody random criminal accusations, left, right, center. Frogan, same deal. Criminal accusations, left, right, center. Says America deserves 9/11. And I don't know when all of these social media platforms became so anti-American, so anti-free speech, but it makes me fucking sick. And I hate...
Do we really need to get into the spiritual side of this argument? So, in the metaphysical world, all right, in the world that we inhabit, okay, in our corporeal realm, all right, these are communists. These are quite literally race communists, gay communists that show up and they want to subvert Western civilization. That's their goal. So they'll infiltrate literally everything from our media to our social media to our basic video hosting platforms and our video game industries to push their narrative because quite literally they want a revolution. This is not symmetrical warfare at all. The spiritual side of it is, in my opinion, our culture is built on biblical values, and Satan really doesn't like that. So he whispers into the ear of every mentally disabled transsexual libtard to fucking subvert everything. It's become a royal crusade for these atheists. But I'm not even exaggerating, all right? The gaytheists are on a crusade. This has become a religion to these people.
How I have to take these countermeasures where I don't get to stream in places like YouTube and Twitch anymore, a place where my home, or a place where my viewers know as Tectone's home, wherever they get to go here, and they know that I'll always be live every day at 9 a.m. CST to 1 p.m. CST, which I still will be on rumble.com/Tectone once again, which will be linked in the pinned comment and the description, which I encourage you guys to go follow.
Dude, that's brutal. I loved his YouTube streams, to be honest. I'm sad. I'm really sad that I'm not going to be like seeing him live anymore, because I ain't going on Rumble. I'm too busy. But YouTube, you just open YouTube up, right? You're sitting on the toilet, you open YouTube, and Tectone's there, and you open it up to hear him calling Hassan gay. This is what it's all about. Man, that's brutal.
But it's just exhausting. Because, obviously, I would like to multi-stream, but because I'm going on to a completely new platform, and I'm starting from ground zero. I shit you not, guys. I'm starting from the beginning. 0 viewers. I have 0 followers, 0 viewers on this platform. I am going to be rebuilding everything from the ground up, because I actually believe that Rumble is a platform where I will actually be safe on and not get banned for some bullshit again. It sucks that I have to worry about the sanctity and the longevity of my channels, but that's just what happens when you are a guy who tells it how it is.
I have gotten so many strikes. I've gotten so many, brigades. Literally, my YouTube contact told me, do you know this guy? And, showed me, a tweet from Mizkiv saying, we have to get Nuxtaku banned from YouTube. All right, we have to do it. All right, it's like, because he's, trying to get you banned. I'm like, yeah, that happens. Yeah, so I am fully aware of the crusade against the normal human that's just trying to say what he thinks about the world. And it's dangerous, because the gay race communists, they want to fucking destroy you.
And that's what sucks. That's what happens when you don't pander to people's feelings, when you don't lie to people because you need to tell them a certain lie. That's what happens when you speak up saying, hey, I don't believe that we should be experimenting transgenderism on children.
I don't think we should be doing it on adults either. These are mentally ill people. You don't affirm the mental illness.
That has got me in shit, which is crazy. It's nuts. Or, hey, just because you're fat doesn't mean that you're beautiful. Shaming the body positivity movement because, yeah, if somebody's fucking fat, you need to fucking tell them because they need to lose weight or else they're gonna fucking die.
Bullying works, actually.
Unfortunately, we live in a reality, we live in a world where feelings and emotions outweigh documented evidence and proof.
That's right. Men could be women, and Frogan is skinny, and Hassan Piker did not rape a 15-year-old in a brothel in Germany.
And it's pathetic. And people like me get punished for that shit on a day-to-day basis.
True.
But I have never been more motivated. I have never been more focused on making it as a content creator and operating the best that I can to not get banned again. I'm gonna.
He knows it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen at some point. It's inevitable.
Everybody's such a fucking pussy these days. And you know what they do to guys like me? They try to label me as a fucking psychopath. They try to label me as a criminal to get people to stop listening to me. But you got to understand, if enough people are trying to get you to stop listening to someone, well, that means they probably have something that these people don't want you to hear. And that's why I pride myself in telling the truth at every time,
bro, that's
even when it gets me in shit.
Yep, I relate. Yep,
I could rant.
Good on you, man.
But realistically,
don't give up.
We're gonna make it.
They win if you give up.
We always do. Life throws challenges at me every single day, just like it does for you guys. And I'm not gonna sit here and be a victim. I'm gonna sit here. I'm gonna get the fuck up. I'm gonna dust off my knees, dust off my shirt, and I'm gonna
you
get
got
back
dust
to
on
it.
your knees?
No excuses. I'm not gonna live my life at being a fucking
Why are you on
victim.
your knees?
We're gonna fucking do something about it. If you guys want to help me do that,
This guy gay for Hassan like Hassan is gay for as. Wait, hold on.
Follow me on Rumble. I'll be live every day from 9 a.m. CST to 1 p.m. CST.
Yeah, I'll link this Tecton video in the description. Damn, that's rough, man. Poor bastard. Like, for real. I feel like this entire social media censorship crusade, it's literally just the war on the average guy. The average man is in trouble. Like, if you're just an average dude with average dude opinions, you're cooked. You know, you're racist if you look at crime statistics, and you're Islamophobic if you don't want to get blown up by a guy yelling Allahu Akbar. Some women are entitled and liars. That's just a fact. And men can never, ever, ever be women. You know, these are like the average dude opinions that people are just scared to say because, you know, they're gonna fucking nuke you from orbit. Like they just did to poor bald Tectone over here. Anyway, Tectone situation, fucked up. Definitely subscribe. See you in the next one. Bye.
Oh, that's wild. Okay, so if I refresh it, it'll probably restart everything. That's not. I just. Wow. Okay. I don't know how long it's been on there. Sorry. I've been trying to put on the songs and stuff. Actually, put out a couple more stuff after. That's why I'm refreshing it. I thought it would have just auto refreshed, but it clearly has not. But let's see if
His
at this
bald
point
head
I
was
can
promised
go.
to YouTube 3,000 years ago, and they banned him. Could we get an oy
Did it
vey
just
in the
take me out
comments
from
for
my
my boy
playlist?
Tech? From what I understand,
Completely?
he was removed from YouTube for like
I think it did.
making sexual.
You gotta give me. Whoa! You gotta give me 1 second to load this back up. Just hang. Hopefully, I loaded it up in time. Okay, here. We'll test it with this one, and then it'll play after that. Let's see if I did it right, and if not, then I'm gonna have to reload it anyway.
In the mountains overlooking the Strait of Hormuz, the real threat isn't on the water, it's underground. Deep inside hardened bunkers, Iran's anti-ship missiles wait, hidden, protected, and ready to strike. When intelligence detects movement, the response is fast. Stealth aircraft move into position, targeting coordinates buried beneath layers of rock and concrete. Then comes the strike. A 5,000-pound GBU-72 bunker buster drops from high altitude, accelerating with precision. It doesn't explode on impact. Instead, it punches deep inside the mountain through layers of earth and reinforced structure. Seconds later, a massive internal blast collapses tunnels, buries launch systems, and shuts down the site. But even then, new launchers can relocate, because in the Strait of Hormuz, the threat is never in just one place.
I told it what to make, so. Cool maker here. Alright, okay, here's the first one. This is Rick and Morty inspired.
Silicon heartbeat skipping the grid. Hypermodern secrets the copper once hid. 0 to 60 in a frame rate blur. Everything moving just like they were. Data stream flooding the visual field. Pressure cooked logic is starting to yield. Kinetic the rhythm, jagged the vein. Digital static is washing the brain. Crash the system, feel the surge. Human and the wire converge. Volatile light, kinetic flight. We are burning through the night. Static in the air, electric in the breath. Coding our lives in a digital death. Glitch in the matrix, a ghost in the code. Watching the bandwidth about to explode. Century acceleration, no break in sight. Trapped in the orbit of neon lit light. Synchronized sparks in a chaotic dance. Leaving our fate to a digital chance. Crash the system, feel the surge. Human and the wire converge. Volatile light, kinetic flight. We are burning through the night. We are burning through the night. Buffer, flow, signal, low, system. of the earth is slow, where the quiet roots grow. Drift with the water, be the light through the
border isn't where you find the wire. It's just a trick of shadow on the fire. When the valley stops, the mountain starts to climb. We're just the ripples on the glass of time now. There ain't no actor, just the motion of the hands that point the way. I'm the color of the rust, I'm the silence in the sky, a wave that doesn't wonder why it's high. We're the patterns on the water spinning slow. Everything you think you are is how the river's gonna flow. How the river's gonna flow. The hunter and the hunted share the eye. One can't live without the other side. You can't have the light without the dark. To keep awake and manage this trick of being deep. So don't go looking for the one who's seeing through. just the seeing, and it's always been just you. I'm the color of the rust, I'm the silence in the sky, a wave that doesn't wonder why it's high. We're the patterns on the water spinning slow. Everything you think you are is how the river's gonna flow. How the river's gonna flow. Just the water flow, just the water.
Signal acquired.
us just a taste of the music, and we can make more together at 11. But I'm going to show you the files that I've accumulated, the deep dive files, pretty soon. This is the inner rim thing. It just came up, right? So this is in, I think California, right? 410, yeah, I think that's Cali. Let me look at the WUSA. It says police are responding to a shooting involving an officer in Prince George's County. And so yeah, go over there, make sure you give them a subscribe and like their stuff. They don't got very many people watching their stuff. But yeah, in my opinion, like, I don't think I'm gonna watch the whole thing, like, but it just saw it, and like, I have to finish this up. So I have to finish this up. So I already added the finishing touches. I just gotta, I gotta add my card, and that's it. Come here, I don't know what the fuck that was. What was that? What was this? Were you there? What was that?
Hey, it's Nick here. How are you?
Oh my god, I thought it was my dog.
I got...
Okay, so...
Yeah, I got the shooting here. Yeah, let's watch that video.
I'm assuming that they're gonna give some update of what's going on.
I am with... No. I'm gonna bring I'll play this out and then just keep this live. It's a conference. I'm gonna bring a poll for all of us. So I'll just keep this up. Do some X's for all of us. Yeah. 23rd. Yep, sounds good. I'll play this out. Thanks, man.
We are wrong. What's the hook? I thought you guys had it.
That's done. recording them. It was, so far, been 10 minutes of nothing.
Anything you want, Mitchell. Your wish.
I don't know. I'm trying. It was supposed to be a shooting.
Okay.
Good thing I'm like
did I tell you that
finishing up, right? Not really
the
caring.
PIO's here. The PIO spoke
Right.
with us.
So, I feel bad for my one viewer, though. Now you, where you want me to put yours? Yeah. What is that supposed to mean? Yes.
I mean,
Look at her go.
I would be
She's
honored to do
motorboating
so.
us.
But
Let's see here.
okay, sounds good.
I gotta grab my phone.
All right, bye.
We're gonna speed it up in time here and get to the bottom of this. Hopefully this doesn't mess up. Yeah. It was really good. I forgot to say something, but it was really good. It was well done. Thank you, babe. Thank you. So, oh, you moved the camera 18 minutes in. This looks like some of my professionalism extremes. Sorry, guys. My tooth has been killing me. That was the paperwork for the appointment. I have one on the first, but this one will hopefully just be able to be used like IEHP instead of medical. So now we're just staring at the lights. What's the...
No, you're good. You're good.
Oh my god, 33 minutes. Okay. Let's see if we could speed this up a little bit.
Are we all trying to get in front of you? Sorry. No, we're good. Sorry, Chief.
All right, good evening, everyone.
Oh, Chief, hang on.
All right, here we go. All set. Shortly before 10:30, a lieutenant with the Prince George's County Police Department made a traffic stop here at 23rd Avenue and Ager Road. During that traffic stop, the lieutenant developed probable cause to search the vehicle. He had another officer on scene who was assisting. The suspect was removed from the vehicle. During the course of the search, the suspect evaded the backup officer and re-entered the vehicle while the lieutenant was still in the vehicle searching. At that time, the suspect took off with the lieutenant partially in, partially out of the vehicle. The vehicle drove about 150 yards. During the course of that 150 yards, we do know that the lieutenant discharged his firearm. The reason, we don't know yet. We're still investigating.
Well, I wonder why.
We do know that the suspect was struck and an accident occurred. The suspect was transported to the hospital where he succumbed to his injuries. The lieutenant was also transported to the hospital with significant injuries, non-life threatening. The second officer, who was also knocked to the ground by the vehicle, was transported to the hospital as well. We're not identifying the officer at this time. We're not identifying the suspect at this time, pending notifications to the family. We
What
don't
about the guy
have
who
a lot
got hit?
more information as this is still being
I want to know
investigated.
his
with all
witness
fatal shootings
testimony.
in the state of Maryland, it's being turned over
Give
to
me his
the
name.
Independent Investigation Division out of the Attorney General's office, who will provide us with further updates once they conclude their investigation. There is a large amount of marijuana that was located in the car.
Oh my
the
God,
exact
all over
quantity
pot.
we're not sure, but there's a large laundry bag full. So we're just gonna
A
wait till
laundry
we
bag
search that
full of
vehicle to
pot.
find out
Oh
what else was in the
God.
car. I'll take a few questions, but understand they're going to be limited with what my answers are.
Chief, when the officers saw the suspect in the car, what led them to pull the car over?
That's still under investigation. We don't know that just yet.
And it sounds as though this officer could have feared for his life, which is why he opened fire during this while he was being dragged in the car?
Absolutely. We saw an officer struck by a vehicle and drugged yesterday in the District of Columbia, and something similar happened to our officer. And in my opinion, it would be a life-threatening situation.
I just want to ask about the timeline. You said that this all started at what time exactly?
Just before 10:30 this evening.
Okay.
And just to clarify, so the suspect was in the vehicle, the officer was taken in the vehicle, and a second officer on the scene was hit by that vehicle?
So the suspect was out of the vehicle.
So like I
The
said, this
lieutenant
just
was
happened.
searching the vehicle. The other officer was with the suspect.
It's only 9:30
The suspect
right
evaded
now
that
where I'm
officer,
at.
re-entered the vehicle with the lieutenant still in the vehicle searching, and took off with the lieutenant partially in, partially out of the vehicle, is what we believe at this time. Everything is preliminary.
Body worn.
So one officer injured, suspect injured. The second officer on the scene was not injured.
He was also injured, transported to a local hospital. He was knocked to the ground by the vehicle as it was taking off.
Oh, okay. Oh my God, these guys really are putting their lives on the line, man. They really got to give these guys a
One
round
officer
of
was
applause,
transported
man.
with significant injuries. A second officer was also transported.
Thank you for your services.
No, he was not.
One question. The people who live in this neighborhood, the power is out because of this crash?
There was a telephone pole that was struck. So whether the power is out, I'm not sure. It appears to be out, but we've coordinated with Pepco already. So we hope to get that back up and running.
And the timeline for neighbors to return to the neighborhood?
So we're not preventing anybody from returning from their home. They just can't come through the crime scene.
I noticed that you also said that you didn't want something like what happened in D.C. to happen here. Talk a little bit about the importance of protecting your officers.
Well, I don't think I said exactly that, but obviously you never want your officers to be injured while they're out here trying to serve and protect the community. This is not the outcome that anybody wants. You never want to see life lost.
Yeah, their
regardless
officers
of the
injured.
circumstances. So I wish it could have been different. I wish that the suspect
But then the drugs would have gotten away,
and
you
let
know?
the scene play out, and if it led to an arrest,
So
then
this
it led to
was
an arrest. That's something that he can
107
dispute in
minutes ago,
court.
so 2 hours
But when you
ago.
try to dispute that in the street,
Roughly.
like this, it doesn't end well. And it's not what we wanted. It's not what the officer wanted.
Is the suspect? Go ahead.
Yes, one suspect.
Does the suspect live in this neighborhood? Was
7:20-ish
moving
my
through
time.
this area?
We don't believe he lives in this neighborhood. We don't believe he lives in the county with what we know at this time, but he could be staying there.
Chief, with the suspect's white car, we have video of it. After that shooting, is that he crashed?
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Because that's the video. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, thank you all very much.
Appreciate you.
All right.
Cool. Well, at least we got a good report in for the day, guys. There's that. What else was I gonna show? Because I see there's two little things here. Oh. Okay, let's do this one really quick. And then we'll do the Nick Shirley one, and then we'll cut to my fraud one. Because
We have a
it's
possible
probably
1361
so I
Madison.
think Nick Shirley's gonna be
1361 Madison, he's got a firearm. Drop it!
On November 13, 2025, an ordinary elevator ride on the Upper East Side turned into a nightmare. But the gunman wasn't looking for money. He was on a deliberate path toward a high-stakes confrontation. The incident began inside a residential elevator at 1590 Madison Avenue. Surveillance captures 20-year-old Elijah Brown pointing a handgun at a neighbor's chest as the doors close. A chilling act of unprovoked aggression. At 7:03 p.m., Brown forced a clerk at Ranch Market Deli to call 911. He then took the phone to deliver a specific warning to dispatch, stating his intention to target a nearby hospital. His mental state was clearly deteriorating as he moved south toward Mount Sinai.
911, do you need police, fire, or medical?
Fire.
So it gives me like
fire?
Yeah. I'm in
what borough?
Can I get a I have a gun in the store.
Sorry?
I'm in trouble. I'm trying to get away and I'm trying to get away. No, you stay here. Everybody come here, stay here. I won't shoot if you.
It'll reshow, guaranteed.
Nah.
Not much happens. It's just sad, kind of, because he's just like
come
he's
here
mentally
right
ill.
now.
But at the same time, like,
can you help me, please?
Where is the location?
Can you help me?
Like, it could be demons
please.
too.
Where is the location?
But that's my wife's channel.
Mount Sinai Hospital.
Mount Sinai. Which location? You have to give me the location.
Mount Sinai Hospital.
They have a lot of Mount Sinai Hospital.
Right?
You have to give me the specific location. You have a street number?
Hospital?
Mount Sinai Hospital.
Like that's where you decided to meet at, and then you eventually just like pulled the gun on the security
what
guard.
What street is that in between?
Got killed basically out in front of
Mount Sinai Hospital.
In Queens?
Mount Sinai Hospital.
It's in Queens?
Mount Sinai Hospital.
I do know that it's Mount Sinai Hospital. It's in
Manhattan. Manhattan.
Manhattan?
Like they weren't treated properly, because he clearly needs his hit.
Okay, that's all. And what is the emergency right now? What is happening?
I'm going there now.
Sorry?
I'm going there now.
What is your emergency? What's going on? You said you need help.
Someone's trying to kill me.
Okay. And you said you have a gun?
Yeah.
Who is trying to kill you?
I'm crazy.
Yeah, does he have any weapon?
I have a gun.
You have a gun?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm crazy. I have a gun. Someone was trying to kill me, and I got away because I'm crazy.
Okay. And is there anybody injured? Hello, caller?
I'm going to Mount Sinai Hospital.
Okay, is there anybody injured?
At approximately 7:07 p.m., Brown arrived at Mount Sinai Hospital at 1468 Madison Avenue. Before entering, he was seen placing his firearm in a flower bed just outside the entrance, attempting to conceal the weapon before stepping inside. Inside, Brown encountered an off-duty NYPD lieutenant working a security detail. He began speaking erratically, making conflicting statements about why he was there. His behavior prompted the lieutenant to escort him back toward the exit. As they reached the doors, the situation turned physical. Brown shoved the lieutenant from behind, sparking a brief struggle before he broke away and ran back out onto the sidewalk. Brown immediately returned to the flower bed and retrieved his firearm. Before fleeing southbound, he pointed the weapon directly at the lieutenant and several nearby civilians, escalating the threat to a deadly level. By 7:20 p.m., units from the 19th Precinct intercepted Brown on Madison Avenue. As he turns toward the officers, the tactical situation escalates instantly, leaving the police with seconds to react in a high-density urban environment.
Nothing showing at the moment.
Okay, tell me that lieutenant at that location, is he okay?
Do you have a club for the one on
Yep. 19 conditions. We have a possible 1361 Madison. So 1361 Madison has got firearms. Watch it.
Despite emergency care at the very hospital he threatened, Brown was pronounced dead. The gun, a loaded semi-automatic, was recovered just feet from where he fell. The New York Attorney General's Office of Special Investigation has opened a mandatory probe into the shooting. The 19th Precinct officers involved remain on administrative leave pending the final report.
Okay, it did not refresh here. We'll just click it manually then.
Thank you. I'm super excited to be here and to be able to speak to you guys today. And I'm not here to speak on behalf of Republicans nor Democrats. I'm here to speak on behalf of we the people. I think nowadays we can all agree that we all just want to live the American dream and have the best life possible. However, it feels that sometimes, actually a lot of times, non-controversial issues are becoming controversial inside of America. For instance, if you take a look at the idea of deporting illegal migrants, that word is illegal. That should not be controversial. Or the idea that showing your ID to vote has become controversial. That's not controversial either. The idea that fraud is bad has become controversial. How is that controversial? I know a little bit about fraud. I know a little bit about Minnesota daycares as well. And it's crazy to think that we live in a world where somebody who exposes fraud can then be painted as the bad man from the politicians where he exposed the fraud. Shouldn't they be excited to know that the fraud is being exposed, because that's not a Republican dollar or a Democrat dollar, it's actually our dollars. I've never gotten a dollar bill that says right or red or blue or right or left. We all live inside of the same country, and we should all want the best for our country. And when you see fraud inside of our country taking place at literally rampant levels, for instance, in Minnesota, there were programs like autism where you have 10,000% increases in the budget for autism. And this money then goes into the hands of fraudsters. How does somebody not look at that and say, there's a 10,000% increase in the budget for autism? Is there a 10,000% increase in autistic children inside of our neighborhoods? And if the answer is no, how are they justifying a 10,000% increase in the budget? And in other instances, like California, where you have a 1,000% increase in hospices, is everyone going to die in LA? I don't think so. So the idea that here inside the United States, when we have these non-controversial issues that have become controversial, it puts us into a weird culture war where it puts people into a position to think, okay, well, wait, how are you supporting this when you're actually not benefiting we the people? We all live inside of the United States. We're not supposed to be, when elected officials elected, they're not supposed to represent 50% of the population. They're supposed to represent 100% of the population. In an instance where fraud is taking place inside our country, each and every single person should want to crack down on that fraud. Because if we don't, these people can continue just to literally steal our dollars. And they steal our dollars, and then they send it overseas, and once it's overseas, we can't ever get that money back. And that's something that I've learned as I've gone about exposing this fraud. And a lot of times, these people that are taking our tax dollars are foreigners who are not even from the United States of America, and they're stealing our money. And it's just been so crazy to see how in all 50 states there is fraud. However, it seems to be that most of the fraud is in a lot of these blue cities. And when you go out and expose the fraud, I mean, I think Gavin Newsom, he posted a photo of me the other day and had 10 cameras on me, and AI generated image saying, "Where are the kids?" trying to depict me as a pervert for exposing fraud. How sick does a governor have to be to say that the kid exposing the fraud is the bad person versus the fraudsters that are stealing the money? And going through this experience of exposing this fraud, I finally came to understand why, for instance, why they attack Elon Musk so hard, why they burn down his factories, or why they burn down his cars, or why they attack him so much when he was simply exposing fraud to help every single citizen. Well, it just happens to be that these politicians don't want the fraud to be exposed because they're involved in the fraud. And nowadays, since I've posted that video, my life has changed. It changed a little bit. I'm speaking here in front of all you guys, so thank you. But my life's changed a little bit because the idea that a governor, for instance, Gavin Newsom, can go ahead and post that photo, and everyone knows that I'm not the bad man for exposing the fraud, but a small group will then think, wow, that kid is a bad person. He is what they're trying to depict me to be. That now I have to walk around with security when I go to cities, or people will try to literally. Last time I was in California, I was just there the other day, I couldn't stay at a hotel because last time I was in California, after I posted that fraud video, somebody tried to take a photo and put it into a Reddit group chat, and a group of people were looking for me because I exposed the fraud. Like that's crazy to think that we live in a society nowadays where somebody going to do a big public service for the country has to worry for their life. And it actually makes me a bit upset because how have we gotten to that point where we've lost common sense and where non-controversial issues have become controversial? And it's actually very worrisome. And a lot of people come up to me and say, well, Nick, how can we help? Or how do we do what you did inside our own communities? Or how do you have like the courage to go about and do this? And I've really fallen in love with the quote or the speech from Theodore Roosevelt that's called "The Man in the Arena." And it talks about critics and talks about how like you don't ever worry what a critic does as long as you know you're fighting for a worthy cause. And it doesn't matter if you fail as long as you're working for a worthy cause. But who's to say that you're not the one risking everything, standing there all alone, going about it? And why should you worry about the critics? Why should you worry about the naysayers? Or why should you worry about the opposition when you're fighting for a worthy cause? We all are fighting for a worthy cause inside of our communities, with our families, in our churches, at our schools, because a lot of things that we're fighting against are non-controversial issues that have become controversial. No girl should ever have to worry about a man playing on their sports team. Like, the idea that that's become controversial is insane. And it takes men and women who are ready to become that man in the arena to be able to confront the opposition, to confront those critics. Because if no one does, they will win. And when we're fighting for common sense issues that aren't controversial, but nowadays have become controversial, each one of us have to step up and become that person who steps in the arena and says, I don't care what they say, or I don't care what he or she says, I'm going to do it because it's a worthy cause. And if we don't, because if you don't, the critics will win. And their voices are a lot louder. That's how they try to intimidate you. Imagine if I would have been intimidated by Governor Walz calling me a delusional conspiracy theorist, a far-right white supremacist, or all the other things that those politicians called me. In fact, they even incited riots inside their cities for somebody who exposed fraud. Meanwhile, the Leering Center, it wasn't much to hide. Like, that fraud was very obvious. In fact, the Leering Center then even closed down. They fled the city because they know they're committing fraud. And one thing for you guys to think about is, who are the critics? Who are those people that are saying that you're the bad person or that what you're doing is not right? Well, a lot of times it's the media. A lot of the times it's that person who listens to the media where they've lost that idea of common sense thinking. And so nowadays, the most important thing I feel like for any of us to do is to think, okay, is the cause I'm fighting for, is it a controversial issue? Or is it actually non-controversial, but it's an issue that has become controversial from the critics? And we cannot ever pander to the critics, and we have to keep pursuing a worthy cause. because what we're fighting for is worthy. America is the greatest country in the world. And people like to act like it's not, but meanwhile, all the other countries had thousands of years to do it. We had 250 years to do it. And whatever made us the greatest country in those 250 years, we need to make sure that it remains that same way, or else we will fall and the critics will win, and we will not stay the greatest country in the world. And so that's my message for you guys today, is to think, really, okay, what cause are we fighting for? Is it a worthy cause? Is it something that's actually not controversial, but maybe the mainstream media or a critic has told me that that's a controversial issue? And when you know it's not, fight and be ready to become the man or the woman in the arena, because if you don't, the critics will win. And this is the greatest country in the world for a reason. We did it in 250 years. Everyone else had thousands of years to do it, and we did that. And so I'm proud to be here today, and I know you guys are all ready to become that man or that woman in the arena, because it is a worthy cause that we are fighting for. Thank you. Thank you.
I was standing the whole time, and I have to sit. But I'm gonna get my phone loaded up here with the deep dive. I feel like that teacher that's like reading that card out in front of the class right now. Tends to do this around this time. I'm not really sure why it's happened. It's buffering. I think it's my internet. Okay, so